morning, everybody, and welcome to Virginia International Raceway, where some famous old actor guy called it heaven on earth. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and of course we've got Spencer Gaynor here, keeping Brian and I honest, so we can actually talk about things we know about and other stuff we don't. And Brian, it's the second day of competition here, the final day of competition, and I was gonna say it should be a good day of racing. When we left here last night, the skies kind of opened up a little bit.
Some of us left here last
right.
night.
Some of us
didn't.
That's right. We left you here in order to check the track conditions, but it's a very different track than when I left last night. It rained quite a bit here last night, and we can see here as Spencer gives us a little rotation around the track. Quite a bit of dampness on the track surface here at VIR. Let's do this though, Brian, as we get ready, and we've got cars for our first group about ready to leave the grid. Let's take a look at Virginia International Raceway. For folks that may be joining us for the first time or joining and looking at a race at VIR for the very first time. 3.27 miles, 17 turns. I think lots of elevation change here, and a lot of places where the track is wet. There's a lot of runoff room and a lot of grass, and a lot of mud that may complicate things for some of our racers. They're going to want to stay on track here over the course of this course. Now, Spencer, if we can throw up today's schedule and giving people an idea of what we've got coming up. We're starting off the morning with qualifying sessions for each one of our SARRC MARRS Challenge race groups, race group number 1 through 6 that you see at the bottom of the screen here. And then we're going to have our first race of the day. That race is going to be for the Tarheel Cup, SCCA Club Race Experience. It's a 65-minute endurance race with a shorter 45-minute sprint race encapsulated in it for some racers. But I think the important thing here, Brian, is with this very damp track and just to set expectations and qualifying going all morning, we're probably not going to see a lot of drivers heading out for these sessions. And the reason being is their races this afternoon. The grids are set based on the fastest lap times from either the qualifying yesterday or the qualifying today or the race yesterday. And this is likely going to be the slowest session for all of those racers.
Yeah, I mean, with this damp track, I mean, it's going to dry out. It is muggy outside a little bit, so it's going to, it'll dry out after probably about the first two, maybe even 3 groups. The dry line will come back in. I think what we're going to see here this morning is our first group's now headed out. You're going to see individuals that are going to go out that may have had a problem yesterday with their car. They didn't get a full race in. Some of these drivers, Greg, they didn't race yesterday. They came in yesterday, or they came in early this morning. So they figure, I get a qualifying and a race today. It's just like a normal weekend. So make a day out of it just for today. Those that are, pretty local or may have had a problem getting their car ready, and now they're here ready to go. So again, this is where they'll use that. It looks like we got one car already spun around there. And I was just getting ready to talk about, when you come through NASCAR Bend and you come through the turn 4 there, drivers tend to take that really far wide angle there, and you can see where the dirt was there. Well, yesterday when they were running, that was dirt that would kick up. Today, that is nothing but 100% mud and water right there. That's not a good point. It looks like we had Alex Cumming. Is that Alex's car?
Yeah, I believe that's.
It looks like Alex Cumming that kind of went around right there. We do have an in-car camera there from him.
Yeah,
but,
actually, and Alex,
Spencer, let's pick it up.
Yeah, let's pick that up as we go on board with Alex Cumming, and not because he just had that issue, but I want to show everybody, I think this is a great opportunity while he's running an out lap right now to show everybody the elevation change that we have here at Virginia International Raceway through the eye of the racer. And we can also see what the track conditions are like here, Brian. This being South Bend, really the fastest corner on the track, and drivers are going to want to take that maybe a little bit later, turn in a little bit later than they normally do. And as they come here through turn 11, you'll see what Alex is doing is he's going all the way around the outside, not going down to the apex, looking for where there might be more grip on the pavement and where drivers may have polished down that track surface a little bit less during the normal course of racing and track days and whatever else goes on here. A good friend of mine, John Burkhardt, once told me that the way you find the rain line at a racetrack is, he said, and it took me a couple years to figure out what the heck he meant, because I don't think like John. He said, rain hides between stones. And that was, very much the case, is that for areas where the track is not polished down, then the track will absorb some of that water and you'll find more grip.
Yeah.
Where the drivers go when the track is dry, when they're going in the braking zones, when they're loading up the tires, it actually, it smooths out the pavement, and the little gaps between all the little particulate or whatever in the asphalt, it becomes flattened out and smooth, that the water ends up staying right on top of it, and you have less grip. So we'll see here. Yeah, Brian.
I was going to say, we're going to a black flag all, so evidently we must have a car off somewhere that we're not able to pick up on our cameras.
Well, I think we can.
Down in the bottom of the horseshoe down there, down in turn 1, looks like. And again, I think you're going to see this today a lot, Greg.
Yes.
Is that it is? I mean, I can't.
It's deceptive.
It rained so hard between 2:15 and 4:30 here this morning. Again, and then the wind picked up. I thought I was going to end up in Danville or South Boston at one point in time.
Well,
it came in really quickly.
And if you go off at turn 1 here, Brian, you can actually end up in the Dan River.
Yeah, correct.
Which is the Dan River is right on the other side of those trees. And I always look back here as we're sending some of the emergency services teams. First off, if you go off at turn 1 or turn 2, just as it looks like the track or the land drops away, it does. And so these cars when they're on that wet grass, they are not going to be able to get back up that hill and get onto the pavement. But it's funny because years ago, right after the track reopened here in 2000, Brian, there was a huge deluge for an event, and the Dan River actually went and exceeded the banks and came all the way up past those trees into the grass, and we had there was an Alfa Romeo that went off there at turn 1. They actually had to send a boat out to get it, or to get the driver out of that car because there was so much water. So you have some information on who the driver was?
Yeah, I'm trying to see who it was. I'm getting told that it's the 56 car, but I'm not seeing the 56 car.
Jim Hess.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing him taking any time, so maybe that's because he didn't take a time, because that's as far as he got.
That's as far as he got, exactly.
Yeah, so I'm hearing it is the 56 car that's down there.
All right, so Alex Cumming, he's going to get another lap of the track here, because I don't think I think he was already past the pit entrance when the black flag came out, so he's getting a little extra. This isn't a bad thing for him, Brian. He's able to kind of figure out a little bit, even at a slower pace, where there's grip, where there isn't grip. And part of driving in the rain is it's every lap is an experiment. The track will change, the conditions will change likely every single lap for him, but this gives him maybe a little bit more track knowledge than some of the other drivers in the group here. Again, as we are under black flag conditions, that means all of our racers that went out come down the pit lane while they work the incident over there, and when everything is clear, we'll send them back out. Now, Spencer, can we put up the ticker here if we can, and see here that these are 15-minute sessions, and we've got about 7 minutes remaining. So let me do this. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2. That is production improved touring racers. Please head to the grid. Production and improved touring racers. Race group 2, please head to the grid. All right, so Brian, it looks like we've got another car on track, and I'm wondering if that was the car that was off at turn 1. That definitely wouldn't be Jim Hess. That wouldn't be the 56 car, because and it looks like it's clear, because I think we know that there is a 14 car Steve Figura and a 02 car George Paul that are in orange Miatas, and I'm trying to get the number there. Definitely not the 56 car of Jim Hess.
Well, unless it's somebody that's got a duplicate number that
Yeah.
hasn't changed the number yet that went out for qualifying, because controls being told it's the red 56. But you're right. I think 56 is actually Jim Hess's car. So we'll see.
All right, and so Brian, as you can see here, starting to send cars back out. Starters waving the green flag and qualifying back underway. Now they're only going to be, we see you're looking at the clock, about 5 minutes remaining on the session. These racers are going to get an out lap and maybe one
more
flying lap.
One good, yeah. One good.
And, and again, we don't think that we don't think that anything is going to really change. Do we have? Actually, I think I can bring it up here. I want to take a look at the sheets to see if we have the qualifying times going into this session. And
well, we have their best time.
Exactly. That's what we're looking at. So why don't we look at, for example, at Spec Miata here? So Group 1 coming into this session. Actually, we'll start off with T3. Chris DeShong, who I don't think went out for qualifying today. Great run for him yesterday. Started at the back of the pack, ran to the front. He's the only T3 car we would expect it to be the fastest car on track. Qualifying time of 2:10.335.
That was the red 56 as well.
Oh, so okay.
Not sure who that driver is right now. We don't have that listed on our marker,
okay.
On our deal here. So
all right, fastest touring 4 driver was Nathan Pring. Interesting to see that Pring was the fastest T4 driver, because our race winner yesterday, not the fastest racer out there, but Pring turned in a 2:14.748. So that's the time that T4 drivers will be looking to beat. And in Spec Miata, Dylan Witt was your fastest driver, turned in a 2:18.306. And again, especially if they've only got one flying lap. You can see there, Brian, fastest lap time in the books right now. 3 minutes, so almost 45 seconds off the pace. Again, they essentially had an out lap, and that was it. We'll see here. They're going to come around, finish this out lap, and when they finish the out lap, there will probably be a little bit over 2 minutes left on the clock. I think they're, again, likely only to get one, maybe a second flying lap.
Yeah, I think, if, and we'll see, they're coming down the roller coaster now and they come through Hogpen. Depends on what the timing is when they take, when they cross the start finish line here. For that, I believe Ferguson may get 2 laps after this.
Yeah.
Thinking about, we'll look and see what this time is going to be. This obviously is going to be, again, that 2:52. He's going to be right on that border.
Well,
I would say if you look at his time frames from yesterday, right around that 2:17. He may get back to the start-finish line with about 10 seconds left in the session, so he'll be able to complete that lap.
And take one more. I was just going to say, he crossed the start-finish line with just about 2 minutes, 2:30 to 2:31 on the clock.
Yep.
And so if he can get in there, he'll be able to take one more lap. I think most of the racers after that, he may be the only one. Brian, he'll get to take a second lap. And so Ferguson, and that's in one of the Tech Sport Subarus, and Sarah, take a look.
Finished third yesterday,
yeah,
and had a pretty decent run for him. Ended up getting really was behind the Spec Miata race with Eric Gerchek, Bob Mueller Jr. Right, so was kind of behind them, not really able to get back out in front of them, and basically towards the second half of the race, and we talked about this a lot, was what, look, I'm comfortable sitting here. I know I can't catch Pring and Jeff in the 34 machine. So just again, just let me sit back here. Let me not get in their way.
Yeah, and so Ferguson, he lives pretty close to VIR over in Boone's Mill. Raced stock cars in his 20s. Took about 10 years off and with the proximity here to VIR, Tech Sport is based here at VIR. They were able to get back. He wanted to get into road racing, and he's got Devin Anderson, who was the T3 national champion this year, coaching him. And so, I mean, he's got great people in his corner. So we'll see. And this is the sister car of Devin Anderson's championship-winning car.
Greg, let me just touch on. So we talked about the 56, the red 56 that was down in turn 1 that brought that up. That is actually, now it's got 56 on the car, so he's going to have to change it. That is actually the 55 of Lucas Jensen.
So
it was Lucas Jensen that was down in there. This car on the side that we see has 56, so I'm sure it's on both sides. So I'm sure that they'll have to get that changed for that. But it was definitely Lucas Jensen that got stuck down in there.
All right, so here, as we've got 10 seconds remaining on the clock, Brian, I don't think Ferguson's going to get another lap.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, that was a quick 2.5 minutes.
All right, well, let's do this. Let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Second call to the grid for race group 2, E production, F production, H production, and improved touring. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, please head to the grid. And once you hear a group heading onto the track, best that you start heading to the grid, because these qualifying sessions are running pretty short. All right, Brian, going to the top of the leaderboard in this session, Kevin Fryer in the number 98 Touring 4 machine. Don't believe he was here yesterday.
Was not, yeah.
He was not, but new build for him. It takes provisional, well, he was the fastest driver out today. Doesn't take provisional pole with a 2:35.6. But fastest driver out in Touring 4. Neil McFarland was our fastest Spec Miata driver at a 2:41.974. Chris Hubart in his SMSE Miata, a 2:45.37. And I believe, then we've got Mark Sr. in his SMSET Miata, a 2:47.586. Those are your fastest drivers in each one of the classes. And let's do this, Brian. We just made a call. Let's take a quick little break. We'll get set up. We'll have our improved touring and production car qualifying next here at Virginia International Raceway, where you are watching the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. We'd like to thank our great broadcast partner, Willing and Able Racing, helping you to bring the coverage here to you today on YouTube. If you like what we're doing, please make sure to go ahead and smash that like button, click on subscribe, and of course, if you click the notification bell, you can find out every time we go live with our different broadcasts. And Brian, let's actually take a look at that as we've got drivers heading out in our next group, which is improved touring and our production classes. Let's take a look at our broadcast schedule here, Spencer. We have a couple moments. Not this one. Let's go and take a look at what we got coming up. There you go. We're going to be back in about 2 weeks on the DC region YouTube channel, bringing you the Lightning Challenge Memorial Day weekend from Virginia International Raceway. I realize that those of
actually
you down
from New Jersey Motorsports Park.
We're
in Virginia International this
that's
weekend.
right.
So
all right, yeah, we'll be at New Jersey Motorsports Park, the Lightning Circuit. I was going to say though that for folks in the Southeast, great event same weekend at Carolina Motorsports Park, hosted by the Central Carolina region of the SCCA. So although that's not going to be broadcast, head on out there and watch some great racing if you're from down south here. We're going to be back at some point in June, and then the U.S. Majors Tour returns to the Thunderbolt Circuit. We'll be broadcasting that for you that weekend as well. All right, so on track now, Brian. As we mentioned, it is our small bore production classes. And in addition to that, it is improved touring. If we just take a quick look at how these drivers have qualified over the last few days. The first car, we just saw him go through our screen in that yellow number 13 F production Mazda Miata. That is Stephen Clark, who won F production pretty handily yesterday.
Actually, he did not. Actually,
did
Mark
not.
Carpenter won yesterday.
Oh, that's
Mark
right.
Carpenter beat him after.
That's
the
right.
full course
On the
caution
restart. That's right.
Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit more about that. But Clark did have, coming into today, still the fastest lap time in F production.
Well. Yep.
So if there's one thing that he can take away coming into today's race, he is your provisional pole sitter. Qualifying time that our E-production racers are looking to beat a 2:13.645. Carpenter ran a 2:14.8 during yesterday's race after, again, starting at the back of the pack, not having gone out for qualifying yesterday morning.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we kind of were talking about this yesterday afternoon too. I think that had that full course caution not come out, I don't think Carpenter would have been able to catch Stephen Clark.
Yeah,
Clark
had
he had a little bit of a gap there over, in the ITS leader. Glenn Evans, and
Right.
so that was kind of the bigger thing. And what that did is once he got by there. So
All right, so if we look at our other classes in ITS, Glenn Evans, your fastest driver, with a 2:17.825 in E-Production. Al Pierce in a Mazda RX-7, a 2:21.28 in ITA. Justin Barbary in his Mazda Protege turned in a 2:21.781. And in H-Production, Alex McBain, a 2:30.893. Real quick, Brian, will we make a first call to the grid for our next group? Attention in the paddock, race group 3, big bore racers, GT cars, Touring 1 and Touring 2 cars, super production cars, and all others. GTX, well, I guess GTX is a GT. Race group number 3, please head to the grid. All right, so we've got our racers now on their first flying laps. And the question is, did Mark Carpenter go out for qualifying? No,
he did not.
He did not.
Yeah,
So
like we only got 9 cars
9.
out there. Again, this is the, and we were talking about this morning, right? And we were talking about it, next door too with the, with some of the officials. Look, not everybody's going to go out because they're not going to better their time because the track is damp.
Exactly.
In order to do that, it is a little bit cooler than it was yesterday. But with a damp track, it's just a matter of, hey, let's shake the car down. Let's make sure that we have everything we need to do because, we're not going to better our time from yesterday, right? So
exactly. So we've got Stephen Clark out. We've already seen here his yellow Miata. Alex McBain, who's in the white Honda Fit. He was your H-Production winner yesterday. Brian and I were talking to Alex before we went on air today, and Alex has a welded differential in that car, not even a limited slip, which should make it a great car in the rain as long as he does not lift his foot off the throttle. That when you have a welded diff, you take your foot off the throttle in the wet, and immediately the car will just shift to the left or shift to the right, whichever side has the shorter axle. So he's going to want to keep his foot down there, which is sometimes difficult, Brian, because, like, for example, coming down the roller coaster, where you want to maybe be breathing the throttle or you want to come off the throttle, with that Honda Fit, he's coming down the hill right now. It's the one place you don't want to do that. But look at that, the rear end on that Fit rotating pretty darn nicely there as he brings the car down. Let's watch and see how he does with Hog Pen, because I think this will be
we're starting to dry out there a little bit. You can see that gray line that's a little bit further out, that he's starting to hit. So definitely getting the most. And again, we we did talk to him this morning, and he's actually, they're actually parked right next to me down there in the motorhome lot, and basically was, said, hey, look, I'm sure the other part of the family's got their helmets, so if you don't get it done, they're jumping in. I was going
to say his two sons, Troy and Ryan, they're both racers. They'll be ready to go. Again, Troy won the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series championship last year in that Honda Fit. Late comer to the grid, that is going to be the ITS Integra of Justin Deffenbaugh heading out on track. But some of the other racers that we have out, Grayson Upchurch in his front-wheel drive Neon just going to the top of the leaderboard here. Chris Plucker in his Datsun 280Z out on track. We talked about, of course, Stephen Paul Spencer in his ITA Miata out on track. And we've got also... and Brian, he came to us also as we were coming back over to the broadcast center here at VIR. Grayson Upchurch Jr., that is the father of Grayson Upchurch III. Upchurch III, he is the young boy. He is in the Neon. And then Grayson Upchurch Jr.'s father, who lives in Denver, North Carolina, and does, I think, medical sales. He is out on track in his Acura Integra. So good to see him. Al Heatwall, good to see him out today. Of course, we ended qualifying yesterday with Al in the grass just past the starter stand. Apparently had air intake issues and was looking for a gasket for his throttle body, and the great folks from RP Performance with Brett DePedro able to supply that for him. So he's out on track trying to get things done. I want to welcome to the chat Kenny Nesbitt out of the Washington, D.C. region, longtime F Production racer, first in, I believe, midgets, and then in a Mazda Miata. And I did not know this.
Yeah, Stephen Layfield is driving Ken Nesbitt's old car.
Old car, yeah. I mean, I didn't. Ken had a very distinctive livery, like a purple and pink transitional kind of livery. Originally in his midget, and then it came over, and I'm sure Kenny will correct me if it was a midget or if it was an MGB. I'm fairly certain it was a midget, but I'm sure I'm wrong. But he had the same livery on the Miata, and I didn't notice the Layfield car because it's not in that livery any longer, but it was a beautiful looking car.
Yeah, and Ken had mentioned this yesterday. He was in the chat yesterday too, and I saw it at the very end. I didn't see it in there, so I didn't get to mention it. But yeah, Layfield in Ken Nesbitt's old Miata there. So.
All right, Brian. Well, we've got just about 6 minutes remaining in the session here. Again, these are 15-minute qualifying sessions to start the morning off. We'll have them for each of our SARRC MARRS groups, and then our last group of the morning will be a 65-minute endurance race along with a 45-minute sprint encapsulated in it for our Tarheel Cup racers. Those will be running under the SCCA's Club Race Experience rule set with, for the Enduro, some additional rules. But let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 3, big bore racers, American Sedan, GT1, 2, and 3, GTU, GTX, ITE, ITO, Spec Corvette. I knew I forgot somebody earlier. Spec Corvette, SPO, SPU, T1, T2. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, please head to the grid.
Yeah, again, these times here, nowhere near, what they kind of ran yesterday in the, obviously in the dry. Although the track is starting to dry out quite a bit, wouldn't be surprised if some of our big bore groups, that go out may go out on a slick there.
Oh, and we'll have to pick out who the 68 car is, Brian, when he goes by. Racer X.
Right now, it's nobody.
Right. Well, there we go on the ticker. It's Racer X right there. We don't even know what class he's in. We'll try and get that information from our timing and scoring.
Talk about a latecomer. Mr. Nobody. Ah, there's a movie reference for you. Mr. Nobody. Somebody in the chat's got to know what movie that came from, right? Mr. Nobody?
Even I don't know who.
A couple of movies with the names of Mr. Nobody in there.
Well, it looks like he's gone. So
he has disappeared.
Yeah.
Actually, I got Ron Mutterlin in there.
Oh, actually, yes, Ron. And they didn't. I don't think they spelled his name correctly, but yes,
no, they did not.
Ron is also who he spoke to this morning. Said he said he was watching the stream yesterday. He was sitting around at the house watching the stream. There he is, the black number. There he is, the black number 68. There's Racer X.
Just across the finish line.
Exactly. And so Ron used to race a Datsun 240Z in ITS. He's moved over. He's got a Mazda MX-5 now that he runs, and he's out of Bennettsville. But yeah, he basically said, I was sitting home watching because, I could come out here and race.
I could load this thing up pretty quickly.
And he did. And there he was this morning taking the car through tech. So great to see Ron out, and I think that'll add a lot to the ITS race here today.
And the good thing is that now that he has a time, obviously it's not going to be the time of where they need to be, in terms of starting position. But he doesn't start, he may because of the time frame. Looking at the times, looks like that's where he's going to end up being, the back of the pack anyway. But if he can get a pretty decent lap, that could put him up maybe a spot or two in between. So
actually, as I'm looking right now, Brian, he ran a 230.5. That would put him. Put him at 18th
right now.
18th out of 25.
Yeah.
So and again, first lap out.
Yeah.
It looks like Ben Gloka has decided to bring his Acura Integra out, his F production car. We'll see here. I think maybe coming into our view here momentarily. Yeah, he's coming through South Bend now. I believe that's That's the Gloca machine now going into turn 11. And a couple of racers deciding to call it a session. Al Heatwall has had enough. He's taken his car back. Of course, he may be still having some mechanical issues with that number 48 machine.
And we need to put a little tick mark here on our computers or on our piece of paper is that you were right. It was a midget for Ken
Good.
Nesbitt. Just
Excellent.
happened to look down and see the thing. So Greg gets a little check mark for the day already early this morning.
And want to thank Kenny for the compliment as well. Thank you so much. All right, next car to come down the front straight. We'll see the checkered flag. That is not going to be Grayson Upchurch, as he is already on the pit lane with his Dodge Neon. And I believe the first car to see the checker is going to be Alex McBain in his H Production Honda Fit, the number 75 machine. Notice also, Brian, that car got a livery change over the winter. It had been in, I think, the standard Honda, like a bronze color that those cars.
I think it was just for this. I think they put it just before this race.
Yeah, that's,
So I saw that yesterday. Yeah,
yep.
So I think they did it just before this event. So everybody got together and put that in there.
All right, so let's take a look here. We'll break things down by class. In F production, Stephen Clark, 223.106, your fastest F production car. Grayson Upchurch Jr. in his Integra, a 228.838. Al Heatwall, a 245.47. In ITS, Chris Plucker in his Datsun 280Z, the fastest driver in the class, at a 225 flat, with Ron Mutterlin turning in a 226.516, which would then move him up to 13th in the order.
A couple more spots.
And then Justin Deffenbaugh at a 308 and change. In H Production, McBain, your sole driver to go out, a 236.997. And in ITA, Grayson Upchurch, your sole ITA driver at a 225. We did not have any of our E Production drivers, IT7 drivers go out on track. All right, so let's take well, first off, let's make another call to the grid. We will call our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 3, Big Bore. And the 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid, so please head that way. Big Bore racers, race group 3, this is your final call to the grid. Okay, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from VIR.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And next up, our big bore racers here with a maybe not quite as large a Spec Corvette contingent today after the way yesterday's race ended. Yeah, unfortunately, although it looks like a lot of them heading out. These are the big ground pounders, Brian, heading out. We've got our GT cars, we've got the Spec Corvettes, we've got our larger touring cars, Touring 1 and Touring 2, and got a number of racers here with in-car videos, much like Marino Reyes here in his Spec Corvette. And we can see here from Marino what, again, how the track is starting to dry out in places. There are still obviously a lot of places here where we can see the dark pavement where the track is still a little damp. But this will be good. And I think we've got also onboard video from James Candelaria as well as we switch over to him. Still with the crack in the windshield. James was a part of that, or he wasn't part of the big bang yesterday, or the big one that ended yesterday's race, but he was somewhat involved and had some damaged suspension work that his team worked on last night to get this car back out on track, as he's trying to find a good gap in traffic here. And I think that's actually Reyes that he was right beside there, his teammate, as he comes through Oak Tree and is going to get set up on the back straight.
Yeah, again, looking at some of these and watching them come down pit road, to get ready to go out on track, some of the cars that were involved in that incident, they changed some body work
Yeah, they had to.
Well, yeah, I mean they had to change somebody, but look, they're back out here running, which is good. We'll see. Hopefully, it's able to get corrected what they had to fix, because unfortunately there were some damaged race cars yesterday afternoon.
All right, real quick, Brian, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll talk about fast lap times from yesterday. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Race Group 4, Spec Racer 4, Gen 3, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Race Group 4, Spec Racer 4, Gen 3, and SMX racers, please head to the grid. All right, so if we look, Brian, at qualifying times from yesterday, and remember, the grids for this afternoon's races, our SARRC MARRS races, the starting grid will be based on the fastest lap times from yesterday's qualifying or today's qualifying, or the fastest lap time from yesterday's race, whichever one comes first. Or comes first. Whichever one's faster. Yeah, whichever one was faster is what I meant to say. Again, we don't think that we're going to see a grid set based on times from today's qualifying session. The track is just too damp at this point. But our fastest driver on track yesterday, easy car to pick out. He's the white Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. That's Clayton Ely. Ran a 158.197. With Ron Ferris in his GT1 Corvette, a 158.289. In GTA, Chip Bozeman was the fastest of our GTA racers, ran a 2-minute .590. And let's take a look. In GT2, Glenn Kirchen in a Z06 Corvette ran a 202. We had John Barlow, I think, in his GT3U Datsun as well.
Well, you had John Ross in that STO running at 201.120. So that was kind of at the end of the session yesterday.
Yeah, indeed
right?
It was
kind of right before unfortunately the incident we had just on the other side of turn 5. That Camaro really picked up pace towards the end of that session.
Yeah, indeed it did. All right, and in Spec Corvette, the fastest of our Spec Corvettes, I think we were just on board with him, Marino Reyes turned in a 201.804. So he's your provisional pole sitter in Spec Corvette. That's important because this group, we do what is known as a split start, where the GT and SP cars will, and also the Touring 1 and Touring 2 cars will start in one pack, and then all the Spec Corvettes will start together. They'll be behind a second pace car. They won't be intermixed to start this race off. All right, so we've got early times coming in. James Davidson in the 157 machine goes to the top of the leaderboard at a 208.834. And you know what? Actually, I think that might have been when we were looking at I want to double check here, because I think that might have been Davidson was sharing a car with I think Spencer Conrad, and I think that might be Conrad in the car. It's listed as James Davidson, but I think it's actually Spencer Conrad in the 150. It's actually marked as the 57 car today, or at least that was the plan coming into the weekend.
Yeah.
Don't know if that is still the case, but it was my understanding that 57 car got beat up pretty badly in the wreck that ended yesterday's race.
Yeah, there were numerous cars that got unfortunately beat up during that session there towards the end. With the blown motor and the oil kind of come out, which you talked about with James Camilleri, right?
Right.
Kind of one of the first ones to get to that part of it.
He said he entered that area through coming out of Snake at about 40 miles an hour. Could not get the car to turn, couldn't get it to stop, couldn't get it to do anything here. And then and luckily, I mean, he got out. He had that contact with who was it with? It was with Kopitov
Yeah.
in the 172 car, and he managed to get through. And then after that, basically there was just a whole slew of damage. We had 3 or 4 cars.
Yeah,
all
there
come
was just
together
nowhere
there.
to go. I mean, it was almost 100% blockage there. And when you're running into oil like that, you can't really slow down. It's like today, if you go off into the grass, unfortunately, you're not going to slow down. You're going to pick up speed until it completely dries out, which may be Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly.
With as much rain as we had.
All right, so Brian, we did have a car very much off the pace, and I think it was Bill Foster in the blue 76 car. Here is he just currently your 11th fastest driver. He's running almost a full minute off
right.
of James Davidson. Yeah, there he is right there. And I mean, this may be a question of, not having experience with that car in the rain and not wanting to, have the rear end step out. But right now he's actually running about 50 seconds off of the pace of the front running cars, and a bit of a hazard. We're also getting word. Well, the word is the 57 car.
Maybe having some smoke coming out of it.
with quite a bit of smoke coming out of the back. And I think that was, as we were saying, that was the car that being shared between Spencer Conrad and James Davidson. Davidson was behind the wheel yesterday. So the corner workers are going to be looking at that car, and we'll see what the condition is.
You can definitely see here the sun, again, the sun coming out now, right? So this track is really going to dry out. Kind of looking over the weather. I don't see any rain until later on tonight, right? We'll all be done after that. So I think we could end up with the racing here coming out as, that 57 now goes by the start-finish line now. So people looking at it, not seeing any. I didn't see any smoke when he came by the window, so we'll see. I'm sure he's down into turn 1 right now, down into the horseshoe. There he is right there. So car seems to be doing okay, and I think that may have just been, again, it looks like they replaced some of the body panels, so it could be that a body panel may be a little loose there coming out, because he just ran 2:03.684, which is his fastest, and then Clayton Ely in that Porsche just went 2:01.8. So time's starting to come down. The track's starting to get dry. Here you go. Here's Maria Reyes. Oh, loses the nose. Oh,
wow.
Okay. Really losing the nose there, trying to get out there, and I believe that's Candelaria in front of him right there. So again, trying to get the max that he can out of it. And it is still pretty slick out there in some spots, because he's definitely losing the nose. Coming exit off the corner. So,
and so Reyes and Candelaria in this session running 4th and 5th at 2:08.860 for Reyes, Candelaria 2:10.7. Brian, real quick, is we've got only about 4.5 minutes left in this session. Let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Racer Ford and SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and SMX racers, please head to the grid.
Good to say we got your old beta. Old beta.
I was going to say, we're going to have to get the cameraman over there to break out that squeegee and wipe the windshield of our of his camera there for a few minutes. Yeah, I have to apologize there, everybody. With
well, it's the running joke, is if you can guess which cameras are the older ones, then you win a prize. Although I'm not sure what prize you win, other than you're really good at being able to determine.
We'll give you the camera. Actually, we'll
give you that at the end of the year.
I'm not going to say we'll pay you to take it off our hands, but all right, let's jump back on board with Reyes. This is what you can see there. This is the 86 Corvette, and we've got the 25 Corvette just ahead.
Spencer, if we can, if Candelaria's camera's still running, which I believe it is, let's go to look at his. I want to look at his hands compared to Reyes' hands, because Reyes, and I don't know if Reyes is just trying to move around into different spots to get better grip, but his hands seem to be a lot busier in that car.
They are, but it was also a question. He was about 0.2 faster that last time by. So both Candelaria and Reyes improved, and Reyes has a bit of a benefit of a bit of a draft off of the back of the Candelaria car as well. But Reyes 4th fastest, Candelaria 5th fastest, separated by almost exactly 0.2 seconds.
Right.
I think the difference is here. No, unfortunately, we can't. Well, I guess you can see Candelaria's hands there,
Yeah,
up in the upper right hand.
corner.
The camera up in the upper right hand corner.
Yeah, just the nose of that car seemed to be more settled down than Reyes's car, and you look at it. Yes, Reyes was a little bit faster that lap, but again, the aero and the air should. That turbulence, because he's a little bit further back now, it could be because he just dropped off the pace a little bit just to pull away and then back off. But the turbulence in that air should not make that car, that front end, that loose.
No.
From that. So
No. I would say it'll help it in a straight line again with the draft, but
Yeah.
it should not be making the front end any more loose. As looks like we had the is that the 170 of AP Miranda coming down the pit lane, and AP pretty good head of steam on the pit lane here. And I think he's going to be rejoining the fray after having his team take a look and maybe trying to get one more lap in. Just an outlap, as there's only about a minute and a half remaining on the clock. There's the Miranda car is the black car, be the second car in this line coming out of turn 2 towards the NASCAR bend.
I'm going to look to see what Clayton.
Oh, and we've got a car off over at turn 3.
Oh.
And right into the tire wall. Let's try and get the number. We'll see if we can get the number on that car momentarily. But likely, and that brings out, as we expected, brought out the checkered flag.
Yeah.
They have that happen. No sense in delaying things here. So we have a slightly early checker. We'll get the car number on that in just a moment.
I'm hearing the 57.
You think?
I'm hearing the 57 there, so
quite possible. All right.
Yeah, that's right around that time frame he was going through there.
Yeah. So Clayton Neely, your fastest driver on track in his GTX Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport.
And that's the fastest time of the weekend for that car right now. So
at a 157 and change. Wow.
He went 159s yesterday.
Yeah.
Towards the end.
Yeah, he ran a 58.1.
Yeah.
Or actually a 58.2, a 58.197 to end
so
the day. So yeah, picking up a lot of time on a damp track. That is great. So Clayton Neely, he was already your provisional pole sitter for the GT section.
Sure. Yeah.
Glenn Kirchen, our fastest GT2 car, at 204.854. And Bill Foster, again, in the T1 Corvette, a bit off the pace today at 256.912. He only ran 2 laps, so he might be having some mechanical issues with that car. In Spec Corvette, and again, we think that was possibly Spencer Conrad behind the wheel, not James Davidson, as it shows on our timing and scoring. But regardless, that car, the 57 or the 157, with a 202.181 is a fast lap time. James Candelaria on his last lap, Brian, runs a bit faster than Marino Reyes, but both Candelaria and Reyes leapfrog, at least in the session.
Right.
Ken Kozlowski. Candelaria runs a 206.24, Reyes a 208.735, Kozlowski a 210.367, and then AP Miranda a 212.4. That's your top 5 in Spec Corvette. All right, so as we see Candelaria taking to the pit lane after his cool-down lap, we've got at least one car which we're going to have to go pick up here. Next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford and SMX. Let's make a final call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX Racers, this is your final call to the grid. And so we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR. It's the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Next on track, it's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Brian, and maybe a single SMX car. We'll see if Patrick McGovern brings his car onto the track.
Did not see him go out.
All right. So, interesting thing here, Brian. We're talking about how things changed for so many racers yesterday. This group, however, during their I think during their race yesterday, on like lap 2, it had started to drizzle, and actually we got some pretty hard rain for what, five
for
minutes?
about 5 minutes, yeah.
And half the field, because they were all on dry weather tires, they came down the pit lane, said, "I'm done," and decided not worth even racing. Correct. So now these drivers, they have to go out again and
try to better their time from, at some point from yesterday.
Exactly.
I still don't see that. Again,
nah.
And most of this track is dried out, right? Especially in the race line here, we've kind of dried out, especially for the first 3 groups that have gone out. This is Group 4. By the time we get back to our Tarheel Enduro and Sprint race in between, a lot of these cars are involved in that.
Right, exactly.
So they're using this
as a good,
somewhat as a test session, but more of a try to qualify for later.
Exactly, and a bit of reconnaissance there.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, Brian. We'll talk a little bit about fast lap times from yesterday, but first let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, B-Spec and SSM racers. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, B-Spec and SSM. This is your first call to the grid. All right, so, and it sounds like we already have a car that's exited the track surface here, Brian, but our fastest Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 car yesterday, whether it be during the race or whether it be from yesterday morning's qualifying session, Rob Clifton out of Evans, Georgia, who ran a 2:06.086, almost 0.8 of a second clear of the rest of the Spec Racer Ford field, with Thomas Weir and Justin Weir second and third fastest in a 2:06.86 and a 2:07.24. Arvid Albanese, your 4th fastest driver, Liam Kerper, your 5th fastest driver, and only a single SMX racer yesterday. That was Patrick McGovern out of Richmond, Kentucky, in a Rossini Racing Engines Mazda, ran a 2:17.407.
Yeah, I mean, we had a really good race. Like you just mentioned. Unfortunately, it started raining. Right at the very beginning of the race, and a lot of the drivers thought better of it. Came down the pit road, went back into the paddock, like, hey, I'm done. But between Liam Kerper and Clifton, look, really good race as it turned out to be, because the rain stopped. Mm-hmm. The track kind of dried out, and those two went pretty much head to head right there. And then at the point where they really started to go nose to tail all the way through, they ended up coming up on lap traffic because of the rain, where people had backed off so much. So they really had to maneuver around this entire 3.27 mile racetrack to get as much as they could.
All right, sounds trying to get a report. We have one corner station reporting another car off track, and get some more information. We'll let you know here.
Looks like I'm getting, it's David Lanning, kind of at turn 11. One of them spun, but I think he may have continued, I believe.
Yeah, we think that was coming out of South Bend, going into a turn 11 just before Oak Tree.
Hearing the 51 may have had a possible 51 maybe dragging something. So that's Liam Kerper, maybe dragging something, getting that call from turn 3. So,
and we just got word that David Lanning, it was over by between turn 11 and Oak Tree, and he has now continued.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, calls starting to come in across the board here. Also getting another call here on the 67 of William Shields. There as well, so between 6 and 7.
And and it sounds like the 38 of Richard Miller having some issues over in the same general area. as well. And we talked this again. This is where that Spec Corvette incident was yesterday, where they come out of turn 5, and you try to straighten the wheel up and almost straight line it. The problem is if you attack that little section, the section that's called Snake, here in the wet like you do in the dry, and you try and straighten things up, you go over the curbing, some of which is painted, and the back end of the car doesn't agree with your decision, and it's easy to have the rear end of the car walk around on you.
Just saw the 51 go by here just now, coming across your screen right there. I didn't see anything when he went by the window here. I didn't see anything dragging.
Okay.
So it could be, no, I'm hearing now, it could be the splitter. I didn't see it, but it could be the front end to just be dragging. And look, they may have made a change where they lowered the front end a little bit, just a little bit, and it's just scraping. And that's what they hear. I can tell you that, as we're hearing the calls come through a headset, the guy sitting to my right in the other room, he's going to end up with writer's cramp by the time this group is over. Because he's already halfway down the page.
In race control and logging that, he's on the other side of the glass from us. We have the when we don't hear it come over the radio, we can actually look right over his shoulder and see what he logs.
Pretty much of a log jam right here, trying to get through Snake.
Yeah. Speaking of logging, there's
that was,
Arvid Albanese is the second car in the line there. Let's see who else.
One of them, Sean DeCold.
DeCold is in that group. Yeah. Look, much like in Spec Miata and Spec Racer Ford, much like during a race, you want to use the draft, especially here on the long straights, in order to take speed. And so the second and third cars in that line, certainly with an advantage once they come out of Oak Tree and once they come onto this very long back straight onto Madison Avenue. The question then becomes whether those trailing cars can actually get the thing woed down at the top of the roller coaster up at turn 14.
Yeah.
But you can see here how much ground they pick up using the draft just coming out of Oak Tree. The second car in line there picked up about a car length and a half before they get the 14. Actually starts to take that look to the inside because he had such a head of steam on him. He has to make that decision. Do I hold station or do I get back in line? Obviously, since this is a qualifying session, you don't necessarily want to go through that corner side by side with another racer.
Yeah, again, another product of here we are trying to, get obviously the best lap you can. You're trying to improve either between yesterday's qualifying, yesterday's race, and this morning taking your best time. That's gonna seed you for the 10-lap race you're gonna do later on this afternoon. It's not very wise to go and try to race somebody too wide somewhere. I know that again, when the driver's helmet goes on, it becomes, well, I got to get as much as I can get, and in some cases that's okay because you feel like you are faster, but in some cases it may not be. So you need to kind of got to sit back and think about what you want to do and be a little bit patient.
Tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 5, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, B-Spec, and SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, this is your second call to the grid.
Yeah, as we go through this morning session, you really see how much it's dried out now, Greg.
Yeah.
I think when we get to, like I said, unfortunately, our first two groups really were probably out on some, on the wets. But I think as we got to the last group of 3, and then now here in our SRF, class here, they're kind of on the dry. I think there is still some wet spots here that you got to be careful, especially if you're going to try to go too wide.
That's what I was just going to say, Brian. As we saw the two drivers coming out of South Bend heading up the hill towards 11 side by side. Yes, we've got a dry line, which is great for qualifying. But if you are going to step out and attempt to pass going into a corner, there is still definitely very wet portions of track. And it is definitely going to be problematic. And we'll see here as one of the cars drops to the inside going up into 14. Getting a fast lap time might not be so difficult now. But under race conditions, making passes is going to be exceedingly difficult.
Yeah.
All right, just had was that the number 80 car, Philip Ackley?
17-year-old Philip Ackley.
You said 17 and not 70, right?
Yep. 17-year-old Philip Ackley.
Phil, one of our elder statesmen in Spec Racer Ford.
The most experienced, not the
yes.
elder. He's the most experienced.
That's exactly Phil. But I'll tell you, Phil is a young man at heart, without a doubt. He is one of the most interesting people to talk to, and he is one of the most upbeat people I have ever met.
So funny
Always.
story about Phil. So Phil was my instructor at driver school.
Okay.
I was in my legend car. I did that in the legend car, which the power to rate ratio, those cars are all over the place.
Right.
Phil was trying to give me some advice about how to get through a turn. I said, well, Phil, how would you do it? And he said, I wouldn't. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, I'm not doing it in that car. he goes, I have a problem. At that time, he was in his baby Grand.
Right, he used to race a baby Grand.
I have a problem in my baby Grand. I'm not going to tell you how to get through that turn better in your legend car because I see how bad that is.
Hey, the guy's a wealth of knowledge. He drives now has a street car, a C8.
Yep.
Vet has raced an Audi R8 before. He's got some beautiful equipment, and he's been racing, I think, almost as long as I've been alive, maybe longer. He's got a just boatloads and boatloads of experience and history, and like I said, he's got the best attitude of anybody I've ever met at a racetrack. All right, as we've got now just a little bit under 2.5 minutes remaining. Arvid Albanese, your fastest driver on track, just reset fast lap, and Brian, as I'm looking up and down the timing here, most racers are, as you would expect, improving lap upon lap.
Right.
Albanese with a 2:08.431, and it's only 2.5 seconds over 3+ miles off of what Rob Clifton's provisional pole is. The 2:08.4 that Albanese is running right now would be good for 10th. If yesterday didn't, I guess yesterday didn't exist. So we're definitely getting closer. We'll see here in the next group, in Group 5. It'll be interesting for me to see what the front wheel drive cars do, because I think they're going to be very, very close to their fastest laps from yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, checkered flag is in the air, Brian. And all flying laps will count. And on the last lap, at least for the moment, your fastest racer, no longer Arvid Albanese. It's Sean DeCold, who knocks about 45 hundredths of a second off of Albanese's times, gets down to a 2:07.97. So that's about a 2:08 flat, and that would have been good for 5th, or probably for 6th yesterday.
Yeah.
So again, drivers are getting closer here as the remainder of our drivers come across the line. So it was DeCold, our fastest driver on track, then Albanese, separated out by 45 hundredths of a second. Liam Kerper in the number 51 machine, only 82 1,000ths back from Arvid Albanese. 3rd fastest. Don Privet, 4th fastest. Ryan Stark, 5th fastest. And we had 14 drivers head out for qualifying in this session. All right, we've got one more qualifying before it is time to go racing, Brian. So let's take a quick break. Before that, I'm going to make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take that break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 5. And did I say one more race?
Yeah, we have
one
two
more
more.
we have
I
two
was
more
going to wait till
qualifying
you were
sessions.
done.
Thank you, Brian. 2 more qualifying sessions before lunch. But race group 5, you should be heading to the grid. This is your final call. STL, STU, SSM, and B-Spec, please head to the grid. All right, now we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to learn how to read very quickly. Brian's going to sign me up for Duolingo or something. And we'll be back in just a few moments here from Virginia International Raceway. You're watching the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. We'll be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec race support specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. And now that Brian has taught me how to read, and he's also told me what the schedule is. We've got qualifying for STL.
Maybe we should put it up so you can see it.
Yeah, no kidding. And
Even though you wrote it.
And you know what? I just realized I don't even have STU listed on here down at the bottom. I ought to go put that in as well. But it is Super Touring Light.
There is no STU in this group.
Oh yeah, you're right.
STU's in Group 3. So
Group 3. Hey, I was actually right.
Yeah.
I was actually right. Well, no, STL is, or STU is supposed to be in this group.
No, STU is in Group 3.
They're also listed in Group 5.
I don't see it here on my sheet.
No,
so.
mine has it.
Greg's got it. They made all kinds of changes to the schedule and didn't give it to
Oh
everybody.
my God, they don't tell me anything around here. All right. Meanwhile, it's STL, SSM, and B Spec. Three classes. That's it. All right, and that's it. All right, so the drivers are out for their qualifying right now. Let's do this, Brian, because I not only botched this, but botched the schedule so much. Let's take a look at today's schedule. All right, here we go. We are now with Group 5. We have this and one more qualifying session this morning, and then we will go to our Tarheel Enduro and Sprint race to round out the morning. All right, so this qualifying, one more qualifying, and then a race. And then we go to lunch, and then we have 6 races. That now I am sure of. All right, let's go back to live action.
Let's go back to Rob's car. Let's see.
Yeah, go on board with Rob Wilmoth, our B-Spec Honda Fit driver. Had some electrical. He'd gone off yesterday. We got word and had electrical issues with. It's so interesting the things in modern day cars, Brian, that can get affected by this. This Honda Fit, much like a lot of the newer cars, they don't use hydraulic power steering systems. They use electric power steering motors instead of having pumps to drive hydraulic fluid through hoses. And when his car went off track, had a whole bunch of electrical issues. The power steering went out, which made the car pretty much undrivable. And of course, when the electrical started glitching, it also shut down his camera.
Yeah.
So we didn't get to see any of the fun.
Right.
We didn't get to see him try to wrench that thing around the course.
I actually heard he's got a birthday coming up too.
That
in
is
a couple
right.
of weeks. So he's going to be 16, is what I heard. I said that when you're drinking your wine.
And Rob's a great guy. I think he
absolutely.
works for Red Hat. I'll tell you, when I was looking for a change in positions and jobs, he was very helpful in the job search. I want to thank. He's just a very giving guy, and works so hard. Both he and his significant other work very hard for the Racing for ALS charity that, of course, does so much for people suffering from Lou Gehrig's disease. But Rob was, I think, instrumental in working with Racing for ALS when the hurricanes came through Western North Carolina last fall. Racing for ALS is based down here in the South and in North Carolina, and the Racing for ALS team loaded up their race trailers to bring provisions out towards the Western Mountains of North Carolina to help those in need, and really very thoughtful and very giving, not only organization but Rob as a person as well. So I figure we'll give him that shout out, and that should give me at least a little bit more cool points with him. All right, we've got on track, as we mentioned, in SSM. The fastest driver of the day in SSM yesterday was Robert. Actually, not Robert McManus. Was see, we did have actually, Brian, we had an STU driver in this group yesterday. We had Mark Bradley in STU, and we had Henry Long out in STU. So we'll see. I think they're actually going to be in this group. I might have to fix that lower third yet. In SSM though, Jordan Fuhrman, who took the win on the last lap yesterday for I think it's not his first MARRS win, but certainly his first win at VIR. And given that it's the first time he's ever raced here at VIR, great finish. But he also set the fast lap for the class. So he's your provisional pole sitter in SSM coming into today. Turned in a 2:21.913. Jamison Huffman, who was yesterday's pole sitter, second fastest at a 2:21.927. Arif Kazim at a 2:21.929. So only 0.02 of a second separating Huffman and Kazim in the battle for who would end up on the front row today. In STL, Robert McManus, who was yesterday's race winner in his Steve Eckrich assembled and designed Mazda RX-8, a 211,683. Chuck Hines at a 211,972 in his Mazda Miata. In STU, Mark Bradley in his BMW 325 IS. He was the fastest driver in the class. He turned in a 212,473, while Henry Long was at a 236 flat. And so that is the 4 different classes in Group 5 here. Let me do this, Brian. Let me quickly make a call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 6, open wheel, prototypes, and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, open wheel, prototypes, and sports racers. Please head to the grid.
Yeah, I talked to Jordan Sherman yesterday, and I asked him, I said, so, because he said to me, he goes, well, that puts me on the pole for tomorrow. And I said, well, you still got a qualifying tomorrow. And he goes, well, if it's damp, if it's wet, not really anybody's going to go out, and they're not going to be able to best their time. So technically, that would put me on the pole. He goes, and if we do go out and it's dry, he goes, I'm not going to help anybody because I don't want to better their time. So kind of funny moment there, walking back up to the motorhome last night after we were done. He was really excited. So it looks like now we have STU at the bottom of the screen. So I don't know how we ended up with 2 different printed sheets. I don't understand that. That makes no sense.
I don't even want to. Now, Brian, I have an excuse for all of my confusion.
I could say we have 2 different prints, 2 different sheets.
More importantly, it's not my fault.
Right.
All right. As we go back on board with Rob Wilmoth, let's see where Rob is in the whole scheme of things. Right now, Rob is running 4th fastest in the session. Fast lap time 2:43.93,
and kind of doing it by himself, right? There's really nobody around him. I think he had didn't get out when the rest of the group kind of went out where he was. So, I know Alex Radcliffe in the 103, and then you have the 08 of Ryan Moran. They're kind of trying to work together,
right?
Back and forth. I know Alex had some problems yesterday with that car, kind of off and on all day yesterday. Ended up having to go and take a hardship lap at some point. So not really,
And I'll tell you, it's a shame. If this was a damp racetrack, my money in B-Spec absolutely will be on Alex Radcliffe.
Well, I agree with you.
I've watched him race front-wheel drive cars in the wet now for over 25 years. Starting the first time I saw it was actually in a 4th gen, a 1985 Honda Civic, and what he can do with car. Of course, he's from the UK, so he's used to it being wet every day at every race course that he's ever gone to. But whether they be Civics or Acura Integras, which he used to race for quite some time as well. But this is interesting now, watching. Again, not with the best track conditions, but watching both Ratcliffe and Moran work that draft all the way up through the S's. Something that we had not seen, for years in these classes that rely on the draft. We would see, cars hook up as, going into a corner, coming out of a corner, but usually, separating out just a little bit under braking, going in the corners. And then I'd say, around 3-4 years ago, we saw Danny Stain and Chuck McTudis from OPM in their Spec Miatas work their way first year around VIR, locked nose to tail over the course of the entire racetrack, and then do it almost everywhere else too. And then everybody else realized, this is something that we can aspire to and do, and we could actually pick up a couple tenths on track in qualifying. And when they did it, I saw them do it for the first time the qualifying week of the runoffs here back in 2022. And McTudis put the car on the pole. He and Stain working together.
Right.
I mean, it was on by like 0.3 of a second. It was really such a great qualifying run.
Yeah.
And now we see that come into B-Spec.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, it's another group that we've been talking about. You and I really for the last year and a half. No matter where we go, is you got that in Spec Miata. You also got it here in the regional group here with SSM, and now you've got B-Spec. You got Formula V's where you have to have individuals with you, right?
Yeah.
2-3 cars are going to be faster than obviously one car, or they're going to be faster than maybe 4 if you start maneuvering around.
Yeah,
So
and that's why it's so interesting to see some of these cars to be in the same neighborhood, basically, but still separated out and not working together. Real quick, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Race group number 6, open wheel, prototypes, and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Open wheel, prototypes, and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
So, Greg, we were talking about SSM. We were talking about Jordan Fuhrman. He set that time yesterday, I think 2:21.913, saying he's on the provisional pole. Well, I can tell you that is no longer.
Really?
So Colin Murchison now would be your pole sitter at 2:21 flat.
Wow.
With a 5, and then Chasm would be 2:21 flat with an 8. Right? And then you got to go back a little bit faster. Now, Fuhrman and Huffman are working together as well.
Okay.
Fuhrman did go faster than his 2:21.8. But so did Jamison Huffman. So right now, it looks like Fuhrman's going to end up starting 4th if this sticks together. Now, again, he said he wasn't really going to go out and help with anybody, and you can see now he's dropped off because there goes Chasm and Murchison just went on your screen. Here comes Jamison Huffman coming in. So there's Bob Mueller Jr. So now there's Chasm and Murchison. Your next car is going to be Jamison Huffman will top it, and Fuhrman backed off of him.
Right.
Not really probably knowing the time. I don't think Jordan knows. He probably should have stuck with Jamison at least one more lap.
Exactly.
Because you've got Murchison and Chasm up there. They're already going to be on the top of the pole.
Yeah, and
right?
so Murchison is in the black number 58, and then Chasm is in the red. Is it the 24? Probably the 98 machine, the red 98 machine, and Murchison, who he's a rookie. He's
never braced
came
here
out
either.
of driver school. He just and he's also 14.
Yeah.
So he can't even drive away from the facility legally.
No fear in these younger kids.
No, not at all.
He, again, 14 years old. Phil Ackley's 2 years older than he is.
2 years.
So, that's
with a lot less hair, though. Hey, want to thank Pit Road Network for joining us here this weekend, and he says thanks for having this live. Our pleasure. We love bringing you Sports Car Club of America road racing here from Virginia International Raceway. And with just about a little bit less than a minute and a half remaining on the clock, as we're watching Murchison and Chasm come through the S's right now, this is likely going to be their very last lap. They might get one more. We just saw the 2 B-Spec minis of Moran and Ratcliffe cross the start-finish line. They are definitely going to be working their last lap. Moran, your fastest driver on track at a 2:29.736. That is still about 4 seconds off the provisional pole set by Adam Benaway. We didn't even talk about the times from B-Spec. Fastest lap time coming into the session was Adam Benaway, yesterday's race winner, at a 2:25.447, with Blair Deffenbach at 2:25.782. So the B-Spec field, I thought maybe we'd see a new pole sitter coming out of this group here in B-Spec. Not the case. As let's see here, checkered flag now being displayed. And also our final group, Brian, let me make the call to the grid because our next group has just been given the 5-minute warning. Attention in the paddock, Final call to the grid for race group 6. Open wheel, prototypes, and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick, actually, let's finish up here in, we did not have any of those STU cars go out, Brian, so I didn't even have to change the bottom of the screen there. As we mentioned, Colin Murchison should be your pole sitter for this afternoon's race in SSM. 38 of a second clear of Arif Chasm, who should join him on the front row, with Jamison Huffman, yesterday's pole sitter, 3rd fastest, Jordan Fuhrman, 4th fastest. Those 2 racers are going to move to row number 2. And then finally in STL, Robert McManus at a 2:14.7, or probably a 2:14 flat, was about 3 seconds off of his best lap time from yesterday. Bob Mueller Jr., second fastest driver here today. And yesterday, Mueller ran a 2:18.9.
Yeah.
Today, he was in the 2:21s. Neil Goldner was your third fastest driver, so it doesn't look like any real changes in STL. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our last qualifying session of the weekend. We'll be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody. It is the very last qualifying session of the morning and of the event. It's our open wheel prototypes and sports racers here at the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. And wanted to thank, we just had a special guest here up in the announce booth, Brian. Phil Ackley came up to join us.
We did. 16-year-old Phil Ackley decided to make the trip up the stairs, and he was kind of going over his session right there a little bit. And again, Phil, we talked about Phil, drove baby grands for years and years and years, and other cars, and the plethora of other automobiles that he has personally, and so has another wealth of knowledge. So again, still learning these SRX, learning.
And as he is he's transitioning from a Spec Racer Ford chassis that he had when he jumped into Spec Racer Ford. About a year and a half ago, somewhere along those lines, 2 years ago. He's in a car that's new to him now, and he said he's trying to get it to handle as well as the car that he was in previously. But when he comes up here, Brian, again, and I said it before, there's like a sparkle in his eyes, and he's joyful, and you can tell how much he enjoys what he's doing. Yeah. He may not be getting the results he wants on track, but it's the journey that I think that that really brings him enjoyment. And speaking about journey, Brian, as we're watching our open wheel prototypes and sports racers,
Steve Perry's here.
Yes, as a matter of fact, or Arnell Pineda, I think is his replacement. Yeah. I would say their journey to complete their final their out lap here and start the clock. We've got, I think, actually a good portion of the field has come out on track. Will Franklin, the first driver to take the green flag in his FE2 with Carl Lennox Barbrew in the Formula Atlantic very close behind. And if we take a look at how we come into this qualifying session, Carl Lennox Barbrew in his Swift DB4, fastest driver on track. He was your Formula Atlantic and overall pole sitter, 155.1. Will Franklin was the fastest of the FE2 drivers, 155.23, the times that they're looking to beat. In Formula Continental, Justin Smith out of Central Carolina region, a 159.201. And let's see, what other classes am I looking for? Frank Clark, who I don't believe is taking his car out on track for this session. Clark with a 206.840 in Prototype 2. Gray Rohelia in his Radical SR1 turned in a 209.154. All right, real quick, let me. And also Mark Walthu in his Club Ford Crossley turned in a 217.613. Real quick, Brian, let me make a first call to the grid for. I'm going to get this right this time. Our first race.
Yes.
Of the day. I almost said first race. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7, Tarheel Sprint and Endurance Racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 7, please head to the grid.
Yeah, that'll be the first race of the day. But, Greg, one of the things I've noticed here, and I've been watching this, and, got some notifications coming out. Look, remember, we do have a speed limit on pit road.
Okay.
Right? Let's make sure that we're all adhering to that, because there are individuals working down there. Also, when you're on pit, there's no changing lanes. There's no reason to change lanes when you come out of the grid. So let's make sure we're respective of that. Again, we have individuals down there working on pit lane to make sure everybody does it. So let's just make sure that we're not doing that.
All right. I left off, Brian. One class I left out by mistake, and I apologize. Formula Vee. In the Formula Fs, Formula Vs, and Formula 600s, actually I left off set Formula 600 as well. Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600, this event is known as what is a bonus majors because they were those three classes were not included in the Hoosier Super Tour here at Virginia International Raceway. This event for those three classes is actually part of the 2025 U.S. Majors Tour, and the drivers in those three classes are able to use this as a qualifier for the national championship runoffs later this year at Road America. Fastest driver in Formula V yesterday was Donnie Isley in his agitator with a 221.539. Donnie has not gone out for qualifying, but Anthony Henderson in his Vortec has. And yesterday, Henderson ran a 2:21.81, and he's got about 40 seconds. He's got to knock off the pace here. But again, out lap, trying to figure the course out.
And again, by himself too, right?
Exactly.
So he doesn't have Donnie to help him.
Whereas yesterday, he and Donnie were locked in the draft for an entire race. Harrison Southworth, our sole Formula 600 or Formula 6 racer, in his Invader, turned in a 2:18.574.
And he is actually on pit road right
Yeah, he's
now.
actually coming down the pit lane right now. I think he was just a little late to join. No, actually,
he's
he
got to
joined.
complete a lap, but
Yeah.
I think he's going to make that turn.
Yeah, going to head back to
Come
the
back
paddock.
in. We'll have to see if
Just
he
do a little reconnaissance lap, make sure the
Sure.
car is working, and then he'll have it ready for this afternoon.
make sure the track's dry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
And he's closer to the track surface, I think, than
well, I was
anybody
going
else.
to say,
in that car.
that's a T-shirt, right?
Right.
If you're a Formula 600 driver, and I used to have this because I used to drive, the lower cars. It's on the front of your shirts is, what is an adrenaline rush, right? And then you flip over the back, going 100 miles an hour with your butt 6 inches off the ground, right? That's what these Formula 600, I just threw up a nice marketing idea for these guys if they haven't done it already. So, and I'm not looking for
right.
anything out
Well-
of that, right?
well,
maybe that's a 2% royalty for every shirt.
Yeah, but remember, we talked about this yesterday. Southworth, the reason why he races is because it's the only thing that pumps enough adrenaline
Right.
compared to his day job. Because
Right.
his day job, well, I don't know if it's his day job, given that it's
He has done it, though.
He flies with the Virginia Air National Guard. He flies F-22 Raptors.
Right.
So, the fact that he considers driving a Formula 6 machine to be similar to flying an F-22, hey, whatever he chooses.
So he's probably sitting there eating a Nutty Buddy chocolate bar in the car when he's driving down here.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say smoking a cigarette. Now it's probably vaping or something. I don't know. And then I was going to say we could go into stories of racers that carried smokes along with them. But anyway, so Harrison Southworth taking his car back to the paddock. And my guess is that his F-22 Raptor is not sitting at the Danville airport right now waiting for him.
Could be. Don't know. Doubt it, but could be.
And as opposed as we're talking to Phil Ackley, and, of course we're kind of dancing around Phil's age. Harrison lists his age is old enough to party.
Party.
might need to introduce him to Alex Farragut, I think. Yeah.
Party.
Yeah. All right, as we are now got about 6 minutes remaining here in this race, and Carl-Lennox Barbrew, again, your fastest driver on track in his Formula Atlantic Swift with a 1:56.751, and Brian, he's only like 1.6 seconds off of his fastest lap from yesterday.
Yeah.
In FE2, Will Franklin at a 1:56.950. And so he's about 1.7 seconds off. And in Formula Continental, Justin Smith turns in a 2:08.832, and he's about 1.6 seconds off of his lap times from yesterday.
Yeah. Anthony Henderson in that 17 in that Formula V, his session here is done.
Yeah,
he's made
he's
that turn
taking
back
his car
over.
back to the paddock. And
Not,
so
not,
he
not
finishes
having any fun when he's out there by himself.
No, and he turns in a fast lap in the session. Well, he only completed 2 laps, and the second lap was coming down the pit lane. So same story, just kind of an installation lap, and then pitting in. Henderson at 2:48.27, which is about 45 or probably about 25 seconds off of his fastest lap from yesterday. So again, just making sure the equipment's ready to go for this afternoon's races. We watch now. That was, I think, Eric Cruz coming up in his Formula Enterprise 2 Van Diemen. He's out of Williamsburg, turning in on his prior lap a 2:11.783. We'll see how he does this time around. Yesterday, his fastest lap a 1:56. So bit off of that pace, and actually that wasn't Cruz, that was actually Barbrew. Barbrew, who comes across the line, turns in a 1:55.906. So now not almost 7/10 off his previous best, and he's still about 9/10 off of where he was yesterday.
Good to see Jeff Baskin out here back again in that number 12 Formula Continental. He did not make the race yesterday. I think he had some problems, and I know on his first out lap this morning had some problems. Pulled off down in the horseshoe turn 1 and 2, and was able to grab a gear. It sounded like he had maybe a gear problem where it just wouldn't go into gear. Pulled off, and then was able to get back on it.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 7. Our Tarheel Enduro and Sprint racers, please head to the grid. Race group 7, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, 3 minutes left to go here in this session here. So, with the sun kind of coming in and out, and again, with all the rain we had last night, the track is, obviously nowhere near where it needs to be or where it was yesterday either. So,
yeah. Although, I'll tell you, Brian, the front straight looks great. What it'll look like as you go under braking down into turn 1, I couldn't begin to tell you. But
I think from a grip level, from a grip level, it's getting closer. Yeah. But I still think that there needs to be, again, because of the heavy rain that we had, whatever we had yesterday, based off of, from Friday's, open test and that sort of thing. I don't think the grip is fully there. It's not as warm as it was at this time yesterday.
No, quite a bit cooler, about 65 degrees, whereas it was in the low 70s
almost pushing 80 degrees by this time when we got there. So kind of tapped out. But I think that, again, we could see some really good times in the race because, again, the track seems to be pretty much dry. A couple damp spots here and there offline, but right now that's not a line you really want to use. So we should have some really good racing, and we get into this enduro and the sprint group here right now coming up here momentarily. I think you're going to see, and we'll talk about this when the race gets going, because it's really going to be about strategy. Because if you're part of the 65-minute, you got to make a pit stop, right? So, but we'll go over that here, once we get ready to get going. So it looks like we are getting the checkered flag out now. So the next car that comes by the start-finish line will be receiving the checkered flag, waiting on that first car to come down here. But this session has now technically officially ended. There's no cars there. I think one of our cars coming down. This actually may be David Blaine in that 09.
In the blue. Yeah. Yep, in the 09 Enterprise 2 machine. All right, and he was your 4 times running SARRC champion, South Atlantic Road Racing Championship champion in GT Light, and also took the Southeast Majors Points Championship in GT Light previously. And much like Mr. Southworth flying his Raptors, this was the one that just stuck out, Brian, again yesterday. In my military special operations unit, we jumped out of airplanes with motorcycles and rode on the skids of helicopters as part of our standard mission. It's like, wow. And racing is the only thing that I found that gives me the same near-death adrenaline feeling.
Yeah, right.
Jeez. You know what he should try, Brian? If he's looking for something else, maybe he should be the monkey on like a tandem motorcycle. Send him out to the Isle of Man and let him hang off the side of one of those tandem motorcycles at like 160 miles an hour.
Those guys are just nuts.
They're nuts, absolutely, absolutely.
And I thought we were nuts. They're nuts.
Oh, they're absolutely nuts. All right, so Brian, with the checkered flag out, let's take a look here. Carlo Lennox Barbrou was your fastest driver on the track, and he was the only Formula Atlantic driver to go out. He turned in a 155. He brought it down to a 181, so he was getting closer to what he ran yesterday. Yesterday, he ran a 106, a 55-106, so within just a couple hundredths of where he was yesterday. In Formula 6, Harrison Southworth turned in a 249 flat. In Formula Vee, only Anthony Henderson went out. He turned in a 2:48.271 in FE2. Will Franklin was the fastest of 4 drivers who took to the track. He turned in a 1:55.536. Michael Frailer at a 1:59.550. David Blaine at a 2:04.433. And in Formula Continental, Justin Smith, a 1:59.391. As best we can tell, none of these drivers improved on their times from yesterday. All right, so let's make that final call to the grid for our first race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 7, Tarheel Enduro and Sprint Racers. Please head to the grid. The 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid. And so we will be back here in just a few moments, probably right around 5 minutes, with the start of racing here from Virginia International Raceway. It's a 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge, and there you have the first pace car of the day, bringing our Tarheel sprint and endurance racers out on track for their pace lap. Brian, this is going to be a 45-minute race inside a 45-minute sprint inside a 65-minute endurance race. So we'll talk about some of the rules that govern this in just a little bit. But first, let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, and many of these racers we've already seen out for qualifying here today because they are running in Spec Racer Fords. But to start things off, in the C1 class, and actually I'm going to, while we do this, before I start to run down the grid, Brian, I want to do one thing before I completely forget, is I want to switch our timing and scoring over so that it will record people by position and not by their times. But let's run down the starting order for this group. Starting on pole today, driving the number 56 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from West Union, South Carolina in the Speed Racing Machine, it's Sean DeCold. Lee Hill will start on the outside of the front row. He's in the number 72 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's out of Reidsville, North Carolina, representing PM Racing. Arvid Albanese will start on the inside of row number 2 in the number 71 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, so Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and he starts right beside Steven Nelson, driving the number 27 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's out of Roseland, New Jersey. William Shields will start 5th, also in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the number 67 car. He hails from Pittsboro, North Carolina, and represents Motion Dynamics. With Don Privet out of New York. He starts 6th today in the number 57 machine. Then we've got Steven Spano. He's in the number 147 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's from Melbourne, Florida, in the MasterCard machine. Is that what you knowing either how you build the car or how you fix the car?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
All right. Then we got Chris Broussard. He's in the 10IK group, number 26 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s from Schenectady, New York. Then we've got Stuart Mullen starting 9th. He's in the number 44 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s from Sarasota, Florida, with David Lanning out of Richmond, Virginia, driving the number 16 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Then we've got Dave Trossel, he's in the 133 Spec Racer Ford, the Sterling Accessories machine out of Annapolis, Maryland. Then we've got in the number 23 Mazda RX-7 in the LKN Renovations machine from Mooresville, North Carolina, Jason Lisoskas, starting 13th in the number 0 Mazda Miata from Raleigh, North Carolina in the Long Road Racing car. It's Mark Sr. Jim Hess will start 14th. He's in the number 58 Mazda Miata from Blacksburg, Virginia. And then we've got starting 15th, driving the number 41 Mazda 6, the Maserati Mazda 6, and that's spelled Mazdaerati. Something like that. He's out of Wilson, North Carolina. And then finally, Jason Koch, starting 16th. He's in the number 155 BMW 328, the Track Cars Limited machine from Forest, Virginia. So lights are out on the pace car, Brian, as the field now comes down through the roller coaster, all very nicely formed up, with the exception of the couple cars there trailing along at the back. Hopefully they'll catch up here.
They're
soon.
playing strategy.
Yeah.
Again, we're going 65 minutes in most of these cars, so they're playing strategy. You don't want to use the fuel.
Exactly, and we're going to try. We'll try to give you an idea of the drivers that come in and end their race at 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not denoted in our timing and scoring system, but we'll try and get that information as the starter looks over the field. And green flag is in the air for this Tarheel Club Race Experience Sprint and Endurance race, Brian, and as they head down into turn 1 for the very first time. Here it appears as though sitting right up at the front of the field, I think that was Arvid Albanese and Sean DeCold. I'm looking to see, there are a couple of drivers that I don't think made the field on time, and Lee Hill might have been one of them.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look here as they come back through. But so here is the general gist of today's race. There are 2 races here actually going on, a 45-minute sprint race After 45 minutes, the drivers who have identified that they are racing the sprint race, they will see, basically they'll be told that their race is over,
Yep.
and they'll have a cool down. All the while, this 65-minute endurance race is still ongoing. And for those drivers in the 65-minute race, there is a mandatory 5-minute pit stop for them. All right, and so they will need to come down the pit lane, and that 5-minute time, Brian, that is that includes a transit time. And this
Right,
is a very long pit lane, so they don't have to sit in their box for the entire time. In addition to that, and by the way, when the 45-minute race is over, they will display a black flag with a sign at the starter stand to let those. Right. They won't see a checkered flag.
You won't see a checker flag, right?
But they'll see a black flag saying that it's over. And so there is this 5-minute pit stop for the 65-minute endurance racers. They can do driver changes if they wish. They don't have to have just a single driver. We talked to John Krolwitz yesterday, who was in Lee Hill's car, took that car out for qualifying and practice, and it sounded as though they would be swapping during the course of the race today.
Depends if he got back from the concert.
That is true, yeah. John and his girlfriend were driving out to Winston-Salem to see a concert last night. Very, very strange. What did he call it? Gothic bluegrass or something? It sounded like
I've never heard of.
Sounded like death metal with a banjo or something. I don't know. But regardless, that's the case there. And so we will track both of these races. We'll probably take a little commercial break right in the middle of the race. But as we saw when we ran down the grid, the majority of the field all in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, Brian. I have this memory back to the Tarheel Cup race that I ran here, and I think it was, 2007, 2008. I was the very first non-Spec Racer Ford. I was qualified 17th. We go out and I was having flashbacks yesterday when we saw all those Spec Racer Fords at the start of their race come down the pit lane and say, I'm not racing with my dry weather tires on the stamp track. Back then, the Spec Racer Fords were all on Goodyear tires, and the dry weather tires were notoriously hard. They lasted a very long time. They were notoriously hard, and they were also notoriously miserable anytime even somebody spit on the road. They couldn't handle any kind of precip whatsoever. And as we leave the grid and head out and we're going through Snake, there is this spot shower that comes down for all of like 30 seconds max. By the time we got to South Bend, it was dry again, or at least the rain it wasn't dry, but the rain had stopped. But every single one of the Spec Racer 4 teams, they had crew run back to paddock spots and bring dry weather tire, or probably wet weather tires, up to the pit lane. We come out of Hog Pen before the checkered flag, or before the green flag ever comes out, and every single Spec Racer Ford pits in for different tires. And suddenly, I was back on row 8, or was that row? No, I guess that would be row 9. I was on row 9, and I was the first car to actually see the green flag and go into turn 1. I was the leader. I'd made up 17 positions in about 3,000 feet going into turn 1. And managed over the course of the entire race to hold on and take the overall win. It was pretty amazing. But and I realized that story took longer than this entire race is going to take. So I apologize. But
well, it's a good thing we got 65 minutes.
Exactly. We've got time to kill here. And so William Shields, your leader with 2 laps in the books. Excuse me. Shields with a 2:08.833 is his fast lap time. Chris Broussard second, and do I not have this? Let me take a look, because I think I might not have actually set my. I don't remember. Let's see if we can change this. It is set by sport by race. Time to go. What am I looking at wrong? No, that's right. It would help if I actually go to the top row and not start at row number 4 on my other timing system. There we go. All right, so it's Arvid Albanese, your leader, with Sean DeColt second, Steve Nelson third, and then William Shields. And there are a couple of drivers that did not take to the course. Jason Koch in his BMW 328 does not appear to have come out on track, and he actually might be the only one.
Yeah, I think he's the only one, because our last two cars just now crossed the start-finish line for lap 2, so they're out there. So again, I know this is, you got an enduro and a sprint. 45 minutes kind of is somewhat of an enduro as well. There is strategy there as well. There's no pit stops in that, so it's really all full-fledged going out. But, in the enduro part of it, there is strategy. You have to make a 5-minute pit stop, right? So you've got to understand how far your car can go. Some of these may or may not need fuel, depending on how much you use it. Again, 90% of our field here is Spec Racer Fords, right? So, they can go pretty good distance.
Yeah, and they can go. Well, they can go. We've seen where they go somewhere around 50 minutes or so on a tank of fuel. I would suspect that if these racers are going to do the 65-minute race, they will likely have to come in for fuel, which means they have to have crew there, and means they're going to have to take the body off of the car, or off the back of the car, as we have one of our Spec Racer Fords going around over at left hook, and other drivers successfully avoid him. Yeah. Give him the hook, left hook there, and spun the car around. We'll get the car number here on that machine in just a moment.
The thing is that even if they do have a driver change, you gotta take the.
All right, as we're getting the call. All right, and unfortunately didn't get the car number. We'll get the car number off of that car in just a moment. And that was the 27. Steven Nelson, who went around. Wow, big surprise there, as Nelson was one of our fastest drivers coming into the day, running 3rd overall. It should mention, we said I didn't think that Lee Hill had made the grid. That car started from the back of the pack there, as opposed to the front row where it was originally scheduled to start, and so he's now up to 10th. All right, real quick. Here, Spencer, why don't we pull up the schedule so we can show everybody what we have coming up here. This is going to be our last race before lunch. And it's actually, I guess, our only race before lunch, Brian. We're going to take about an hour, and then we'll come back. We'll have 6 feature races, SARRC MARRS Challenge races, 10 laps or 25 minutes. And for those of you that are here at Virginia International Raceway, if you would like to take your car out on track and get a couple laps here at beautiful Virginia International Raceway, you can do that at lunchtime in support of the North Carolina Region Scholarship Fund. You can take your car on track for a small donation. You can either donate online at ncrsccasf.org or bring cold hard cash up to the grid. And as long as you have hot credentials, if you've got a wristband that allows you into the pits and what have you, not only for the driver but also for all passengers in the car, we'll put you out behind a pace car and you get a whole bunch of laps here today. You'll have a great time. So again, if you want to take your car on track, we're going to do that for charity laps once we finish up with racing this morning.
Yeah, going back to what I was talking about there, you talk about the looks like we got another car that is spun over there in turn 4. Looks like that was Henry Long spin.
And matter of fact, he's still there. There he is, Henry Long in the Mazda 6 sedan, gets that car back underway and loses quite a bit of time there, but he now continues.
Yeah. But again, when they come in and if they do have to put fuel in, the driver has to get out of the car. Right? Driver can't be in the car. So if you're going to make a driver change, in some cases that's a good way to do it. Again, because it's 5 minutes, and that starts from the time you cross over the end of the pit entrance there until you get to the timing line at the end of that. So, they've got that, kind of transitioned out how long it takes to get from one spot to another. But the overall 5 minutes, needs to be come in. Then you got to come back in and buckle in. So.
Hey, we've got My Race Data in the chat, and he apparently liked my my novel or my quick little story there. He does say that SRF is a very well subscribed class everywhere in the country, and that is true. Spec Racer Ford is one of the most highly subscribed SCCA classes around the country each year, both at the regional as well as at the national level. And like we were speaking of Arvid Albanese, Lee Hill, they typically are racing at the national on the U.S. Majors Tour or Super Tour, and have come down and raced this event. And actually, neat to see Arvid here this weekend, as we know he came a pretty long way. And there's Arvid right now, and Arvid has locked right behind him. That was Sean DeCold in the number 56 machine. Those are your two leaders as they go up through the S's.
Yeah, kind of looking out down over pit road, you can see some of the teams starting to gather here down along the window lines, getting ready. Yeah, I guess somebody's waving to us down there. Yeah, we can see you down there. We know you're getting ready. Eventually the drivers, when they come in to do their 5-minute pit stop. So got to come in, got to have crew to do it. So looks like they're starting to get all their stuff in. And Greg, I don't believe there is a window, and there may be. You can take a look.
But
is there a window from a time frame of when the pits will actually open to make those pit stops, and when do they actually close? Normally it's 15 minutes into the race or 10 minutes by the end of the race. When you can make those pit stops to come through there. So obviously you don't want to have somebody come down in the last 6 minutes of the race where they come back out. You only really have to do 2 laps after that. So,
and I'm going to look. There is nothing in our supplemental regulations that governs this. I want to take a look to see in the club race experience rules, of which they are also running under, whether or not that is something that is actually covered. And we've got a local caution, Brian. I think
waving yellow over there in turn
4.
Yeah, so that's the second time in this race, Henry Long. So Henry Long having some challenges getting around left hook. So getting ready to come up through the snake right now. So it looks like it could be potential for some mud down there. And I think what's happening is it's starting to hit that a little bit. Gets on that right rear. Letting that car filter out just a bit too much there. And what ends up happening is it will clearly spin that car around. So I think Henry is one of those drivers that have come in to take part in this experience, within this group here. So.
Yeah, we in having John Krolwitz up yesterday to talk about the program, he did mention that although with club race experience you do not need to have an SCCA competition license, the majority of our field, and we see this primarily with a lot of the Spec Racer Ford racers, the majority of the field, they're licensed SCCA racers, but we do have 4 or 5 in the field who indeed don't. I don't know if Henry Long is one of them, but that Mazda 6, and again, I had a friend who raced a Mazda 6, an ex-Grand Am car at the runoffs back in 2017 in Indianapolis. And that car was I don't want to say it was a handful. The challenge is, well, it didn't like to rotate. It didn't like to put the power down. It didn't like to stop. It seems like everything different.
Everything that you need in a road race car didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so. We check back out in the front of the field here. Arvid Albanese and Sean DeCold. I tell you what, Greg, those two are the class of the field right now. And again, still a very long way to go. I mean, just under 50 minutes left in this enduro. And I would have to imagine both of those drivers are doing the full 65. Sean DeCold trying to stay as close as possible to Albanese in that 71 machine so that when it does come time for them to pit, if they are running that full 65 minutes, then that way they can do it together, because that really would be the battle for the overall lead. Right now, he got his 13-second lead over the 67 of William Shields. Donald Privet, another 0.3 back. So he got two battles right there, one for the top spot and then one for the last podium spot in third in that C1 class. And then you've got to go back another 3 seconds back to the 26 of Chris Broussard, and then Steven Spano in the 147 is 6 seconds back from that. So some of our field is starting to spread themselves out with the exception of our first four, and that's just a battle of a groups of two.
So, Brian, I continue to look through the club race experience rule set to see if there is anything specific to pit lane or endurance. And, of course, one of the goals of the club race experience is to make the rule set as bureaucracy-free, I guess, is the best way to put it. A very clear, very concise rule set here, but also meant to be, I think, very simplistic, except, of course, when it comes to safety equipment for the race cars.
Yeah.
And I do not see anything related specifically to how these endurance races are run and whether or not, for example, you can
When
you can or can't you pit, if you
Right.
can or can't pit under a full course caution
Yeah.
or anything along those lines.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking at some of this, if I am looking at this from a strategy percentage, then it becomes a strategy perspective. You got to look at the look at when do you and when don't you pit. Look, if it's not in the rule set, then it may be something different than what we have, but if you know you got to sit on pit road for 5 minutes, I'm having my crew call me in with 6 minutes left, or at that point
Right.
when I realize I'm probably going to run out of fuel. You don't want to run out of fuel out there, so you got to know how far and how long your car can run. But at that point, you take it to the max. We see this all the time in pro racing, where they go as far as they can on a fuel run to try to get the max. With that, the only thing that goes into a problem is if you end up with a double when you go through a full course caution, right? So I know, yeah, you're reading the chat there, Mr. O'Gorman. He loves the heavy metal with the banjo.
Well, I found as Tom and I were at Hallett last week for the Super Tour. Tom, of course, has a very eclectic taste in music, so yeah, maybe heavy metal banjos might be right up his alley. Actually, did I say heavy metal? I think I said death metal banjos.
Yes, you did.
Of course, better that Tom put that. There's less of a chance of us getting strikes from YouTube and having our video taken down. Thank you, Tom. Always thinking of us. And Tom is here doing some driver coaching. I think we mentioned he's here with Jennifer Romes, touring Ford driver. So I think his day is going to be done somewhat early, as Jennifer's going to be our first race after lunch today.
Yeah, you're going to run, if she is running the full 65 minutes here to turn around, and if Tom is listening still, put that in there, whether she is or she's not, whether she's running 45 or 65. Let us know that, because she is in the first, group in that T4 machine. That's another 10 laps added on to that. So it's going to be, that quick hour break.
It's a lot of mileage
that we'll have. It is.
On that side.
Yeah, it is. That's a lot.
All right, so we are now just about 20 minutes in to this race, and leading the C1 class. That's primarily the Spec Racer Fords, but also includes Henry Long and Henry Long today in his Mazda 6. Arvin Albanese currently your leader. Sean DeCold second. William Shields running third with Don Privet fourth. In the C3 class, Jennifer Romes, who we were just talking about, is currently your leader in that Scion FRS, the white with the Toyota colors, Scion being a Toyota and drag, I guess. And Mark Sr. just across the start-finish line set his fastest lap of the race in his Mazda Miata, his C3 Mazda Miata. He is running second, but is about a minute 15 back for Jennifer Romes. Jim Hess, running third. John Pfeiffer running fourth. They are both in Mazda Miatas.
Yeah, we talk about Henry Long. He is now coming down the pit lane. I'm going to come down here to one of our stations, have a little discussion, and then hopefully send him right back out to there. But he is definitely coming down the pit lane right now. So make sure there's no issues with that car. You know, you have that 2 spins there. You need to make sure there's some, you know, everything going there. So. So again, one of our drivers here, part of the experience. Make sure everything's okay. Like I said, had those 2 unfortunate spins down there in turn 4 down there at the left hook, and looks like that left hook is giving him a left hook. So giving that driver a left hook pretty hard, causing that car not to really turn there. And again, that, you know, look, that could be a product of, because he is one of the drivers that does not have an SCCA license, right? So
Yeah.
that is a product of getting to understand and getting to understand that the track, maybe taking it wrong entry, wrong angle.
It's an educational opportunity as well.
Yep,
that
absolutely.
these aren't, you know, it's actually a coach down there to help work through the problems with the drivers. You know, not to admonish drivers, but to actually help them so that they get more speed, that they get a better understanding of how to navigate a race course. And it's meant. What did John say yesterday? That one of the stewards had said that you gave us a race and you snuck in a driver education event as part of it. Yeah. And you know, and it's very cool. And you know, and I see the same thing in the SCCA time trial, as I announced the SCCA Time Trials National Tour for a number of years, where, you know, the goal is not just to hand out awards. The goal is to make better drivers and better racers when they're here.
Yep. No, absolutely. I mean, you know, and again, you talked about, it looks like we're having a battle here. I'll get back to it in a second, but we have a battle here with DeCold and Albanese coming up the top of the hill.
Well, and it really spread out just between those 2 cameras going up at the 14. Went from 3 wide to 2, and one of the drivers, and is that Lee Hill, the 3rd car, who I think was part of that group. And
Lee Hill or the 133, that may be David Trossel.
Trossel, that it fell back there right at the last minute. But I think they were coming up on that car, which was a little bit off the pace. But yeah, they were 3 wide coming up Madison Avenue.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you know, you talked about that, you know, with that Mazda 6, right? That car is it's taller, it's bulkier, it does make it hard.
And it's got a pretty long wheelbase, too, which is what even more when I talked about my friend Roger Troxel having issues getting the car to rotate, a lot of that had to do with the very long wheelbase.
Right. So again, still continuing to feel that out. It's a great product to bring somebody in and start to do it. Then they start understanding racecraft and things like that, and getting through the track. And right now, it's really all about seat time. So, you know, although he's had those 2 challenges there, going through, you know, left hook there, bring him in, talk to him, make sure everything's okay, look over the car, make sure that's okay, and then send him back out, because you don't want to discourage him, because then all of a sudden he doesn't come back, right? That's really what and I think that's what they're trying to do. And I think it's a great little, great experience to put somebody in a race, give them the longer opportunity to go out and get that track time at any given time. So perfect example of what is trying to be built here. So right around the 25-minute mark is, it seems that evidently timing and scoring didn't want to go longer than 25 minutes per time frame.
We'll hopefully get our timing and scoring back here in a moment. I think we'll see what happens. I think what's going to happen, Brian, is each car crosses the start-finish line, they'll start to fill in. So we apologize. We'll get the timing back up on the screen here in just a moment.
as we go over there and try to check that out here a little bit. Again, we were talking about Albanese and in that battle, they're starting to come up on some of this other traffic. Again, I think they're kind of open right now, so those two will look like it, kind of go through. But again, you talk about that, or we talk about the opportunity there for bringing drivers in. It's just a phenomenal way to do that, to allow them to come in and get that opportunity to come have a thing. So again, if you're someone who's listening, you're thinking about doing it, and kind of go through that channel. Basically, what ends up happening is you have that opportunity as long as that car meets that safety spec. You can come out here and do this. I think this is a great opportunity to run through it. Through the whole system. I tell you what, looking down through pit road here, Spencer's got some cameras on some pretty good battles there. There's the Steve DeColb and the Albanese machine. I'm starting to look down pit road here, and I'm starting to see teams starting to scurry up here, starting to get fuel cells, fuel jugs ready to go, and waiting for those teams. Again, we're at that 25-minute mark, a little bit longer than the 25-minute mark. So roughly right around that 30 minutes mark, Spencer, we could start to see some people come down pit road.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We're definitely going to see teams begin to trickle in now that we're just coming up on that halfway mark. But I think what makes it really interesting is, like you mentioned, Brian, we're watching there's a lot of spread out traffic and a lot of cars, but more importantly, there's 2 or 3 cars that are consistently locked in drafts with each other that they're using to basically compete for themselves or compete for class. So it makes you wonder what the strategy will be when they eventually come into pit lane for their required stop, because then they have to wonder, they risk losing their dance partner, so to speak, that they've been using to draft and put up these lap times. For example, this race that's coming into Hogpen right now, you wonder, do they decide to wait for their partner to pit with them so they can stay together, or do they go out by themselves and risk losing their partner to the dance?
Yeah, especially in these, in these two type of cars. Now Stephen DeCold and Albanese, now they go by the start-finish line again. Both of those have been kind of nose to tail the entire time right now, with just right around just under 37 minutes left to go. So again, those drivers there sticking together. William Shields, Donald Privet, they're nose to tail as well. That's 3rd and 4th overall, and in that C1 class. So again, you're right. With having the SRFs in here, it's all about momentum, and you have to have that partner here. I'd be shocked. Let me just say that I'd be shocked if those front 4 cars don't pit with the person they're running with the entire time. Right.
And that's my shocked face. Right. Because I have to remember now, great broadcaster that I am, that I have to put the microphone in front of my mouth.
Yeah. You can't do it when it's above your head.
I can't just unmute myself and expect sounds to come out.
We'll add it to the Duolingo.
Yes. Yes. My Coursera subscription with Google. Anyway, all right, so if we reset the field here, now that we've got our timing and scoring working, Sean DeCold, your leader, with Arvin Albanese, Don Privet, William Shields, Chris Broussard, your top 5 in the C1 class. All of those racers in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. In the C2 class, Jason Lasoskis in his Mazda RX-7 is your leader, the number 23 machine. I think that's the green and white Mazda RX-7.
The white one, pure white with blue masking tape numbers.
All right, and then we've got in the C2 class, probably Jennifer Romes, your leader in the number 186 Scion FRS, then Mark Sr., and then Jim Hess, John Pfeiffer.
Yeah, Pfeiffer a lap down right now, and as you were walking over their time and scoring, Greg, I was looking out the window, and you could see the teams now starting to get the fuel jugs ready to go, waiting to see when cars first come down. I could stand in here and look out the back of the window to see who's going to be that first car that comes down on pit road, right? Who's going to be the leader that wants to do that? I think that once we have one car come down pit road, I think you're going to start to see a bunch more start to come down as well, right? It'll start to trickle down that, they'll start to see people parting the pit, especially if you're working with a partner, again, as we talked about with the Kolb and Albanese. And then when you have Will Shields and Donald Privet there, I think once one of them comes down, the others will follow. There has to, I'm sure there's some communication that says, that those other drivers are pitting. So just about 33 minutes left. 31 minutes into this 65-45 minute sprint enduro.
Yep.
I guess you could call it just like that.
Yeah, so 2/3 of the way complete now for our racers doing the 45-minute version. Ooh, this is getting tight.
Yeah.
As the 3 Spec Racer Fords here trying to make their way around that Miata before they get to the S's. And unfortunately, again, we'll say it here, we don't have a way with our timing and scoring system to differentiate between the 45-minute drivers and the 65-minute drivers. We'll try to give you that information when we see the cars head back to the paddock and let you know who they are. But otherwise, what's going to happen is on our timing and scoring, you're essentially just going to see
They'll
just drop down through the and down to the bottom of the order.
Yeah, the actual number of laps will drop off, and
right.
then you'll see, as in terms of where they are laps down as our overall leaders now to Kolb and Albanese. They were going to go side by side down into the horseshoe, down into turn 1 and turn 2. So Spencer, let's see. Yeah, there they go. Now they single filed it back out. Heading down in there, but they were side by side when they crossed the.
I think they were dispatching with David Lanning, who's sitting in 10th position, put him a lap down. As we just had the 88 car of John Pfeiffer on the pit lane, and he now heads back out into traffic, about 3 laps down thereabouts. So he may have come in.
I don't think he wasn't here for 5 minutes because when when all of the Spec Racers were going by him up through the S's, he came down through pit road. Okay. So he was involved with all of that, I believe, unless that may have been
maybe talking to one of the coaches.
The 0 that they may have done. So it very well could have been that he was down here on pit road.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I just saw him on the pit. He just passed us right here. He might have been talking to one of the coaches from CRE, or might have had the team looking over. I thought, there's a chance maybe he put fuel in the car. I will say that the Miatas, at least a Spec Miata or an SMSC car, should easily be able to make 60 minutes with their stock tank.
Yeah. We'll see as we got other cars coming down, getting ready to come down pit road now, and I believe that may be, we got one car on pit road. You can see the front of it. I don't know if that is James Hess or not. Or Jim Hess. It doesn't look like it is a Miata. It's one of the Mazdas.
No, the Hess car is on track. It's just passed us there and has just crossed the start-finish line. James Hess completing lap number 13. Just ran his fastest lap of the race. Currently running 15th overall.
It could be Lasauskas in that 23 machine because that looks like an RX-7 down there. Yep, that is exactly what it is. As soon as they open the door, you can see the number. So that is the 23. So they're putting fuel in there. He's going to get out, check the car over.
Maybe put about 60 quarts of oil. I mean, well, and I'm saying that not because of that car, but Mazda rotaries, a rotary car. Yeah, that's normal operating procedure. About 60 quarts of oil every time you come in for a pit stop.
So that's actually the first car in on pit road here for this. So again, it will. You'll start to see pit stops now coming left and right all the way through.
All right, well, Brian, as we do get ready for these pit stops, we've got a special guest joining us here in the booth. We've got Rob Wilmoth, the driver of the number 151 B-Spec Honda Fit, but also a huge part of the Club Race Experience apparatus, not only here at VIR, but with the SCCA in general. Welcome, Rob. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Excited to be at VIR. Excited that the liquid sunshine has seemed to subside, at least for the time being.
You race a front-wheel drive car now or an all-wheel drive car. I don't know why you're worried about liquid sunshine in the least.
I still worry about it.
So, Rob, of course, we've been watching some of your in-car views here today. Rob, a new racer with the SCCA, but I understand, and I guess we'll just start from the beginning. You've been racing in the time trials program for a number of years. You coached, and you do coach our time trialers. You also do hill climbs with the Sports Car Club of America. I think you were at Pine Mountain down in Kentucky 2 weeks ago.
Just a week ago.
There you go. But tell us how you found your way into road racing, because I believe that there's a CRE component.
Yeah, so, and fortunately this is an enduro, so we have plenty of time to go through this. But basically, I started way back when Track Night in America first started, and John Kay, kind of the brainchild behind CRE, was the original event lead that I had, which was just awesome. So we got him, or he got me to kind of promote into time trials. Started working with NCR. I'm actually on the board of NC Region of SCCA.
Okay.
And when the concept of a race experience came available, I was like, that sounds like a great way for me to take that next step. Blair Deffenbaugh and the entire Deffenbaugh crew are great friends of mine. And so we started working together to figure out what car I was going to beg, borrow, and or steal to drive. Turns out it's easier to steal Blair's Honda Fit than anybody realizes.
Well, because he'd never noticed.
Yeah, no. On race weekends, he noticed.
Okay.
But we worked out, we struck a deal, and I ended up going down to CMP last September, and against everybody's better judgment, I time trialed the Audi RS3 with 600 horsepower, and then jumped straight into the Honda Fit with 110-ish horsepower, while I was also the event lead of the time trial. So it was a whirlwind experience, but one of the best experiences I've ever had in motorsports. So this weekend is actually my last weekend on my novice permit. Okay. So after this, assuming the next race goes well, so knock on something, we will, have a newly minted race car driver in me. I managed to work with the B-Spec community, which those guys, when you're off the track, amazing to work with.
Yes.
When you're on the track, fierce but respectful competitors. That's the best way I can say it. And so as soon as that community realized I wanted to get a car, I was able to jump in, and they were able to help me get locate one. We've had to work through a few snags. It's a little down on power right now. At least that's what I'm gonna keep telling everybody. That's kind of how it's worked out. CRE has been a tremendous program. I've also done one of the enduros down at Atlanta last year.
Okay.
And it was a 4-hour. Again, didn't own the car. It was Reagan Thomas's car, who's another. I think she's a South Carolina region member.
Yes.
And thought she was actually taller than she was, so getting me into her Miata without a sliding seat was
There's a reason why so many of those have drop floors.
Jury's out on whether hers did or not, but after practice we decided I was going to stay on a steady diet of vitamin I, ibuprofen, for my back for the remainder of the weekend.
Oh my.
But no, it's been tremendous. The number of other drivers, and one of the reasons I wanted to get a B-Spec Honda Fit wasn't just for myself. I love bringing people to this sport. It's the reason I became a time trial event lead. It's a reason I'm on the board. I want to bring people to motorsports. I do that a lot through Audi Club as well as Racing for ALS, which I know you guys have shouted out on air here a few times, which super tremendous thankful for. But I'm not going to hand the keys of my Audi to just anybody.
Yeah.
I am going to hand it to I would love for other people to drive the Fit. So we've already had an opportunity to do that with Champ Car. 5 other drivers, including myself, placed 6th overall here at VIR in a Honda Fit, turning the slowest lap time of the entire event. First in class just on attrition because it gets 12 miles per gallon on track.
Yeah.
That's not bad. My CRX only used to get like 8, so that allows you to make long runs for an event like this, where you can do an endurance race and swap drivers. You don't have to necessarily, worry about how to get fuel in the car quickly or more quickly, and send them right back out and let them run laps.
Case in point, we were actually trying to get our RS3 ready for this race that's happening right now.
Okay.
We were going to go out on a detuned file, so a little under 400 horsepower, just to fit into the mix and not have crazy close speeds. But unfortunately, it turns out modern German engineering does not like kill switches.
There are a lot of other things that modern German engineering doesn't like, but I'm not going to get into that stuff today. So here's the question for you: as you move from doing time trials for so long, and and we always look at it as a long time road racer. Some of us, we look at these organizations that that they don't require competition licenses for drivers to get on track. You've obviously had to learn racecraft. Going and putting in fast laps around a racetrack is one thing. Learning how to race other people is something entirely different. What have you seen as maybe the challenges as a new racer to getting up to speed?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that when you're first in a track night environment or a time trial environment, the goal is to get somebody around you and get back to the pace of what you want to do with your own experience on that lap as quickly as humanly possible. In doing so, you're kind of taught to avoid people. Well, when you get into racecraft, you're taught to be as close as humanly possible to maintain competition and give room. The coaching staff that I had within the first CRE experience and Enduro experience, whether it's John Kay, Stephen Clark, who's running the show up here today.
I was going to say, we've got another racer and time trialer and Track Night in America coach, Stephen Clark, who's the race director for this event.
Adam Benaway is down on pit lane doing the direct car-to-car or driver-to-driver coaching. So, having those guys who are, and Blair, can't forget him, having those guys literally coaching me through things, being able to pull video at night with the paddock crew. And I will say, if you are a newly minted either competition driver or you're going to the CRE program, when you get to the track, find a group of people. Even if you don't know them, you will by the end of the weekend. And when you finish your race, say, hey, do you want to look at my video? And the first thing that you're going to think about is, man, I really don't want to show other people my driving. But you do. But you really, really do. Yeah. And it helps so much, because they're going to look at it and go, well, that was a little sketchy. And you're going to go, wait, why? Right. Why was that sketchy? And they can explain it to you in a way that is vastly different than what you yourself understand. And furthermore, even if you're not one of the top 3 for impound, go to impound. Go talk to your fellow racers. Talk to the people who won.
Well, look, having come through the SCCA Time Trials program, we know that one of the biggest things is after every, it's almost looked like as a penalty here in road racing that you go to impound after a race. But in time trials and CRE, it's an opportunity for you to talk with your fellow drivers. Real quick, Brian, we've got some action on track that we're tracking right now.
Yeah, it sounds like we've got the 186. I think it's Jennifer Rome who spun, and then we had the 56 there. Jim has kind of go to avoid it. We are going to go to a full course caution here with about 21, just under 21 minutes left to go. So that could end up really playing a huge impact in the 45-minute sprint race.
Right.
Also,
the 45 minutes is almost ready to expire.
Right.
I think within around
5
4
minutes,
like
4
around
minutes.
Yeah.
Right. So that's more than likely, and they're talking about whether or not, and it's just out of our camera angle. We really can't see it on all of them. So we'll have to see. They're kind of just determining right now whether or not they can be able to move that out, or is there going to be some tire wall damage that they have to repair. If that's the case, it could end up taking longer. We did have the 147. Steven Spano made his pit stop. The 0 made his pit stop. Mark Sr., the 57, is on pit road right now. So,
all right, we can see here that the safety car has picked up, I believe that it's
Sean DeCold.
Sean DeCold, exactly, who's currently running 6th overall. And Brian, we have just now hit the 45-minute mark as well. So we're going to probably within a moment see on the starter stand where they're going to signal for the 45-minute race drivers to head back to the pit lane and that their race is over. And so we'll try and get that information in just a moment. Let's do this, Rob, and if you don't mind, we're going to take a quick break for a moment. And when we come back, what we will do is we will continue on with our conversation, but we'll also hopefully have a little bit more information on exactly what the state of the incident is on track. You are watching the 2025 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge here from Virginia International Raceway. Please stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I want to thank our good friends from Willing and Able Racing, helping bring you this broadcast here this weekend on the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. We've got special guest Rob Wilmoth here with us, and Brian, we might have a little bit more information on the incident and why we're under full course caution and what's happening since it happened basically right at the end of that 45-minute mark.
Yeah, so it looks like up in turn 11 there, it looks like Jennifer Romes may have spun. Looks like Stephen DeKalb made the move to get away, not to try to collect into her, ended up going off driver's left into the tire barrier. They have since removed that car. The only thing I saw was the rear deck was, taken off the car.
Okay.
They were able to pull it up. You can see right here on the camera.
In the potato cam,
it was down in there off to the right. That's since been removed.
And they took that car over to the south paddock. We can see them on the pit lane over there now.
Correct. So, and I think what they're trying to do now is obviously we had the 45-minute sprint in with the 65-minute. The 65-minute cars, I think, are still out on the racetrack. Some of them are on pit road, right? They came in right when the full course caution came out.
Perfect opportunity to do it.
Nothing in the rule book that we looked at that says you couldn't do it. So they're taking that 5-minute mark, then they'll go back out to do that. So some of them are there, some of them are still out there.
The brightest thing you could do is you pit under. It's no different than
no different
regular
pro
racing. Yeah, you pit under full course caution when the pace car is controlling the field and doing 50 miles an hour, and make everybody else pit when everything's back to full speed. So there you go.
Yeah, so again, we'll reset everything here. We'll find out who the 65 minutes are. It seems that right now 53 minutes in, so you got really right around 12 minutes left to go. I know timing and scoring shows checkered up there, but that's continuing to go on again. When we get
that's why I've got the clock actually counting up.
Yeah.
So I think we're in good shape there. But we did see Jennifer Romes, who we think was involved in that incident over by turn 11 in her Scion FRS. She did bring it down the pit lane, take the car back to the paddock, regardless of whether she was planning to run the 45-minute or the 65-minute. Her race is done. The driver of the safety car has just been instructed to extinguish the lights. And so it will be coming in. It should be coming in this time by the 23 Mazda RX-7 that we had on the pit lane earlier, Jason Wazoskis. He's now heading back to the paddock. Well,
he's going back out.
He's heading back out. Yeah, we can hear that RX-7 accelerating.
And that's his second pit stop,
Yeah.
so evidently there must be something going on. Looks like the 41 of Henry Long. I'm not sure if he's going to make that turn or go back out, so can't see.
He's heading back out on track, Brian.
Okay, so
Long is in for the long haul. I had to put that in. And we'll be out for 65 minutes as the green flag is now in the air. And Arvin Albanese was the first car to cross the line. But I'll tell you, Privet and Spano, well, are they?
So Albanese is on pit road.
On pit road.
Yeah, so I believe that was Steven Spano that was taking the green flag, went around Mark Sr. Mark Sr. moved over to the driver's right, let Spano, Lee Hill, and I believe Donald Privet as well.
The other one.
Let them three go by and then tuck back in.
Okay.
So you can see there. So now our leaders now are coming up on the Henry Long there. So
okay. Yep. There. I was going to say they'll be coming up on Long and Wazoskis as well. They had just left the grid. So where were we, Rob?
Well, one thing I did want to do a quick shout out. Jason Lazowskis is one of the time trial competitors who's been working with Mr. Chuck Hines on getting access to a car. He is, I believe, part of his crew and has taken the step this weekend to jump into his very first road race experience.
That is very cool.
So super proud of Jason. He's been time trialing with us a few years now at NCR. Over at the NC Center for Automotive Research, and has really got a good head on his shoulders there, so I'm excited to see what he thinks about this experience. I caught him after qualifying. He said it was awesome. But he's doing really well in a car that he drove the first time on Friday at the Track Advantage test day.
That is amazing. And again, also to go from doing time trials to jump into a car that is new to you and have to race. And Brian and I have seen this as we instruct, for example, the DC regions competition licensing schools, where we have so many students that come and they've maybe done some track days in a street car or what have you, but it's their very first time in a race car of any type, which is, I'm sure you know, is a very different feeling than being in a street car and having to deal with those inputs and those experiences, and then also have to try to figure out how to race that car as well. Very
Absolutely.
So that's great to see, and and again, hopefully, you said it. He had a great time out there. The first couple sessions in the car between him and between Henry Long and these folks that I mean, this is the goal, is to have not only to make good racers, but make people want to be racers of some sort. And it doesn't mean, again, within the the rigid structure of SCCA classing and what have you, but to be able to give them an outlet that isn't necessarily an 8 or a 12-hour endurance race. Right.
And I will say that at the Atlanta Enduro at Road Atlanta, I was driving a Spec Miata. It was my first race after coming out of the race experience program. Once again, driving somebody else's car. But being able to finish that race, and for John Krolowitz to stand up in front of everybody and basically say, how many of you have competition licenses? And probably all but like 3 of us raised their hands. And he looked at a few of the Spec Racer drivers who are national champions and said, could you tell that these 3 didn't? And they were like, no, not at all. I'd race with them any day. And so realizing that, and that was a 100% green to checker 3.5-hour enduro. So it was just an awesome experience, and to come out of that feeling like I have that accomplishment was awesome. And I think I was actually also the only pass for position that didn't happen from a pit lane type. Somebody was in the pits, somebody else went by, which was a lot of fun.
Very.
We look at the timing of scoring. So we do. So let's do a quick little update here.
They actually have updated the timing and removed the drivers.
Right. So
which doesn't allow us to actually give the results.
Right. Right. We can't give you the results of the 45-minute, but we'll get that, and we'll do it at some point later today.
Yeah.
But it does look like we have 7 cars that are now part of this 65 minutes, and they really only have about 6 minutes left, just under 6 minutes left. So Arvid Albanese, that's your overall leader. Okay, he's completed 23 laps. Lee Hill is now second, moved ahead of Donald Privet. I believe Donald Privet may have came down pit road. I'm not seeing him on pit road, so I don't know where he went. He was second coming down the roller coaster the last time.
And you didn't see him come with Lee Hill.
No.
Well, let's take a look here at the next camera, Brian, because at least this group, it'll come right under the view there. So there's Lee Hill in the yellow and black machine. And is that not the Privet car?
That is Privet behind it. So,
right.
Okay, so Hill got around Privet, and then a little bit further back is Spano. So Albanese has a lap lead over those next 3 cars. Then Lagauskas is in the 23 machine. He is in 5th overall. Mark Sr. 6th. Henry Long is in 7th. Obviously, several laps down there after several pit stops. So, again, these are the 7 drivers going the full 65 minutes. A lot of those were on pit road. Albanese was on pit road when the full course caution was, running around the racetrack. Again, because he had that full lap lead on there from crossing. So, again, strategy being played right there from the team that the minute the full course caution came out, he came in to do his 5 minutes. As Albanese just now goes by the start-finish line. Again, he's technically 2 laps above Lee Hill, Donald Privet, but we see they're just now topping the hill of the roller coaster, getting ready to come down. So it'll be a pretty big-sized gap to Lee Hill from Arvid Albanese. We'll determine what that is. And again, time is really running down. We're just over an hour into this, Greg.
Yeah, so just now about 4.5 minutes remain. Did I count? No, 3.5 minutes remaining.
Well,
Yeah.
remember, everybody here that listens to us knows math's not your strong point. So.
Rob knows I got it to IT
Yeah.
because I always use my Atari as a calculator. Anyway. All right, so tell you what, we're going to wrap things up here with Rob Wilmoth. He has to get ready. He's going to be out on track a little bit later this afternoon in the B-Spec race, looking for his second race this weekend. Rob, I want to thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. I appreciate you having me.
Thank you very much for explaining everything CRE, and of course, good luck this afternoon, Brian.
And if we don't talk to you, happy birthday, because we know you got a birthday coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yep, I've got
a
birthday coming up, and the best part of the birthday is I'm picking up a new B-Spec engine, which will hopefully be knocked down on power when I get it.
There you
go. Those are the best kinds of presents.
Exactly.
That's the best ones you can get.
That's right.
Exactly.
The gift of horsepower. There we go.
One last thing that I'll throw out there is the Southeast Division Time Trials Point Series is going on all the rest of the season. We have, I think, 5 or 6 more events to get you qualified, plus the national events. And then Racing for ALS will be back here at sunny, wonderful, not rainy VIR the weekend of, I believe, September 27th or whatever weekend that's nearby for Dave's race.
Okay.
We'll be hosting an HPDE with a bunch of ride-alongs and super fast cars, as well as not super fast cars, but you get to see all the super fast cars pass you like Honda Fits. And we will also have a car show going on that Saturday. So if you're around, if the ALS cause touches you in any way, don't hesitate to reach out.
And you can find them at racingforals.com.
Awesome.
Very, very important there. And, again, as you said before, wonderful mission that Racing for ALS has, and they do a lot of good work for so many people. All right, so Rob, thanks so much for joining us. Enjoy lunch. Enjoy prepping your Honda Fit, and we'll see you on track a little bit later.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks so much to Rob Wilmoth here. As we now, Brian, I think that's 2.5 minutes from.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
right.
we're
here. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to set the ticker.
Minute and a half.
I hate doing. I think
it's a minute and a half. So
yeah, probably.
If you look at it, a minute and a half. So we should be getting ready to come up.
There we go. 1 minute and 17 seconds, Brian. I have the technology. I can make the computers work for me. So Arvid Albanese is your leader in the number 25. In the number 71 machine, and he has a 27-second advantage right now over Lee Hill, with Steve Spano, Don Privet, your top 4. And they are all in the C1 class. Mark Sr., you can see there with that white number 0 beside his name. He is the leader in the C3 class, but he is the only C3 class racer that was doing the entire 65 minutes. And Mark just ran his fastest lap of the race, by the way.
Yeah.
In the C2 class, being led by Jason Lazoskis in his Mazda RX-7. Rob was talking about Jason just a little while ago, and Jason is the only remaining C2 class racer on track. And he's out of my neck of the woods now. He's from Mooresville.
Yeah, you know what, Greg? I would not be surprised if we don't end up getting the checkered this time, as Arvid Albanese now coming up over the top of the roller coaster here, getting ready to come down the hill through a hog pen. He could end up seeing the checkered flag right here, or the one to go. We're kind of still waiting. We're right at that 65-minute mark.
Exactly.
So.
We've just hit the 65-minute mark, and our starter has the checkered flag in hand. And you can see there as he holds it out, and taking the checkered flag today in our Tar Heel Enduro is Arvid Albanese, as Lee Hill leads this pack down through the roller coaster now. If he can negotiate hog pen, Brian, I think it's a done deal that he will finish second. Again, assuming that's Lee Hill behind the wheel and not John Krolwitz.
Yeah.
Because we think that maybe John Krolwitz, who's behind the wheel, and he does take the checkered flag. He will finish in second. Steve Spano, we'll see him here in just a few moments. He's going to finish just behind Don Privet. So Privet will finish third in the C1 class. There is Spano will finish in fourth. Mark Sr. in his Mazda Miata, the number 0 machine. He'll take the win in C3. Again, he's the only driver in C3. He will finish 5th overall. And then Jason Lasoskis, our winner in C2, will finish 6th overall. All right, so Brian, let's do this. We'll wait just a moment want to hear when we are going to resume racing this afternoon with race group number 1. Our Spec Miatas, our Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers, and when they will be on track. If you would vamp a little bit, and I'm going to try and get that information right now.
Yeah, we'll try to see if if they're going to do it right. I'm waiting to watch them write it down. We're still trying to get the last couple of cars. I know I saw Henry Long go across the start finish line, so he completed his 65 minutes. I think we had Mark Sr. just went by the start finish line as well. So again, I believe the last car is going to be the 0 that will take the checkered flag. I don't believe there is any more cars that have not taken the checkered flag. So we'll get them through there. It looks like we're going to be back here right around 12:50 something, but we'll get that confirmed. But there goes Mark Sr. now on his last lap, and Greg mentioned this. He ran his last lap a couple laps ago. Well, he just ran his fastest lap of the entire 65-minute race with that 2:26.809 on his 23rd lap. So Mark Sr. getting that thing dialed in as best he can here after 65 minutes. So we're trying to get when we're going to be back here in like 12:50 from what I heard.
They're going to have our workers back on course at 12:50. That would mean we'll have cars on course at 12:55, Brian. So again, 12:55 for a restart time. And we will put that on the screen when we take the break, and we'll also put it in the chat. But our understanding is that race group number 1 will have cars on course at 12:55 this afternoon, just about an hour from now. So make sure to join us then for this afternoon's coverage. SARRC MARRS racing all afternoon long here from Virginia International Raceway. We'll be back in about an hour.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway, home of the 2025 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and of course, we've got Spencer Gaynor here, who's putting our name on the screen for us there. I hope you all had a great lunch, and it is time, Brian, to get back underway, get back to road racing. But before we do, let's quickly take a look at this beautiful VIR circuit. 3.27 miles, 17 turns, and it is a track that has such great flow here, Brian. I mean, there's a bit of everything. There are long straightaways if you got a high horsepower car. You've got tight little bends. You've got long sweepers as well. Again, almost everything for every racer here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about that with the flow. You even got, some pretty sharp turns up there at the Oak Tree. You got to really work on drive off again down the backstretch. We've got the roller coaster here, which is about a 2.5, 3-story drop down off to the right and then back to the left. Then you got to come through what we call the hog pin. That's a big sweeping turn. You'll see a lot of modulation on the throttle there back and forth with some of the high-powered cars. Some of the lower ones will be able to just basically get back on the throttle and go all the way down to the start-finish line. The horseshoe, big sweeping right-hander all the way back. We get into NASCAR. That's the big left-hander.
All right. Well, as our racers are now heading out on track for their pace lap, this is going to be Spec Miata, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Brian, I just wanted to take care of a little bit of business from right before we went to lunch. We had our Tarheel Cup sprint race and endurance race. Just wanted to acknowledge our winners and the finishing order here from the sprint race, where William Shields out of Pittsboro, North Carolina, in his Motion Dynamics Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 took the win in the C1 class. Chris Broussard in the 10IK Group Insurance car from Schenectady, New York, finished second. Steve Nelson out of Roseland, New Jersey, in the Apex Government's machine, finished third in the C1 class. All of them were in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. In the C3 class, Jennifer Romes took the win in her Scion FRS, with Jim Hess in his Mazda Miata finishing second, Jim Pfeiffer finishing in third. And then for the 65-minute Enduro in the C1 class, Arvid Albanese took the win with Lee Hill in the PM Racing machine finishing second. Don Privet finished third. All those, once again, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. Then we had Jason Lasoskis taking the win in C2, Mark Sr. taking the win in C3. All right, let's move on now. We're going to take a look, Brian, at our starting order for today's first SARRC MARRS race of the weekend. These races all today 10 laps or 25 minutes, so they're going to move awfully quickly, whichever comes first. And we've got on the pole yesterday's overall winner in the number 40 Touring 3 BMW, the Skip Barber Racing School entry of Chris DeShong. Nathan Pring in his Touring 4 MX-5 out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. We'll start on the outside of row number 1. Jeff Giordano in the Mazda Hoosier Hawk Mazda MX-5 will start third in the number 34 T4 car, with John Ferguson starting fourth. He's in the number 23 Touring 4 Subaru BRZ. Then we got Dylan Witt, our Spec Miata pole sitter. He's going to start fifth today in the number 84 machine. He's out of Roanoke, Virginia, with Matt Milford in his Touring 4 Honda Civic. He's out of New Bern, North Carolina, in the Outrun Motorsports entry. He starts sixth. Starting seventh, Scott Witt in the number 85 Spec Miata. He's out of Monetta, Virginia, with Eric Gerchak in the number 21 Spec Miata. He starts eighth today. He is out of Statesville, North Carolina, in the MTP Autosports machine. Then we got Bob Mueller Jr. He's going to start ninth today. He's in the number 60 Spec Miata in the Streetside Classics car. Then we have Forrest Landy. Forrest is starting 10th. He's in the number 94 Spec Miata. He's out of Ashburn, Virginia. Then Neil Harrison will start 11th. He's in the 194 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. He's out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Then we got Bob Cahall starting 12th. He's in the number 178 Mazda Miata. That is a Spec Miata, and he is out of Gurnee, Illinois. Then starting 14th in the number 186 Touring 4 Scion FRS from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Jennifer Romes. Jim Poston scheduled to start 15th in the 04 Touring 4 Mazda Miata. He's out of Florence, South Carolina. That's the Zaxby's machine. And then starting 16th, Ted Cahall. And Ted is running in the number 78 Spec Miata. That is the Cahall racing machine out of Christiansburg, Virginia. We'll try and get down to some of the other starters here as time allows, Brian, as our field now makes their way down through the roller coaster in the hog pen. We'll see the pace car head to the pit lane momentarily, but great and ready to see some more racing here at VIR.
Yeah, I saw some great racing action yesterday, and we also had some challenges with some of these drivers that are getting ready to take this second green flag race of the weekend for them, getting ready to start or looking them over, determine whether or not what we're going to go do here. And we are green flag.
There you go. Green flag is in the air here at VIR as our racers make the run down to turn 1. Chris DeShong in his BMW 330i, that E36 BMW V6 Power, taking him all the way into turn 1. He's able to cut across the field, take a traditional entry all by himself into the turn. Nathan Pring, Jeff Giordano in the 2 T4 Mazda MX-5s directly behind. Then our, looks like, we did have the Honda Civic of Matt Milford able to get around Dylan Witt's Spec Miata. Not a big surprise there, big horsepower advantage there for the Civic driver. But the Witts, Dylan Witt, Scott Witt leading Spec Miata with Eric Gerchak currently 3rd in class.
Yeah, Gerchak and Mueller Jr. put up a really good battle yesterday. We saw the Witts up there earlier on, and ended up having those some of those challenges I was talking about as the race went on. But again, Greg, we went 12 laps yesterday. We're only going 10 laps today. So you got to get in line. You got to get a partner. You got to get up through there.
And do it quickly. You know, it doesn't sound, 2 laps doesn't sound like a lot, Brian. You know, but when these racers are running almost a little bit less than 2.5 minutes, about 2 minutes 20 seconds to 2 minutes 30 seconds per lap, you know, that's a big difference time-wise. And yeah, it's a very different strategy here than they ran yesterday as our racers come into the second horseshoe over turn 11 out of the Oak Tree turn, or as our good friend Heather Clark likes to call it, Oak Treeless, now coming down Madison Avenue. And, you know, we're going to probably not spend a lot of time on the BMW of DeShong. He started at the back of yesterday's pack after not having qualified, but again,
pretty good run.
Yeah, big, powerful car here. As we've got a car looked like had some issues over at the Oak Tree turn, Brian.
I believe that is the 0, Mark Sr.
Yeah, and Mark, who was, I believe, our SMSET winner yesterday, indeed, he goes around and just gets that machine back up and running. But we see there he is quite a distance back from the rest of the field here as we are ready to complete lap 1. Here is Brian. We had over coming through Hog Pen, another issue.
Yeah, I think I could have sworn I saw one car go all the way off to drivers. On the driver's left there. I'm not sure. We'll try to pick up, but I could have sworn I saw a car going all the way down then there. Definitely getting a call.
Yeah, we'll see if we can pick that up. But yeah, if they go off at Hog Pen, especially today, Brian, I was there at 6:30 this morning, and it was nothing.
So that is Forrest Landing.
Yep.
In the 94, went down off of the Hog Pen, never made the turn. Greg went just.
So what you're saying is he is like literally at the Danville Airport right now, all the way down Route 58. And I mean, as I was out there this morning, I mean, it was all slick grass and mud and water, and it's a very difficult run to get back up. As we're on board right now with Alex Cumming, we joined in with him earlier this morning for qualifying. He's in the T4, the Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, has had some electrical issues with this car. It gets very close to, I think that was Ron Munnerlin possibly. Munnerlin not running, I think Munnerlin running in ITS today, so probably not Ron Munnerlin there as they came into the S's. But we'll check in with Alex periodically here. Again, he was having some electrical issues with the car. We talked about Rob Wilmoth's issues with electric power steering in his Honda Fit. That also affected Alex in the Mazda RX-8 as we were talking to him this morning. Alex, owner of Courage Motorsports.
Yeah. Another driver having some issues here early on, Greg, and that's the 21 of Eric Gerchek. Eric went off in turn 4. He did continue, but he has dropped completely back now. He gotten around Scott Witt on the first lap to pull in behind Dylan Witt, and then went off in turn 4. So now Dylan Witt and Scott Witt, they're going to be nose to tail for that SM lead coming off of out of the hog pen right there. You can see him in your camera shot. And then a little bit further back, that's going to be Bob Mueller Jr. So we'll have to see where Eric Gerchek's going to fit back into this field. But he did go off in turn 4 and has continued.
All right, is the field now coming through, completing lap number 2. I think, Brian, one of the other drivers that we need to look for, and he actually wasn't on this, he was on the grid sheet here. It started a little bit further back in the field because he did not go out for qualifying yesterday, or did not race yesterday, so only had the damp qualifying this morning to go by, and that is Kevin Fryer, who is racing his Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, now out of Durham, North Carolina, after spending a number of years in the Chicago area and, of course, up in the Washington, D.C. area, where he, for many years, raced an ITB BMW 2002 in the MARRS series. And Kevin Fryer, he started off the day, I believe it was, I think we talked about 13th or 14th. No, actually, they had him starting 28th today
he started way in the back,
on the field. And he is now up to, where is he? He's now in 12th.
In 12th right now.
Yeah, in 12th position. So he's already made up half the field, more than half the field, on his way to the front. We'll see how he deals with traffic and working through some of the faster Spec Miata cars, as his lap times right now, he finding almost identical to the 4 or 5 Spec Miatas directly ahead of him.
Yeah. Again, showing good speed right now. Again, for not coming down here, not being here yesterday, is now our overall leader goes by us. But you can see the bulk of the field back here still on the backstretch. So Christopher DeShong in that T3 machine's kind of opened up a huge lead over the entire field. As like I said, the rest of the field just now coming. We can look back here a little bit further. I talked about Eric Gerchek in that 21 machine. He's fallen all the way back to 21st overall. So Eric going to have to really work hard in this 10-lap race with right now 7 laps to go, to do that. But Dylan Witt, Scott Witt, Bob Mueller Jr., that's your top 3 in Spec Miata. Robert Cahall sitting in 4th right now in Spec Miata, and then Matt Fielding Russell in that number 30 machine.
All right, well, Brian, with 7 laps remaining this race, let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 2, E production, F production, H production, ITA and ITS racers, or anybody else who might have decided to come in late. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2, E production, F production, H production, ITS and ITA. This is your first call to the grid.
Taking a look at that 0 machine that just went by our window here. Mark Sr. Lost the rear bumper cover in that Miata. Just now going down into the horseshoe right there, missing that rear bumper cover. Last car.
So what you're saying is when he went around over by Oak Tree on that opening lap, he spun so quickly that the rear bumper just
backed right off.
Yeah, just flew right off. Got it.
Okay. All the speed he had in there. Yep. I think it may have come off when he went back around to turn around and come back, because he did go back to the left side or back to the right and came around. I think when he came back on the crack, it bottomed out and it took the rear bumper cover off. So.
And I want to thank Peter Krause, who's in the chat again today. Yes. Of course, Peter apparently was working with Trey Ayers, coaching up Arvid Albanese today in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. But of course, Peter is reminding me. I always talk about people going off at turn 1 and ending up in the Dan River. If you go off at Hog Pen, assuming you can get past the Armco that's been put up here in the last 10 years, if you go off at Hog Pen, you will also end up in the Dan River as it runs right alongside the front straight here at VIR.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, let's go ahead and pick up this Jeff Giordano and Nathan Pring. Pring tried to get up right beside Giordano in that 34 machine. That's the battle for T4.
Yes.
Last time by. So now it looks like Pring is going to get in front of Jeff in that 34 machine. So that's a new T4 leader there as they head down through the left hook there, getting ready to come up into the snake. So put a new T4 leader in there with Nathan Pring in that number 8 machine. We do have a standing yellow down there in 17.
Yep, local caution as we do have a car off in the grass trying to find his way back home. And we'll see if we can get the number on that. Very slow. He's now right alongside the pavement. We'll be able to pick him up here in just a moment. And that is the Spec Miata.
Oh,
I
that's
believe.
one of the Wits.
Oh, yeah, that's the 85 Spec Miata that ran off. And
that's Scott Witt.
Scott Witt, who drops now. Scott, who started in 7th position overall today, he now finds himself in 21st position.
Yeah, he was second in Spec Miata there, right behind Dylan Witt. They were starting to pull away a little bit from Bob Mueller. So now put Dylan Witt up in the lead there in Spec Miata, and Bob Mueller second, and then Matt Fielding Russell in that 30 machine. That's going to be third.
All right. And, Brian, we are going to a full course caution here at VIR, and I have a suspicion. As we've got Krista Shong going off and pirouetting coming out of Hog Pen. The BMW, our overall leader, now finding himself in the grass. So there is a good chance that that Nathan Pring and Jeff Giordano will be your 2 leaders as they come onto the front straight here, assuming they can make it through, and they do. So we should see Nathan Pring as your leader. But Brian, I was going to say, I think what's bringing out this full course caution might be, and we'll have to find out where he is on course, might be for Kevin Fryer in the Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. We were just talking a few moments ago how he was up to 12th position. He's now showing as a lap down. And I did not see him come by last time by. So let's try and find out where he is. He might be swimming in the Dan. And Brian, it's sounding like Krista Shong having some issues getting that BMW moved from the grass. He's just to the left of our camera down at Hog Pen. And if our cameraman didn't have sciatica issues, he'd twist the camera over a little bit and see where he is. But we are under full course caution now. Safety car has picked up our new race leader, Nathan Pring, with Jeff Giordano running second, both of them in T4. Matt Milford, and this is a good opportunity for Milford to reset. Brian is the Civic driver out of Newbern, now has his car right behind the 2 MX-5s, and I'll bet you Milford was probably quietly praying for rain this morning and this afternoon, and as we went to lunch, hoping that he'd be able to eke out a little bit more of an advantage over these T4 cars.
Well, Greg, one car I'm not seeing out here that ran yesterday and ended up finishing third in T4, and I believe he did come out this morning for qualifying, is John Ferguson in that 23 machine.
Yes.
In that Subaru. I'm almost positive I saw him out here this morning doing some qualifying laps, but then not here for this 10-lap race.
All right, as the safety car brings the field up through the S's, Alex Cumming trying to catch up to the field. Brian, nothing gets out. Every time we see his in-car video, there's never a car that we see in front of him, which is
he's gonna come up on him pretty quickly.
Yeah,
right
hopefully
here.
he's going to slow down a little bit here as he comes up to the back. There you go. You see the brake pedal, foot going to the brake pedal there.
Hard to the brake pedal.
That's right.
And again, that becomes a challenge too, because you're a little bit further back, and you all of a sudden you get the looks like one car or maybe a couple emergency cars pulling out down there. I think they're going to come back down and try to get the DeShong machine out of the out of the river. I think it's the he's not quite to the river, but he's
no. There's too much Armco there now. A couple of years ago,
I know he's not in the actual river, but as hard as it rained, I guarantee you there's still puddles down there.
And that's interesting. Peter Krause in the chat thinking that maybe the BMW of DeShong shut off coming down the hill because of the way it spun there. You know, unless for some reason he went quickly to the brakes and had a very quick weight transfer to the front of the car. It's certainly a possibility. But again, the full course caution came out prior to the DeShong machine going off and coming across this camera's view right here. This truck will likely come to the grass. Yep, there we go.
Going to have to put it in four-wheel drive to get down there.
But we still need to find out what may have happened to the Fryer car, the 98 machine. Can you look over our controller's friend and see if he's listed there?
There's nothing written down, so I don't know where he's at. I don't remember him coming down pit road. I didn't see it.
Maybe it's a competition yellow, Brian.
Maybe. Well, he's not written on their board, so that they have over here going off anywhere. We'll see. Although, you know what? I am getting word that we had contact early on between the 78 and the 98.
Okay. Well, the 98.
Drivers left down in, that's Kevin Fryer up in turn 11.
Turn 11.
And I think the 98 is off there. So the 98 may be in the South Paddock right now.
Okay. That would explain it because we didn't see it in our camera shot, and maybe what we'll do is when we come by, and we're going to take a look here with Alex Cumming to see where DeShong ended up, and it looks like they already hooked him up. Yeah, he's already right at the edge of the track. There's the DeShong car right between these two machines here, Brian.
Yeah, and I guess it, like I said, slight impact with the tire. With the branded tires up in turn 11, and I believe that was the Kevin Fryer machine that had to contact.
So maybe what we'll do is we've got another lap under caution here. When we come out of South Bend and go into 11, let's stay on. Let's go back to the Alex Cumming in car, and we'll just see if he's there or see where he might be if he's in the South Paddock. So we'll check that out as we come through. But from the looks of it, and DeShong is now on course, and DeShong has just crossed the start-finish line. He's going to be right at the tail end of this group, coming out from behind our ticker right about now. There he is, right at the back of the line. We will, and then we've got the 85 car of Scott Witt as well. But I would think that we'll probably be going back to Green Flag Racing this next time by, Brian.
Yeah, I would think so. I think this could be one of those opportunities where we could get back to green quickly.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 2. E production, F production, H production, ITA, and ITS. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, please head to the grid.
Yeah, I got 4 laps remaining right here, and next time we come by, it'll be 3. So if we do get the lights out, it'll be a 3-lap
3-lap sprint?
3-lap sprint. That's what I was going to say. 3-lap sprint to the finish here, but
it's a sprintier sprint.
It's a sprintier. Yeah, it's a quicker sprint.
That's right.
I mean, really, what that does is that bunches. Where we had those challenges with some of the SM drivers. Now, it becomes where everybody's bunched back up. Now, Bob Mueller has gotten around Dylan Witt on track, so. Put Bob Mueller in front in SM. Dylan Witt second. Matt Fielding Russell is in third. Jim Poston is fourth in the 04 machine. Robert Cahall fifth in Spec Miata. Kevin Conlon sixth. Chris Hubert in his SMSE. Then you got to get down to Eric Gerchak, which is going to be in 12th overall. He's got 2 cars in between. So again, Eric having that problem early on in turn 4 brings that back up in there where he could be battling there for that.
Yeah, so he's got to find his way. He's Gerchak is directly behind Alex Cumming here in the RX-8, and then again our SMSE leader. That's for Spec Miata Southeast, slightly different rule set than the national Spec Miata rule set. Directly ahead of Alex Cumming here in the yellow number 41 machine. That's Chris Hubert.
Yep. So it does look like the EV has recovered the 98 there of Kevin Fryer. So looks like they're going to take him out the back way, probably on the south paddock, and bring him back that way. We'll see.
Would that be that's not the
Well,
walk?
it's
not the
it's
walk
right
of
there.
shame. Oh yeah,
It's
well, there he is,
right there,
there.
off to the left. So we may not be going green this time
Yeah,
by here,
looks
Greg.
like they're still working
they're
that
still up
incident.
there, yeah. I would assume that if they can get that hooked up and get him out of there, well, it looks like he may be driving away there. Looks like I saw the car moving behind to the left of the tow truck where right there, there's the DeShong machine going right by him.
Well,
it looks like he's moving.
He's
so.
there moving. He just wanted to catch the end of the line.
Yeah. So
and there he goes. He's Kevin Fryer back out on track now. You know, he may not continue this race.
Sure.
He is currently 3 laps down. He is technically working lap 4 while our leaders are all working lap 7.
Yeah.
Chris DeShong is a single lap down. He's working lap 6 currently.
And he's pulling off the south
Yeah.
paddock, and I would assume all those other emergency vehicles there. So we could go back green right here.
Yep. No, and we're just getting word from race control. The safety car is going to stay out for at least one more lap, and I think that is just because they were actually
Too far down.
Too far down.
At the
Actually,
top of the
starting
hill,
to
yeah.
head down the hill when that decision was made.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll go one more. So now it becomes an even faster sprint because now you got 2 laps. So again, I know it's a warm day, but you got to keep getting heating these tires, especially in the Spec Miata class, because they will get cold pretty quickly.
Yes.
So you you got to keep doing that.
Luckily, they fire off, and at least
they come off pretty quickly
for the Spec Miata class, they're all on Hoosier tires. They will come up to temp very quickly. I know the SMT cars are all on Toyo RA1s. Not sure what SMSE is running, but they may take. I think they may also be on the Hoosiers, and if that's so in that case, it probably won't be so bad as the safety car now brings the field past us here on the North Tower, and they are indeed being told that they should come down the pit lane the next time by. But Brian, the downside is it's it's 3.27 miles away from now. I should also point out, and this might complicate things quite a bit, Brian, I'm gonna make a small little change to our timing pylon. Because I think this will interest you and interest our viewers quite a bit. And that is where we go to time to go, where we show now 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. So by the time this pace lap is done, Brian, we're going to be...
We may only get a green-white and then the checker the next time by.
Or
so
actually,
green and white at the same time.
Yeah.
And then the checker. So, yeah, we could end up getting just a one lap.
Indeed. So let me do this. In the meantime, since we know this is winding down, let me make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. E production, F production, H production, ITA, and ITS. Race group number 2, please head to the grid.
Again, going on board with Alex coming in that number 24, that T4 Mazda RX-8 as they head up through.
He looks awfully relaxed behind the wheel.
He does. He looks really, really relaxed, like he's out for a Sunday drive.
He's got the windows down. All he needs is a pop the sunroof.
Yep. Well, if he pops the sunroof, he's got a bigger problem.
Yes, he does.
I don't think he has a sunroof.
Didn't we see that with another organization right here a couple of weeks ago, where the roof literally popped off the car? It was a month ago. It was a Porsche Boxster with a hard top, and
it ended up not being a hard top afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. The top went, and oddly enough, when the window goes out, then the rear when the top goes off, the rear window pops out too when it hits the ground. And those Porsche Boxster hardtops, real glass, not plastic rear windows.
Or plexiglass. They're not the plexiglass type stuff.
All right, so we've got now a minute 22. We'll watch the starter stand to see if they show the white flag in conjunction with the green.
Yeah.
Because based on the lap times, there is no way on this time limit that our racers will be able to get 2 laps in.
Unless they take it another lap longer, but we'll see. We can look out the window and see what they're gonna give here as they're coming down the roller coaster right now. Look for the safety car to pit in this time, so we know we're definitely going back to green. We'll see if we get the green and the white at the same time, which will give 1 lap, which could be a really good battle for T4 now that all 3 of those are all up front.
All right, pace car now on the pit lane, Brian. That turns the field back over to Nathan Pring, driver of the number 8 T4 Mazda MX-5. And as they come to the line, we see just the green flag. So we may get a green-white checker here, Brian.
Yeah.
And as they head down now into turn number 1, let's see what Jeff Giordano does. Is he going to try to take the lead in Touring 4, or is maybe Matt Milford going to go and take a look? Milford took a look along the outside of Jeff Giordano, was not able to outbrake him, however, into turn 1. And we've got a Spec Miata's got all bottled up behind that Civic, at least coming through 1 and 2. As they started to make the run over to the NASCAR bend, the Honda Civic was able to separate out. But, Brian, look at this. We got Dylan Witt all over the back of Bob Mueller Jr.
Dylan went all over the back of Bob Mueller Jr., but then you got Matt Fielding Russell in there, Jim Puzzle, and now throw in Eric Gerchak as he's gotten around all those, so put him in the sixth position
So
right
Gerchak
now.
On that restart made up like 5 positions.
Absolutely.
Or so.
It's like everybody let him go by knowing he was probably going to be a little bit faster than they were in different.
Yeah, Gerchak was 11th overall when they crossed the timing stripe to start this lap. And we see Chris DeShong now. Now, remember, DeShong, he's a full lap down. That big BMW sticking out like a sore thumb, going through Spec Miata traffic up through the S's. As our T4 leaders now nose to tail coming into turn 11, Nathan Pring in the gray with orange number 8 machine, Jeff Giordano in the gray with orange stripe number 34, right behind Pring's number 8 car, as they are coming down Madison Avenue for what we think will be the second to last time. And they pretty much left Matt Milford, left him behind.
Well, they go side by side like they're getting ready to go do at the top of the hill, getting ready to go down the roller coaster. Milford could be in there. Here it is. So they're going to still fight it out there. Milford still not out of this battle in this T4, Greg, as those guys go come up and down the hill. They get back single file, and it is going to be Giordano is going to take over the lead over Nathan Pring in T4.
And that was a great move by Giordano. We saw Pring move over driver's right to defend going in the 14 and maybe push the car wide, as Milford has issues over at Hogpen. Comes across the track, impacts the tire, or probably impacts the Armco, but somehow all the Spec Miatas behind managed to avoid that car, and Bob Mueller Jr. will finish with the win. There was no white flag. It was the last lap, so Jeff Giordano will take the win in Touring 4. Pring will finish second. Your winner in Spec Miata, Bob Mueller Jr. He takes the win over Dylan Witt, with Matt Fielding Russell finishing in third. Finishing third in Touring 4, Brian, is going to be Alex Cumming in the number 24 Mazda RX-8. So good finish for him. In SMSET, Mark Sr. will take the win over Jim Hess. Chris Hubert will take the win over Dennis Mathias in SMSE. And then, of course, our sole T3 racer, Chris DeShong, is going to finish a lap down. All right, Brian, let's do this. We already made our final call to the grid for the next race group, so we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action. It's going to be improved touring and production here in just a moment. Here from Virginia International Raceway, it's the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And Brian and I would like to extend a wonderful big thanks to Willing and Able Racing for their assistance in providing today's race coverage on the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel. All right, next up is F Production, H Production, and E Production, as well as ITA and ITS. And let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 13, F Production Mazda Miata, the Windsor Customs machine. It's Stephen Clark, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row, but we understand he did not make the grid today. Mark Carpenter, driver of the number 30, F Production Acura Integra out of Huntersville, North Carolina. Glenn Evans, scheduled to start third. He's in the number 10, ITS Mazda MX-5 from Centerville, Virginia, the Minis Mission Machine. And starting fourth in the number 86, ITS Acura Integra, the Outrun Motorsports car, it's Justin Deffenbaugh. Al Pierce starting fifth in the number 78, E Production Mazda RX-7. He's out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, with Patrick McGovern starting sixth. He's in the number 8, F Production Mazda Miata, the Vet Motorsports machine. Then we have... I lost my place. Then we've got starting seventh, driving the number 12, ITA Mazda Protege from Jamestown, North Carolina, in the race engineering machine. It is Justin Barbary with Stephen Layfield starting eighth. He's in the number 71, F Production Mazda Miata from Abington, Virginia. It's Stephen Layfield. Then we've got Paul Spencer starting in ninth position. Paul is driving the number 08, ITA Mazda Miata. He's from Raleigh, North Carolina, and representing Outrun Motorsports, with Grayson Upchurch III starting 10th. Grayson's driving the number 23, ITA Dodge Neon. He's from Denver, North Carolina, with Chris Plucker starting 11th. Chris is in the number 32, ITS Datsun 280Z. I'm sorry, that would be a Nissan 280Z, and it's black and gold, just like they meant them all to be. He's from Lynchburg, Virginia. Joel Gambino racing with us today. He's in the number 131, ITA Mazda Miata, starting 12th today. He's out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, driving the RP Performance entry, with Ron Munnerlin pulling his car out of the garage about 3 a.m. this morning, decided to come race with us. He's starting 13th. He's in the number 68, ITS Mazda MX-5. He's from Bennettsville, South Carolina. Paul Overstreet starting 14th. He's in the number 22, ITS Mazda Miata. He's in the Overstreet engineering machine. He's from Charlottesville, Virginia. And then we got Grayson Upchurch Jr., and Dad is racing the number 81 F Production Acura Integra. He's out of Denver, North Carolina, and he starts 15th. Starting on the outside of row number 8, driving the number 7 ITA Mazda Miata from Bristol, Tennessee, Greg Siegert. And then we got Chris Pencamo. He's going to start 17th in the number 26 ITA Mazda Miata. He's from Ball Ground, Georgia, and he's going to start right alongside Ben Gloka in the number 31 F Production Acura Integra, who starts 18th. And then we'll give you the next two. Starting 19th in the number 75 H Production Honda Fit. We got our pole sitter in the class, Alex McBain. And then Elliot Golden starting 20th. He's in the number 72 H Production MG Midget. He's from Mineral, Virginia. As the lights are out on the pace car, Brian, and that doesn't matter as much as the pace car now being on the pit lane, as our racers are working their way onto the front straight. Starter looking over the field and arm in the air, and we are green, Brian, and we are racing once again here at Virginia International Raceway as our field starts to make their way down towards turn number 1 with Stephen Clark, Glenn Evans at the front of the field. Stephen Clark in that yellow with blacktop Mazda Miata sitting on the inside, but driving right around him, right around the outside. That's going to give him good position coming into turn number 3 into the NASCAR bend. The Mazda of Glenn Evans, but Evans, he just ends up slotting behind Stephen Clark.
That's actually going to be Justin Deffenbaugh.
Deffenbaugh in the Integra.
Because it was a great start by Deffenbaugh.
It was.
He got by Evans really, really quickly.
Oh, wow.
As Stephen Clark also got a good shot. I tell you what, Justin Deffenbaugh was ready to go on that throttle and on that shifter.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. With the following drivers, please see the stewards in impound. Driver of the 98 Touring 4 Mazda, Kevin Fryer. and driver of the number 78 Spec Miata, Ted Cahall, please see the stewards in impound. Again, Kevin Fryer, driver of the number 98 Touring 4 Mazda, and Ted Cahall, driver of the number 78 Spec Miata, please see the stewards in impound.
Tell you what, Greg, as our drivers now getting ready to come up into the Oak Tree for the very first time, Stephen Clark opening up by about 4 car lengths over Justin Deffenbaugh. Glenn Evans really starting to fight back as hard as he can to try to get around that number 86 machine of Deffenbaugh. Again, that is going to be a battle for ITS lead right here on the first lap, and everybody else kind of following in. You've got to get single file the first time through, at least by the time you get up to the top of the hill, as Stephen Clark opens up by about 4 car lengths to the top of that hill. As I said, over Deffenbaugh and Evans. And then you got to go back a little bit further. I believe that is the 8 machine in there as well. That may also be the 12 of, it's not Justin Barber. I didn't see him out there. So it could be the 08 machine.
Yeah, it was interesting. Barbary, who took the ITA win yesterday, was posted up on Facebook last night what the undercarriage of his car looked like, because he had a little bit of a time running through. No, there was actually Barbary just ran by us in the purple Protege, the 4-door. We're just so used to seeing ITV Proteges that look like taxi cabs. But Barbary had a bit of an off yesterday, and so like the entire front splitter of that car, which goes from about 1.5 inches out to the front of the car, and then as far back as the front wheels on the Mazda, it was rather mangled, and it teaches you that you should not make splitters out of aluminum.
Not good.
Because they're very easy to they would be very easy to fold back into the correct shape, Brian, if they didn't have like 7,500 wrinkles from going off. All right, as we watch the front of the field here, and this is a neat little battle here. So, again, right at the front with Clark and Deffenbaugh, they are not in the same class, but Glenn Evans in that number 10 Mazda Miata, he is in the same class as Justin Deffenbaugh. So our second and third place cars now looking for a fight here in the lead for ITS. Justin Barbary in that Protege, he has really separated himself out now from the rest of the field.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, kind of pulling away there a little bit further back here. We're going to take a look at this H production battle between Alex McBain and Elliott Golden. McBain leading by about 2 car lengths now over Golden. Golden, we know, had a problem yesterday as well to come through there. And Alex, we saw him again this morning, and we saw him out there this morning having some fun kind of in the damp racetrack. So it really wasn't much of a fight yesterday, as Golden had some issues. Golden put the car off at one point down at turn 1, and McBain more or less had the entire race wrapped up from, I think, like lap 2. But obviously not as much time to breathe and think about it here today, as that white Honda Fit now under attack from Golden's MG. Yeah, I think Golden's going to end up getting back by him in that MG there. We're looking at it there, though, just now coming to the top of the hill. It looks like McBain's going to get right back in front of him, but it looks like Golden's going to go too wide through there, coming down the bottom of the hill, getting down into hog pen. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to make that stick too wide, Greg. They're going to have to. Someone's going to have to give a little bit, going to make that MG as wide as it can, gets through there.
Well, it's hard to make an MG midget wide, but I think more importantly, he was stuck to the outside and just hoping that the Honda Fit would be able to keep the pace up, as they're now still side by side, door to door, coming down the front straight, and you have to wonder if McBain can actually see the midget beside him, because the car doesn't make it up to the bottom of the window frame there. I mean, it is a much smaller car, and McBain, who was on the outside, goes extra deep into turn 1, and it looks as though, and you see, I don't think he knows that the midget is now about a car length and a half behind him, because he left the door open for a car that just wasn't there any longer, Brian.
Yeah. I think the only thing he can see is the top of the cage when he turns a little bit to the right to see it, if he can see it. You're right. I am not really sure, but he's starting to open up now a little bit. He's got 2.5 car lengths as they head up through Snake right now before they get up the hill underneath the bridge of the S's. We'll see what that does. We'll see whether or not Holden's able to close back up on McBain. But I tell you what, that was a really good run through the horseshoe, through turn 1 and 2, and really through 3 and 4 for Alex to open that gap up, because Holden was right there coming down the bottom of the hill through the roller coaster and through Hog Pen.
And it's so interesting to see here, Brian, as the midget, and gosh, somebody's going to remind me, and I'm sure Peter will probably remind me. I think they're like 998 cc's. They're basically a 1 liter motor, I think, in those cars, and obviously not a lot of top end speed. The key to carrying to making speed in that car is to just keep it on the boil and roll through corners as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
And where it had an issue was going up the hill through the uphill S's where you need power. So here, though, he's tucked into the draft behind the fit. The fit does put a pretty darn big,
pretty big air.
hole in the air, and he is making up ground even though it is uphill. And there we go. Thank you, Peter. It's a 948 cc.
Yeah.
So, again, a less than 1 liter motor. And the fit is huge by comparison at 1.5 liters, but of course fuel injected and everything that comes along that. But once they get down to this part of the track, this is where the midget really should shine. And the last time by, he ended up having to go side by side with the Honda Fit. But I think we'll see the midget here with a great advantage coming out of Hog Pen. The problem is, again, long straightaway. Can he use that draft to pull up as they come into the brake zone at turn 1? And I think, Brian, as they come into our view right here, I think we're going to see where that midget has absolutely closed things down.
Yeah, he really got through the Holden really got through Hog Pen really, really well that time, was able to stay on the throttle. And now here you see it going through the horseshoe, Greg, coming through turns 1 and 2. He's going to get on drivers right there of Alex McBain. So Alex has got to make a move kind of to the center of the track. Now he's going to have the preferred position if he gets to that spot first. Looks like he did, and so it looks like Holden's going to follow him back through. So really good H production battle right here.
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's take a look. I want to move over, if we can. Let's see if we can get back to that ITS battle between the Integra of Deffenbaugh and the Miata of Glenn Evans. We'll see, and I think they're coming out of Oak Tree right now. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Spencer. As we pick them up now and just separated by a couple car lengths. Now, again, the advantage with the Mazda obviously is that it has a much more balanced handling here, and probably coming down through the roller coaster would have an advantage over Deffenbaugh's Integra, but that Integra definitely a little better aero-wise, cuts a smaller hole in the air, but more importantly, I think also it's got much more top end.
Yeah, coming down the hill, you can see where Deffenbaugh opens it up just a little bit over Evans. I'll tell you what, the battle really, and not all of this is going to be for position, but you've got Evans, and then you've got Barbary there by himself. Then when you start to look back a little bit further, just from there, you've got Paul Spencer in the 08, Motherland Grayson Jr., Upchurch, Patrick McGovern, and I believe that's Stephen Layfield in the 71 that's not that far behind him as well.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, if we go through here, the battle for second, probably I guess the battle for third in F production is in that group. We've got Paul Spencer as an ITA car, then Upchurch, then Motherland, and then McGovern and Layfield, both in the Miatas. That is the battle for the last step on the podium in F production. As Upchurch has opened up almost a second advantage now on McGovern and Layfield behind.
Yeah, looks like Alex may be having a problem. I'm getting word.
Something about being off in a field.
Yeah, turn 17 there. Looks like he's trying to continue, but it looks like he may. We should be seeing. There he goes, right past the window right there. So Alex going off in turn 17. Also getting a report of the 101 there of Douglas Sanders kind of off the pace. Look for him to come down pit road. But
yeah, and Sanders in his the F production Fiat 124 Spider. We haven't talked about him much this weekend. He's sitting right now back in 19th position overall, but yeah, he's appeared to be off the pace for the majority of the weekend. He did not bring the car out for qualifying this morning in the wet, but we'll check that as somebody's coming underneath. That
may be Motherland coming underneath Upchurch there.
Well, we also saw the Gloca Integra being challenged coming up the hill, and I'm looking to see who that was. And all of a sudden, and we're having some issues with our timing and scoring. I'll have to apologize here because I don't have Gloka in there right now. So
Yeah, I don't think that is Gloka. That may be I think the white car there is the Grayson Upchurch Jr., the 81.
Oh,
quite
so
that's
possibly.
the Acura Integra.
The other
got,
Integra.
Yeah,
okay,
so I
you're
think
right.
it was Motherland coming underneath Upchurch Jr.
Yeah.
There. So
Upchurch Jr., the father of Upchurch III. Not that that should be a big surprise. So the Upchurch the third in I guess we call him Junior. I don't know. The Dodge, right? The Dodge Neon has been shared between a couple different drivers over the last couple seasons or so. As that car, I think, was pulled out of mothballs about 2 years ago, and indeed, Brian, the red number 101 Fiat 124 of Doug Sanders coming down the pit lane right now. Looks like his day is done. Real quick, as we are just about halfway through this 10-lap or 25-minute race, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for our Big Bore racers. Please head to the grid. Race Group 3, Big Bore, please head to the grid. As we now have I guess we're technically under halfway, 4 laps remaining. And here again is that battle in ITS. And Brian, that has closed down a lot in the last 2 laps or so. When they crossed the line, it was showing a 0.7 of a second. But Glenn Evans now is within, a couple of feet. And I would say if we were putting it in the time, probably about 1/10 to 2/10 at most. Although we see here coming through South Bend, that Integra, very strong through South Bend. It looks like that may be the weak spot for Glenn Evans.
I was going to say, it looks like coming up the hill through the S is really his weak spot. When he gets up into South Bend, kind of that kind of space opens up a little bit. Where he does close the gap is coming through the roller coaster, through Hog Pen, gets you there a little bit further, a little bit better than Justin does, and then that actually helps him get down the front stretch and down into the horseshoe down turn 1 and 2. So it looks like our overall leader, Stephen Clark, getting ready to come up on some lap traffic here. I believe that is going to be maybe the 88 there, John Pfeiffer coming through there.
What I'd like to do, and we'll pick them out for Spencer. I want to go to this F production battle between with the Upchurch Integra and the 2 Miatas of McGovern and Layfield. And we should, I think, actually, we've got they're right now actually coming into Hog Pen.
Yeah, right there. Yep.
The white car leading this group here. This is the battle right now for second in F production, as both Patrick McGovern and Stephen Layfield have closed things up on Grayson Upchurch Jr. I think they might have the ITA Miata of Paul Spencer sitting right in that group as well to complicate things with that 4-car train now as they come under braking. And look at that, the move that the Integra makes, I believe on Spencer going down into the horseshoe at turn 1. Almost drops a wheel in the dirt. Wow. Did he save that at the last moment?
Wow. He had that left front was all the way over there, and the left rear was all the way over, trying to keep Paul Spencer from behind him in there to try to keep Patrick McGovern back behind him. So Upchurch Jr. really having to put a battle on to try to take that second in F production in that class right now, with Stephen Clark having such a huge lead. There you see, you got 2 cars going to go side by side here.
Like
that
a
is
diamond formation.
I believe that's actually going to be Chris Plucker in the 32 and Patrick McGovern. And I think Plucker was the one who kind of tucked back in behind to let McGovern go back up. Again, that's the battle for second. Again, McGovern trying to get back in front of Paul Spencer in that ITA machine. Catch Upchurch.
Yeah, I mean it's so interesting there. We've got the 3 F production cars with an ITA car and an ITS car mixed in. And and even with Plucker, again, his fight isn't with Spencer.
Correct.
His
Right.
his
Yep.
fight is much further ahead.
Yes.
And I don't think he has any ITS cars close behind. Actually, I don't think he has any ITS cars behind him.
No.
But it is such a long way for him to get up to Ron Munnerlyn, who's running 4th overall, that it's hard when you get into the thick of it to start, saying, okay, you guys in your class go by, and I'm just gonna kind of check out of the bottle. And we've got a car that's off, Brian, up at the top of the roller coaster. He's actually back on now. We can see that he's rejoined
We'll get the number
here
in a second.
as he comes down the hill through the grass.
Looks like 55 there. We talked about him earlier today. It looks
James
like that's going to be
Etchells.
James Etchells.
And Etchells running 21st overall right now. That's an E-production Mazda Miata. That is not one of the Spec Miatas. He's out of Wendell, North Carolina.
Yeah, Greg. We talk about the the Grayson Upchurch, the McGovern, the Paul Spencer, and the Chris Plucker. Again, you've got really 3 different classes within those 4 cars. They've all raced with each other so many times that they kind of know who they are. They know who they're racing. Sometimes you'll see where they'll give them that room. Sometimes they may not.
Yeah. So here's another interesting part of this, Brian, is we've said that this is the SARRC MARRS Challenge all weekend long, and technically for each one of these classes, there are actually 2 different races going on. There's a SARRC race and there's a MARRS race. And the drivers, when they go to check in at the beginning of the weekend, they are given a big giant M sticker or a giant F sticker to stick on the back of the car, so that theoretically you come up on an ITA car and there are 2 S ITA cars ahead of you, and you're a MARRS ITA. Yes, you want to win the challenge.
Yeah.
But knowing that you're not in the same points battle as those cars around you sometimes impacts your thinking as well. So again, something to think about there. That being said, with those 3 F production cars, I believe that Layfield is considered a MARRS car, whereas both McGovern and Upchurch are from the Southeast Division and are SARRC cars. And also, that being said, Brian, big change in ITA as Grayson Upchurch III in the Dodge Neon, who is the 2023 Southeast Division Rookie of the Year, he's dropped back through the field now, and he finds himself in the clutches of Joel Gambino, who I believe is our right now the MARRS racer in ITA furthest up the field. So it's Barbary, your leader in ITA, Paul Spencer, and then there's Plucker and Layfield, and then Upchurch behind, with Joel Gambino right behind him. And Gambino, I think at this point, somewhere around 9 seconds back from the Neon. So,
Greg, we are going to a red flag right now, and I think that is more because of, I just got word across the radio, and looking over the right, the 88 there of, I believe that is John Pfeiffer, went off at turn 10, over off on driver's right, and I think there's some smoke coming out of there.
Yeah, we see the driver getting out of the car right now. And so a red flag, Brian, as opposed to what we have, what we see in the FIA, whereas the drivers are all to return to the pits. In SCCA road racing, when there is a red flag, the drivers on course are to come to a complete stop. And you can see here as the drivers have done that. Typically, we want them to stay on the pavement, especially right now as we have some very wet grass, but we want to be able to have a lane to our emergency services vehicles to respond. And it does appear as though that machine, it's billowing a lot of black smoke right now.
Well, they were saying it was smelling oil. That was went out by them, and they went off driver's right, got over into the grass, and you talk about Paul Spencer over there. I think at that point he was getting ready to start to make a move.
Right
when the red flag came out, he was already on that end of the track. So I will give him credit there. Smart move to to make that turn and then stay completely off the racing surface. Again, I think it's dried up enough to where he should be able to.
From
to
where
pull out of
he
there
is,
and
we know the trouble spots are the same places. There are always trouble spots down at Hog Pen, down at turn 1, over at turn 11 as well. So again, we've got emergency services teams responding, and we should have more action here momentarily. Let's do this, Brian. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 3. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Brian, the clock, I'm just trying to double check here. It looks as though the clock was stopped at just about 5 minutes and 49 seconds, again, with 2 laps remaining. I'm going to leave it for now, showing 2 laps remaining on our ticker, and as we get more information, we'll let you know. But let's do this, Brian, as we are currently under red flag conditions here at Summit Point, at Virginia International Raceway. Slip of the tongue.
There goes all the text messages.
And it's the drinking games usually begin when I start calling my partner Brian. So hopefully you've had a very exciting weekend now that I've called him Brian like 800 times so far. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll give you an update on what we're seeing on track. And we'll hopefully be able to bring you the finish of this IT and production car race.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, and I want to thank our potato cam cameraman over there by
Potato man.
by turn 11. And as we've got, looks like we've got. It looks as though, Brian, we've got the emergency services vehicle under tow by another emergency services vehicle.
That's what happens when it rains as hard as it did last night.
Yeah, exactly. And so the wrecker is under tow from another truck to get it off the grass. But it looks like they've gotten the Pfeiffer Miata hooked up, and they're going to move that car under pretty quickly. But we have received word from Race Control that this race is going to be checkered. Yeah. There is a safety car that is over in our south paddock, just out past Oak Tree, and they're going to pick up the field. And they are going to see the checkered flag this time by. We'll see. They may just bring them down the pit lane, or they may bring them under the starter stand. We'll see. But this race is essentially finished. So let's do this, Brian. Let's go. We'll run down the finishing order, where Stephen Clark will take the overall win, and he wins F Production. Justin Deffenbaugh will finish second overall, takes the win in ITS, just ahead of Glenn Evans. Ron Munnerland will finish fourth overall, third in ITS. Justin Barbary is your ITA winner. He'll finish fifth overall, with Grayson Upchurch Jr. Taking second in F Production, finishing sixth overall. Chris Plucker will finish fourth in ITS, seventh overall. Then we got Patrick McGovern in his F Production Miata finishing eighth. Paul Spencer finishing second in ITA, finishing ninth. Stephen Layfield in his F Production Mazda Miata finishing 10th, and we should mention that Grayson Upchurch in his ITA Dodge Neon will finish second. Now let's move over quickly to H Production, where Elliot Golden will take the win over Alex McBain. And I believe that wraps things up, with the exception, E Production, where Steve Grizel in the number 52 Mazda Miata will take the win, and James Etchells will finish in second. All right, so as quickly as we came here, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 3. GT cars, Spec Corvettes, SPO, SPU, T1, T2, and a host of others. If you got a lot of horsepower, this is your time to go up to the grid. Race group 3, please head to the grid. And indeed, we've got the drivers as they cross under the checkered flag. Their race is now done. We'll take a break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Virginia International Raceway, the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Please stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. You know, Brian, I'm starting to sound like a broken record when I say that. Anyway, we have up now our big ground pounders, our GT cars, our Touring 1 cars, our super production cars, and the race that you've all been waiting for, Spec Corvette behind this pace car. We're actually going to have, I believe, 2 separate pace cars. We've got our GT cars behind the first pace car there, heading down into turn 1, and now just coming up to the starter stand behind our beautiful North Carolina region Mazda. It is the Spec Corvettes. Let's run down the starting order with our GT cars. I'm going to give you the top 10 in each. Starting on the pole in GT with his number 81 Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. It is Clayton Ely. Ron Ferris in his GT1 Chevrolet Corvette, the red, white, blue machine. Starting on the outside of the front row, as we said, Chip Bozeman. He's your GTA pole sitter. He's driving the number 49 Ford Mustang. He's out of Glen St. Mary, Florida, in the B2 Motorsports machine. Then we got David Ross in the number 34 SPO Chevy Camaro. He's from Boones Mill, Virginia. Bob Davis in the number 19 GTA Chevy Impala out of Thaxton, Virginia. He will start in 5th position with Glenn Kirchen starting 6th. Glenn's in the number 93 GT2 Chevy Corvette. He's out of Mills, Massachusetts. Then we've got Bill Foster starting 7th. He's in the number 76 Touring 1 Chevrolet Corvette. He's out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He is sponsored, Brian, by Social Security. All right, where's Elon Musk when you need him? All right. Starting 8th today at the number 40 SPO Dodge Charger from Wilmington, North Carolina. It's Mike Jackson with Michael Uten starting 9th in the number 127 SPU Datsun 510 from Hickory, North Carolina, and then starting 10th in the front group in the number 44 GT3U Datsun 280Z. It's John Barlow. All right, moving over to Spec Corvette, our pole sitter today in the number 86 machine, Marino Reyes out of Miami, Florida, in the One Mo Time machine. Gina Kopitov is going to start 2nd in the number 172 Chevy Corvette. I don't think that car is going to make the grid today, to be perfectly honest, after yesterday's incident. Starting 3rd today in the number 57 Chevy Corvette from Suffolk, Virginia, it's Spencer Conrad. And then we've got starting 4th in the number 25 machine from Boca Raton, Florida. Our guest here in the booth yesterday, James Candelaria, starting 5th in the number 170 car. It's AP Miranda from Granbury, Texas, in the Aviati racing machine. Then we got David Clemens starting 6th. He is in the number 2 car. He is out of Roanoke, Virginia, in the Stinger Motorsports machine. Then we've got James Davidson listed as starting in 7th position in the 157 car, the One Mo Time machine. It's going to be very difficult for he and Conrad to share a car, however. So
unless
don't
they're
think
sharing on each lap, and I don't think that's possible.
Well, you know, we might have the in-car video. We'll see if both of them are in there. Ken Kozlowski is going to start in 8th position. He's in the number 62 car. He's in the K&S Brakes Corvette from Cary, North Carolina. And starting in 9th position, the number 24 machine, Ian Sullivan out of Tampa, Florida. And then starting in 10th position, driving the number 17 Chevrolet Corvette out of Valrico, Florida, we've got Cecil Stevens.
Before our first group comes in, we do have the 47, which is a GT2 car of Joe Reppert in there as well. So,
all right, well, pace car for the first group, Brian, on the pit lane. Engines are revving up. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at VIR and getting a great start from the outside, as you would expect a car with about 400 more horsepower to do. Ron Ferris in his GT1 Corvette, the first machine, down into turn 1. The problem is he's not the first car out of turn 1, Brian, as Clayton Ely just opens up, puts down the right pedal, and he is off and away. As our second group now, the Spec Corvettes, are looked over by the starter. Green flag is in the air for them, and they are now underway with Marino Reyes, Spencer Conrad on the front row, James Candelaria, and AP Miranda. And we're on board with Marino Reyes, your pole sitter today, here in Spec Corvette as he heads down into turn 1. This is going to probably be a better view as James Candelaria is 2 cars behind. as he is, make that 3 cars, unfortunately for him, as he has AP Miranda come right underneath him going into turn 3 into the NASCAR bend, the 170 machine there. So he's got Miranda, he's got Conrad, and he's got Reyes just ahead, as Candelaria now sitting in 4th.
Conrad Reyes going side by side out of turn 5, going to go up through the S's or up through the snake. And I tell you what, it looks like Conrad, he's going to get ahead and move forward a little bit and pin Marino Reyes down where he's going to be able to pull out. So give the lead in Spec Corvette right now to Spencer Conrad in that 57 machine. Wow, what a move that was, Greg.
All right, what a great move by him. Real quick, Brian, I got a quick announcement to make. Here is was that the Ferris machine?
Yeah, I think Ron Ferris has got a problem. He's really slow, getting ready to come up out of the oak tree right there.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to try to limp that car back rather than going off the south paddock. Real quick, Brian, let me make a quick announcement here. Attention in the paddock. Would the driver of the 04 Spec Miata, Jim Poston, please report to the timing team over on the 2nd floor of the North Tower. Jim Poston, driver of the 04 Spec Miata, please see timing and scoring on the 2nd floor of the tower.
Looks like Ferris may have gotten that car back up power, although I have to take a look and see. He was definitely really slow coming down out of Oak Tree.
I think what he doesn't like, Brian, is he just doesn't like using the brakes on that car.
Well, he's just now going by the start-finish line. And here comes the Spec Corvette battle there. Again, Conrad going to be leading that over Marino Reyes, then AP Miranda and James Candelaria. But, yeah, Ferris having a little bit of a problem there coming up out of South Bend and then out of Oak Tree. So we'll see whether or not that's going to be able to. It looks like it may have just stopped. But it looks like he is back now up under power. Not full power because he should be a little bit faster.
Because he has to turn the car, Brian.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If he is having a brake issue, that would make sense.
Sorry, that could very well be.
Yeah, report. I think they're gonna cover that with a white flag here a little bit going up the hill because he's definitely
very
under
much
power.
off the pace. Exactly. And when we talk about covering with a white flag, SCCA racing, white flag can mean two different things really. Either 1 lap to go, or when it's waving, or it could signify to drivers that there's a slow-moving vehicle on course ahead. And that, of course, could be a race car or it could be emergency services vehicles.
Cool.
Wow, look how loose the 57 machine.
That just has zero grip coming up out of South Bend Dragon and through the Oak Tree. They're going to come up on the Ferris. Now, Ferris is able to pull away because of the power of what he has. There you see him at the very top. But, both Spencer Conrad and Marino Reyes, they've got their hands full right now early on in this race.
And interesting here is we watched the terminal speeds get up to around 145 or thereabouts for Marino Reyes. Earlier this morning during qualifying, and it was in the wet, you were comparing the not only the driving styles, but maybe the setup between Candelaria and Reyes here, and how much more we saw Reyes really sawing at the wheel and how much more smooth Candelaria appeared at the same time. You would think that these cars would be set up relatively similarly as both the Reyes' machine and Candelaria's are coming out of the same shop.
Yeah.
This is like the one place on the track coming down the straightaways that Reyes doesn't really work at the wheel. And I think a lot of this is, and in talking to James, Reyes has quite a bit of Spec Corvette experience, but it looks as though it's less what he's doing with the steering wheel and probably more what he's doing with his right foot. And I think that Candelaria just has a much better feel in the ball of his foot for what that gas pedal is doing. Right. And we're seeing Reyes just feed in too much throttle and having to back out of the throttle and constantly go in each time. Hey, we got David Sanders, the Malvern muscle. Maybe not muscle. Yeah, you've seen David. He's not the Malvern muscle. He's the Malvern missile. Checking in from Pennsylvania, another Spec Corvette driver. How you doing, Dave?
I almost fell off my chair, David, when he said that.
You've seen Dave. He's not the muscle.
I know. That's what he said. Now he's got another nickname.
Oh, my gosh.
It's been a long day already.
Yeah, that's right. All right, as we are starting to see some of those Spec Corvettes finally coming out of South Bend work their way clear of the Corvette, it'll be interesting to see what Ferris does as he just tries to, if he tries to work his way back past, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he again, that obviously he may, like you said, Greg, the brakes. He may have a brake problem in that car, because when he goes into the turn is when that thing is really, really slow. Getting really, into the corner and then out of the corner.
And look at this as he plants himself right ahead of the 57 machine again.
And again, as we get down to the bottom of the hill here to Hog Pen, we'll see. Really, he should be able to pull away here a little bit from Spencer Conrad going out, but when he gets down into turn one, we'll see how quickly Conrad and Reyes
come right back up
to him. And there you go. You can see he's really starting to open up now. And we'll see when they get down to the horseshoe here, how much do they close up on him. Because he's got to be braking really close to that 500-600 foot. And the car looks really, really loose through that turn.
Yeah, I would say he's really not getting the car turned in at all there as they come through turns 1 and 2. But interesting to see this chess match. And something tells me that as this race goes on, we're going to see Miranda, Candelaria, Keselowski, Reyes, Conrad start to get perhaps a little perturbed.
Yeah.
Because things are, we don't see, we've got the rear. Actually, we do have the rear view mirror on Reyes' car, but things are starting to close down a little bit behind Marino Reyes here. Bill Foster starting to find some time. And of course, Miranda, and actually Bill Foster in the T1 Corvette not finding time. That last time by was had a very poor lap, was almost 10 seconds off his previous best. But Miranda, Candelaria, and Keselowski definitely starting to close things up. Wow, look at that.
You can see it seems like that's where they only close up on Ferris in that machine. Then he pulls away. So look, I mean, right now, if I'm Spencer Conrad, I'm going to get a pull a little bit off the corner from Ferris, but then Ferris uses obviously the power to pull away. But yeah, I mean, in Spec Corvette, really the battle right now is between Spencer Conrad and Marino Reyes, because you got to go back probably 6.5 seconds before you get back to AP Miranda, and then another 3 seconds back to James Candelaria.
Yeah, Candelaria just doesn't seem to be on the pace today. Now, we talked about, yesterday's race, for those that didn't watch, and I definitely recommend that you go back and watch our Saturday coverage. You're going to find it here on the DC Region YouTube channel. The Big Bore race ended with a rather large incident over in Snake, over by turn 6. Where we had one car that apparently laid down some oil, and it got very congested very quickly with a couple of cars being damaged. One of those cars was actually James Candelaria. He was the first car on the scene, and had a damaged upper control arm in the rear of the car, I think the right rear, and you end up having to replace suspension pieces, Brian. You've got to then find a way to get that car aligned and get a setup that's similar to what you had, and it's just not handling well.
Candelaria's got a bigger problem because he just now pulled it down on pit road.
Okay, so
came in. So it looks like
another issue.
His weekend is going to be done. I don't think that car is just right. I know they had to replace some of that suspension parts, so that car just not right pulling that in. All
right, so that's going to leave us with one camera car. That's going to leave us with the Reyes machine. And as we look back now, so now with Candelaria pulling off track, Brian, I think the closest battle we've got in Spec Corvette is the battle for 5th with Sullivan and Reinhardt. But let me do this. Let me make a call to the grid for our next one. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Spec Miata, or probably, did I say Spec Miata? No. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX Race Group number 4, please head to the grid.
Yeah, that closest battle in Spec Corvette really is between Conrad and Reyes. Miranda's 9 seconds back, and then you got to go another 3.5 seconds back to Keselowski. So it's that battle's starting to open up. Clayton Ely in that 81 machine, just setting them up, putting them down on those laps right now, Greg. I tell you what, his fastest lap 156.750. Last time by 1:59 flat with a 9. Tim Kirchin in that GT293 machine, he's running in that 2:03 to 2:05 pace. So you really see that.
Yeah, I mean,
open
we're
up.
already seeing now it's about 40 seconds or so separating the two at the front there. Again, not for races in class. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing now where Ely has decided to back off at least a little bit here to bring the car home.
Yeah. You know, Joe Reppert in that 47 machine, again, didn't see him out at all yesterday, didn't see him even out for qualifying this morning. Turn around and come out and run the race. So come out, get 10 laps in that 47 in that GT2 machine. That's that Mustang TA2. So again, that could be just, he could be just using it as a turn. It looks like
Exactly. Oh, we've got
one car
over, and that is, I believe, one of our Spec Corvettes who luckily does not make it to the wall. Brian, he dropped the wheel coming out of turn 2 as he ran wide.
Actually, the 76 machine. So that's actually Bill Foster. So that's going to be our T1 car. And then it runs right through the big water bottle, and now he's going to bring water on the racetrack from the tire. So
well, thankfully that's offline. Just as long as you don't attempt to pass on the outside of the NASCAR bend, you should be in pretty good shape.
It should dry up pretty quickly with the sun being out. But again, it's going to stay there for a lap or two, maybe even 3 when it comes in there. So you've got to be careful when you come back through there. So, and again, that'll register in your mind as you come back through the first time you come through, especially for the car that just went by him. Coming through saying, hey, now I know there's some wet parts on the racetrack because he went through that puddle coming through.
So Brian, it was funny, and I actually saw somebody post about it on Facebook. They actually took a screen grab of our broadcast yesterday. Yes, real quick, I'll get back to that.
I was going to say, let's go down in here into the horseshoe, down into turn 1. That's the battle for GT2.
All right.
For first overall between Glenn Kirchin and Joe Reppert in the 93 and the 47. So Reppert running a second and a half faster.
Yeah, carrying a lot more speed. So all right, and Brian, we're getting reports right now of the 44 machine. That's Joe Barlow, our sole GT3U racer. He's in the Datsun 280Z. Possibly had a hood pin exit the chat, and he's got the hood flopping around a little bit. So safety workers are going to continue to watch that. Speaking of continue to watch things like that, Brian, we're going to watch this GT2 battle. So we started off the broadcast yesterday, I think, with a couple of geese going and challenging our racers as they came out of Snake, challenging them to a bit of a duel at dawn. There is to who was more I don't want to say manly, but
that goose was pretty manly.
Showed their dominance.
Stand there for quite some time.
Well, the story gets better because as I came onto the track this morning to put cameras out and look at this, is Reppert now coming up right alongside Glenn Kirchin's his Corvette, and they're side by side going up to the top of the roller coaster. Does Reppert get the pass done? Yes, he does. So move the Mustang from Roswell, Georgia, up to the lead in GT2. So as I was bringing cameras out today, Brian, I found that there were a couple more geese than we saw yesterday. And what do you call baby geese? Geeslings? Is that what they call them? Spencer, do you know? Somebody will tell me in the chat. They're little baby geese, and there were 2 of them, and their parents were, ushering them along. And they just set up right in front of the Turn 6 flag station.
Oh.
And I think that's where they were for the first race. They have like little baby geeseling bleachers for them over there.
Nice.
It's a nice little
take
setup.
in. Got a little. I think they put the computer up so they're, kind of watching the.
I mean,
watching
after they paid their $35 entry fee to VIR, they were ready to watch. Everybody's a spectator at VIR. That's it, right in front of that flag station, right there.
Just off to the right near the tire barrier there.
All right, so we're seeing now where Reppert again, who started at the back of the pack, starting to stretch things out over Glenn Kirchin. Last time by was almost exactly 2 full seconds faster than Glenn Kirchin.
Yeah, next time by our leader right there, just going by our window here, just passing start-finish line. So there's now 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go. All right, so let me make another call to the grid for the wrong group, Brian. Bedford in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yep. Yeah, I tell you what, we'll let's keep an eye on this, and because there goes Ron Ferris. So Ferris has got that car dialed back in, right?
Okay.
So he's coming back up on the Glenn Kirchen. I almost called him Tim Kirchen. Glenn Kirchen in that 93. So that car seemed, whatever problem that had early on, where he was back with the Spec Corvettes, is kind of taken off, right? He's kind of got that thing back under. Maybe took a couple laps to really get it going here, but. In Spec Corvette, you still got Spencer Conrad leading Marina Reyes, getting ready to come by down here across the start-finish line. We'll see what that gap is. There goes Bozeman. There goes our Spec Corvettes of Conrad and Reyes. So Chip Bozeman is really struggling today, Greg. That handling of that car just isn't right. There you see, he's right in front of Spencer Conrad. And yesterday, that car was way up there from that Mustang. Into that, in that top end, that GTA.
But as you watch it again, Reyes, I can't do anything with it. As the rear end of that 57 car moves out, and look how much it just moves around, even on exit here over at NASCAR Bend. There's just absolutely nowhere. VIR is a very narrow racetrack.
Yes.
And wow! As the 57 car coming through turn 4, then 5, just rotated around at like 30 degrees as our leader, Glenn Ely, crosses the start-finish line. Brian, 1 lap remaining here for all of our racers. There you can see white flag waving in the air.
Yeah, let's go back to that Marino Reyes, because he's got a really big lead in that Porsche, because this is the closest battle on the racetrack, and this is for Spec Corvette, because when we talked about
and here we go, Brian, as Reyes tries to go to the inside just as the 57 machine of Spencer Conrad was going to try to come underneath the Mustang, and the Mustang went to actually defend going into turn 11, and there was just nowhere for Marino Reyes to go. That might have been his last best chance.
Well, you just saw Spencer Conrad with his hand out the window. I think you're right. The Mustang kind of moved over there as well, almost to defend.
Exactly.
And you saw, Spencer Conrad with his hand out the window going like, what are we doing here? I'm in a battle for a race in class. We're not racing you. Let us by at that point if you're struggling and having a problem. So this could come down. They're going to have one more lap
Yes,
to
they're
go.
going to have one more as they are ahead of our leader, Glenn Ely, on track as they come out of Hog Pen and onto the front straight. And we'll see what these Spec Corvettes do. Now, we've seen where the 57 machine, he's had a lot of trouble getting the nose turned in. He's had a lot of issues with rear rotation. And now we see where Reyes is going to try and push Conrad to the inside and let him try to fight for grip. And as he does, kind of what I expected, Brian, is the Conrad machine actually just started pushing wide on Reyes, and it was an issue for Reyes. If I were Reyes, I would have just followed the Conrad machine, the 57 machine, down on the inside into turn 1 and let him wash out. But that was not the choice. As Glenn Ely comes out of the final corner, we're going to see the starter switch from the white flag to the checkered flag, and there it is. And now taking the win here for the second day in a row, the overall win, that is Glenn Ely. Let's go back to that on-car battle in Spec Corvette.
Come up through the S's here right now. It's about a car length and a half, but right here is where you're going to see Marino Reyes. He ends up closing up right here, and when they get to the top of the hill on entry to the Oak Tree, and he's going to stick it driver's left right now, try to go to the outside again and try to pin Spencer Conrad down to the bottom and hopefully get that drive off the corner.
And the problem that you run into is Reyes, is because Conrad can't really control the rear end of that car. It ends up pushing Reyes wide. We saw Reyes actually drop wheels into the dirt on the exit of Oak Tree, and so he doesn't get the exit that he wants or needs, Brian. And now as they are going down the back straight, and you can see his hand right there, Marino Reyes, I think, knows that this race is essentially over. He's going to try to make
Oh,
one
yeah.
last move here in 14, but all he can do is he can use the brakes to get right back up to the 57 machine. It's going to take a big lunge here from Marino Reyes. So he's going to get around Spencer Conrad in these last corners. It just amazes me how much that Corvette dances around through the final corner. And as they do, the 57 car, he puts the power down, and taking the win in Spec Corvette is going to be Spencer Conrad. So let's go, and we'll take a look here and run things down by class. Brian, of course, taking the overall win, Glenn Ely in GTX. Joe Reppert will win GT2. Ron Ferris will win GT1. Chip Bozeman will win GTA. And then, of course, in Spec Corvette, it's Marino Reyes. So now if we look at things by class, in Spec Corvette, it's Conrad, then Reyes, then Miranda. Kozlowski will finish just off the podium in 4th. Ian Sullivan will finish in 5th. In GT2, it's Joe Reppert over Glenn Kirchin. And then every other class here, just a single racer. John Barlow, your sole racer in GT3. He finishes 15th overall. Chip Bozeman, our sole racer in GTA. He finishes 5th overall. And then we've got Bill Foster, our sole Touring 1 driver. And he will finish, he will finish in 13th overall. And, of course, we talked about Clayton Ely and Ron Ferris finishing with Ely first, Ferris second. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Big Bore. Next up is going to be Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and SMX. Let's make a final call to the grid for them. Attention to the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 4, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and SMX racers, please head to the grid.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. And the guy behind us is Spencer Gaynor. I want to thank Spencer for all the great work he does for us here, giving you guys great pictures of all the action, even over at turn 11. That's not his fault, by the way. All right. Here we've got on track right now, Brian, our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s and the single SMX Racer. I'm going to give you probably like the top 15 or so SRF3 drivers. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 33 machine, the Clifton Construction entry out of Evans, Georgia, Rob Clifton. Thomas Weir is going to start on the outside of row number 1 in the number 10 car. He's from Charleston, South Carolina, and he's starting second. Did I say that already? Mm-hmm. All right, I said that already. Justin Weir is going to start third today. He's in the number 151 machine, also out of Charleston, South Carolina, with Arvid Albany starting on the outside of row number 2. He starts fourth today. He's in the number 77 machine. The North Carolina region driver is from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Liam Kerper is going to start fifth today. He's in the number 51 car. He's out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania, and is represented by Willing and Able Racing. Sean DeCold will start sixth today. He's in the number 56 car. He's out of West Union, South Carolina in the speed racing entry. Jason Pintar will start seventh. He's in the number 6. He is from Flemington, New Jersey, with Steve Clifton in the 04 machine representing the Atlanta region. He is also racing for Clifton Construction. Lee Hill drives the number 72 machine. He starts at 9th today, and he is representing PM Racing. Ryan Stark in the B2 Motorsports machine out of Franklin, Tennessee. The number 19 machine starts 10th. Then we got Steve Nelson starting 11th. He drives the number 27 machine representing the Northern New Jersey region of the SCCA, and he is in the Apex Governments machine. He is, well, I said it already, he's Steven Nelson. Then we got William Shields. He starts 12th. Williams in the number 67 car, representing Central Florida region of the SCCA. In the Motion Dynamics machine, he's from Pittsboro, North Carolina. Don Privet is in the 57 car. He is from New York, and he starts 13th. Starting 14th today in the number 147 car, Steve Spano from Melbourne, Florida. His entry, it's paid by MasterCard. Chris Broussard will start 15th today. He's in the number 26 car. He's from Schenectady, New York, and he's in the 10IK Insurance Group machine. Steve Minkun is driving the 99 car. Steve starts 16th today, and he's from Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, with Bill Watts starting 17th in the 66 car. And he's from Tiverton, Rhode Island in the Henry's Tire Service Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. James Roos is starting 18th. He's in the number 15 machine. He's from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, representing the South Jersey region. Sounds like he's on a nice retirement. And then Andrew Waldorf starting 19th. Andrew's in the number 13 machine. He is from Leonardtown, Maryland. And then finally starting 20th in this 28-car field, Mark Fickenshire will be driving the number 81 machine. He's from Painesville, Ohio, and he drives the fixed fiberglass entry. Should also mention that our sole SMX driver in the field today, Patrick McGovern out of Richmond, Kentucky, will start 26th on the field. As the pace car is on the pit lane, Brian, the starter looks over the field. A whole slew of Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 start to rev up their motors, and as the starter decides whether or not to give the green flag, he does. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway once again here at VIR. Rob Clifton, Thomas Weir, Arvid Albanese making the run down to turn number 1. I think that's Thomas Weir is that Weir in the red 10 that had the inside line there?
Well, that Thomas Weir being the gray one.
Gray
I think
one,
that
that's
may have
right.
been the 151 of Justin
Weir. Yeah, we went through this same
yep.
conversation yesterday.
Yep, we did. So Justin's going to So it looks like Thomas is going to pull in second behind Rob Clifton, and then Justin Weir is going to get up to that third. And then just a little bit further back, I believe that may be the 51 of Liam Kerper. Diving in there, kind of shutting the door a little bit on Arvid Albanese.
All right, looks like we've got a couple stragglers at the end, and I think the straggler is actually that SMX car that we saw very much the same thing yesterday. He wanted to let all of the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 entries clear through the top 4 turns before getting on the throttle. Didn't want to impact their race. Very gentlemanly thing to do, as he is slightly outmanned 27-1, Brian. Not a fair fight.
Yeah. It's going to be kind of hard to use any type of draft, as now it looks like our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place car guys, Greg, they're going to go 3 wide coming out of South Bend, heading up in there. That's going to be the 77 of Arvid Albanese. And then you got to throw Liam Kerper in there along with Steve Clifton in the 0-4. So they look like they wanted to make a move on there. That didn't work out very well. They had to get back single file in order to get through there.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 5, STL, STU, SSM, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, STL and STU, B-Spec, and SSM. This is your first call to the grid.
We didn't have any STUs out here this morning for qualifying, so they better show up.
No, they better after I made all those changes to our graphic package. All right, well, we got a car off coming down the roller coaster, and we are getting word that car is on fire. Yes, that car is absolutely on fire. It looks like, and it is also laying down quite a bit of oil in the process, Brian, as we have a number of drivers that have gone wide through hog pen there. That is a 1.6-liter Ford all-aluminum engine that is all aluminum with likely a big hole inside of it right now. And we'll try and get the car number here in a moment. And judging by the smoke, that car has made it through the pit lane.
Well, that is the leader. That is, or that was the leader. That is the 33 machine, and I believe that is going to be Rob Clifton.
Yeah, indeed. And that car now, it did make it up to the pit lane.
Yep, he is out of the car. He is out of the car. We can see here out of the window.
All right, very good. And our teams there have deployed fire bottles, which means that means that Ben is on the case.
Yep. Yeah, so Greg, it looks like we may go to a full course caution. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we are right now because our they were asking where the leaders were, and they should all have been bunched up. And I think that's more to clean up down there.
That if we do have oil on track down at hog pen and coming up to the pit lane.
Yep.
So, inside joke, basically Ben Tyler, who's our flag chief here, if there is a fire, and he's like Inspector Gadget. He's got fire extinguishers underneath his jacket and coat, all ready to deploy. And he was there, and he was on the scene within less than a moment's notice to deploy all the agent that he could against that 33 machine. As again, we are under full course caution. Spencer, we can bring up the timing and scoring now here with a lap in the books. Tom Weir in the number 10 machine. He is your leader, with Arvid Albanese moving up into 2nd position. Liam Kerper moving up to 3rd. So he gets around Justin Weir with Steve Clifton. And we did have a number of drivers, again, who had some challenges right down here at Hog Pen after the car pulled off to the side. And again, we think there's probably some oil down on the track surface there.
Yeah, they're reporting a lot of oil actually down on the surface right in through there. So they are they're gonna come down through there and clean that up here. You can see where some of the drivers are making that move. I think it's right there in the middle. They always say your motor's the fastest it's ever going to be right before it goes. And I tell you what, unfortunately.
Did he set a lap record?
Well, no, he did not. But unfortunately, Rob Clifton started to pull away when he came around to the top of the hill, because that's really kind of where it just kind of unleashed its fury from there all the way down to the bottom of the hill. And you saw it there on the camera. It went out, and then all of a sudden it kind of, dissipated there a little bit. But then they had to get some when he pulled back down on pit road, it kind of opened up again a little bit. So.
I'm getting messages from a bunch of the North Carolina region folks. They go, another fire for Ben Tyler.
Fireman Ben.
That's right. It's like notches on a bedpost. All right.
I don't think it's going to take that. Well, I'm sitting here looking at the – so I'm looking at the flagger standing there, and he's kind of motioning where – where they kind
There,
of need to put
and
the
there,
speed right.
and there,
and he
and
just
there.
kind of did a complete 360 circle. And so I don't know if he's dizzy from the smoke that went through there,
Oh, my.
or he was kind of trying to show our cleanup crew where it starts and where it ends. And if that's the case, it's all the way down through Hog Pen and all the way back up into pit road entry, down onto pit road.
I mean, the fact that he made it to the pit lane and he was still smoking it on fire, I'm sure that there was quite a bit of oil that was dragged up and about here. Again, as the field is behind the safety car, you can see our top.
Well, looks like
the field here.
Albany's is in the lead right
I was going
now,
to say
so-
because I thought we had Tom Weir leading the field to start the last lap, and it could very well be that before the full course caution came out,
I think so.
that
Albany's got by
Albany's made his way by.
Sure.
Of course, that our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen doesn't update until the drivers cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, so I think Albany's got in front of him right before that double yellow. So when they made the call for the full course caution, I think he was passing him just coming out of the snake, kind of up right there where that corner worker is. Once that flag was shown for that full course caution, I think he was already by him. So, and we did have one car that did spin down in there.
Well, we had a couple that spun. One ended up in the grass, and then we had two, and I think two that spun and even came to a complete stop on the pavement.
Yeah, I'm not sure who those were. I don't see anything written down because of that, other than, and again, our poor SCCA race logger over here is pretty much. He needs to be one of those court reporters and have one of those things you talk into, and then let it type it out himself, because he is definitely going to have writer's cramp by the time.
Can you imagine if we had automatic transcription, Brian?
We got to try to figure out how do we use Chat AI and
Chat GPT
Chat
to go
GPT
and
in here to
summarize what we do.
Yeah.
The summary. Ben Tyler empties another fire bottle.
Put that in a professional writing for me. Ben Tyler empties another fire bottle. There's no other way to say it.
Exactly. All right, and we are getting word, as we kind of suspected, that there's some oil over pit in, over at 17, and they've already been behind the safety car coming down through this section of the track here, so they know where to avoid at this point, and they should be able to see a sheen of oil down the hill. And the question is going to be, is as they're working that, and we see the waving yellow here, and the next shot we'll see where and if we have the emergency services teams. But the question is, that section of the track, there's, again, not a lot of room to work an incident, try to clean up oil. Yeah, we see that.
Kind of directing them around it. So.
All right, well, let's do this, Brian, as we've got a couple laps. We've got now, let's see, 2 laps in the books, 8 laps remaining.
Yeah.
Let me make another call to the grid for our next group, and maybe we'll take a quick break.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 4, STL, STU, B-Spec, and SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, STL, STU, B-Spec, and SSM. Please head to the grid. And so we are going to take a quick break. We'll see if we can get some more information on race control, on how this is going to be rectified. And when we come back, we'll have some answers for you here from VIR. You're watching the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Will Enable Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing Enable is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing Enable at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing Enable would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back to VIR, where we are still under full course caution here in our Spec Racer Ford race. We have 6 laps remaining and a bunch of oil cleanup going on now. We believe over by turn 17, over by Hog Pen, and possibly down. Well, you know, if they're doing a lot of oil cleanup, they've got like little gnomes doing it, because I don't see any over there. I think they are still trying to clean up on the pit lane. We have seen the 33 car been taken back to the paddock, and hopefully we're going to get back underway here soon enough. But, you know, Brian, we were just talking during the break that this has been kind of an ill-fated weekend for the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s.
Yeah, because remember, you know, yesterday, and we did mention this earlier this morning, when this group went out for their race, for their 12-lap race, this is when it started raining, right? And so we had 8 cars that pulled in right on the start, basically, you know, several laps in, where the rain, they just did not want to run in it. You know, you had Arvid Albanese, Donald Privet, Bill Watts, Andrew Waldorf, Jason Pintar, Justin Weir, and then James Roos. They all came in.
They just decided, I'm not racing at all. Yeah.
And then you ended up where you had Rob Clifton, Liam Kerper, and then Lee Hill. That was your podium. But Clifton and Kerper, they ended up working their way back through some of the battles of the back traffic towards the end of this race. So this group here has been pretty snake bit the entire time. So it looks like they're gonna go next time. I think we're going to go one more.
Well, yeah, it
maybe
sounds
this time?
like the next hour we will likely have the pace car come down the pit lane this next time by, as we've got 6 laps, or if we look at the clock, 9 minutes remaining. So what I'm going to do here, Brian, and of course you're going to remind me to change it back at the end of this race, I'm going to switch this over so that we show by the amount of time remaining.
Keep an eye on that, because last time we did that, we said we were completely out of time, and they gave them the extra 2 laps. And then when we went to the other group,
they didn't.
They didn't. So we'll have to see what. Hold on. Where's my coin?
Yeah. Watch us and believe us this time here, as we've got now 8.5 minutes remaining. When they come down to the to take the green flag, it'll probably be around 7:45 or thereabouts remaining. I think.
Which will be 5 laps to go. So, yeah, roughly, it could
might get a
just
lap chopped off.
Yeah, it may get a lap chopped off, or yeah. So lights out at that pace car. So that pace car, that safety car, is going to come in this time by. So again, there'll be 5 laps left to go. Greg, just as you mentioned, kind of in that 7:45, 7:30 range. 7 minutes 30 seconds. So they may let it go all the way to the end, because again, this will be the halfway point.
Yep. All right, again, this will be a single file restart. Your leader is Arvin Albanese out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with Thomas Weir running second. Liam Kerper, and Liam's mom's in the chat. Hi there, Randy. Nice to meet you. And she says that he's a young and showing what an amazing talent he is. I guess he'll go back and watch. He'll watch the replay of his race, and he'll be able to see what Mom said for him. We'll save it. We'll keep it as a surprise for him. As the starter looks over the field, and there we go. As they do, green flag is in the air, and we're back underway here at VIR. Now it's Albanese, Weir, Clifton, Kerper, your top 5. As they are already starting to get single file going into turn 1. Looks like Arvin Albanese protecting a little bit to the inside, Brian, and everybody else behind, at least in the top 5, thought, that's a pretty good line into turn 1.
Yeah.
And just decided we'll follow suit. For a moment there, Thomas Weir thought maybe he'd be able to go around the outside of Albanese going into the NASCAR bend, and then just decided to tuck back in. And now we're more or less single file all the way through the field.
Yeah, Liam did not get the start he wanted there. I'm not sure if he wasn't expecting us to go green right there or what, but he's dropped all the way back to 6th in this position. Ended up having
Lee Hill,
Justin Weir, Steve Clifton definitely got around him. Lee Hill right on the back bumper of him. So. And I think actually Lee Hill may have gotten around him as well.
I believe Lee Hill did get around the Kerper car. So move Hill now up in the 5th position, move Kerper back in the 6th.
Yeah. Looks like we may have had some side-to-side contact also on the start there. And I believe one of them may be because that may have gotten into the back of Kerper, which kind of caused those rear tires to come up, Greg, and just not have any grip on that start, which that would have moved him over to driver's left and not get the start that he did.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of looking over here at our guy writing everything down, but I do believe that is what I am reading, is that we had 151, which would be the Justin Weir machine into the back of somebody, and I think that may have been into the back of the 51.
Yeah, absolutely, quite possible. I think there were also some concerns a little further back in the field where some drivers might have, it's not exactly jumping the start, but pulled alongside as opposed to having a single file restart. That being said, as soon as the green flag comes out, you can start racing. You don't have to wait until you get to the start-finish line there. And so, a lot of times it's just a kind of a question of reaction time. And do you jump before the green flag comes out, or are you just, that's good. All right, side by side now coming into turn 3, Brian, right up at the front. It's Albanese and Weir, and I think we might have a new leader. We'll see here as they come through turn 5. I think we might have seen Albanese drop back into 2nd here.
We'll see on the next shot when they come towards the camera here. I don't believe Albanese gave it up. I think he's still holding on to it right there.
You're right. You're absolutely right. There,
able to stick it in there kind of hard there. But Thomas Weir really trying to put the pressure on him right now here up through the S's and up the hill.
And so at the moment, Brian, it is again, I'm bad with math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. So from Albanese, Thomas Weir, Justin Weir, who just reset fast lap, Steve Clifton, Liam Kerper, and Lee Hill is right at the back of that pack in the yellow with black. Although you look at Ryan Stark in the number 19 car, he's coming. He is, I think, probably by the time they get to the end of the pack, he should be able to be right on the gearbox of Lee Hill, as we see Arvid Albanese trying to break the draft slightly coming out of Oak Tree. At this point, he moves all the way over driver's right, which wouldn't necessarily, or probably driver's left, which wouldn't necessarily be the line through. He moves back to the right and sets up, and it's in SCCA racing, there's the notion of one move, and that's one reactionary move. If you are not the reactor, but you are the first person making the move, Brian, that's actually okay in SCCA racing, as long as we didn't have second place Tom Weir make the break to one side and then Albanese reacting to that and going the same place over there to essentially block him.
Tell you what, Liam Kerper's got that machine moved back up there now. Move him back up to fourth here. He just set the real fast lap of the race over that 209.360. So that car is coming in. So again, where that car was fast early on as well, it's now starting to come back up as he's gotten back around Lee Hill and Steve Clifton, where he dropped back. Now he's back up there, and he's right on that back bumper, that 151 of Justin Weir.
All right, Brian, we've just gotten word from Race Control that the next time our leader, whether it be Arvid Albanese, Thomas Weir, Justin Weir, or any one of 5 other drivers, when they come down the front straight, they will see the white flag, 1 lap to go, as we do have one driver coming down the pit lane. That was the 27 machine of Steve Nelson, and I believe he has taken his car back to the paddock.
Yep. Albany's starting to open it up just a little bit up there by about 4 car lengths as they head up through South Bend and up into the Oak Tree. We'll see. But now it looks like we're going to have a move by Justin Weir. He's going to go to the driver's right inside, going through Oak Tree over Thomas Weir. We'll see if he's going to be able to make that stick coming out on exit. But he made one heck of a move, really taking that late break, and it does look like he is going to make that stick. So again, move Justin Weir in that 151 up. Thomas Weir, move him back to third. Great late breaking move there by Justin Weir in that 151 machine.
All right, and as they come under braking at the top of the roller coaster, they start to compress once again. But we see here Arvid Albanese now with about 2 car lengths on. That's on the 151 machine now, with Thomas Weir back in third. Liam Kerper, who just ran the fastest lap of the race, all over the back of the number 10, with Steve Clifton just a little bit further behind.
Actually, Kerper now back up in the second.
Yeah, the 51 machine now getting around both of the Weirs, and he's locked right underneath the 77 machine there, and they've started to gap the next group as our next group, both Thomas Weir and Justin Weir, go side by side into turn number 1. They do close things down just a little bit, as there is now a bit more of a gap back to Steve Clifton and Lee Hill running 5th and 6th.
Yeah, so I think when they came out of the Oak Tree last time there, you saw the Justin Weir. I'm thinking that may have been Liam Kerper that made that late breaking move.
I
got
think
2
you're right.
for 1.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 5. STL, STU, B-Spec, and SSM, please head to the grid. Race group 5, this is your final call to the grid.
Tell you what, Liam Kerper right on that back gearbox of Arvid Albanese. And I'll tell you what, Greg, it's going to be one heck of a move. We just saw it earlier where he got 2 for 1 over both of the Weirs. So we're going to have to see whether or not he does that.
Did he go to the dollar store?
He must have, because here he comes again. He's going to make that move
going to look
again.
underneath. And let's see if he can. Unfortunately, we don't have the view here at the apex of 10 or 11, but we'll see him as they come out of Oak Tree whether he can get the pass done. One of the drivers dropped wheels in the dirt. The question is, who was on the outside? I think from the looks of it, Albany's has given up the lead. Albany's drivers left. We've got Kerper drivers right. Albany's drafts past Kerper to retake the lead as they come up towards the top of the roller coaster, top towards 14. And we're getting word from race control. I think Liam Kerper has gone into the lead as they come to the top of the roller coaster work down. And no, Albany's gets back around Kerper. Kerper having to hold off Weir, and we've got a car off.
That's Liam Kerper right there. So Liam Kerper went off up there.
Yep.
So now throw in the Weirs back into second and third.
All right, and here we go as they come to the checkered flag. It is going to be Arvid Albanese. He is your leader, and he takes the win over Thomas Weir. Weir runs his fastest lap of the race, but it is not enough. Arvid Albanese wins Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 by 86 one-thousandths of a second. Justin Weir will finish in third. Lee Hill brings the car home in fourth with Steve Clifton fifth. Liam Kerper from first to sixth. He takes home sixth position, just ahead of Ryan Stark, who finishes seventh. Stuart Mullen eighth. Steve Spano ninth. And William Shields will round out your top 10. Well, there you go, Brian. That was a heck of a battle. And by the way, Randy, you've got absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. That boy had a great race.
Made the move when he needed to and just got caught out with really nowhere to go. That was definitely a move for the ages if he would have made that stick.
All right. So as they've just given the 5-minute call to the grid for Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, B-Spec, and SSM, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you for the green flag. You're watching the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge here from VIR. We'll be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. The 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And of course, we'd like to thank our great partner, Willing and Able Racing, for helping bring you coverage here on YouTube this weekend. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, with Spencer Gaynor, our director here as well. And we are getting ready. We've got 2 more races to go, Brian. And next up, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, SSM, and B-Spec. We're going to have another split start here. We're going to have our Super Touring drivers behind one pace car. We'll have our SSM racers and B-Spec racers behind another. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give you the top 10 in each. Starting on the front row in B-Spec. It's going to be a little easier because we don't have 10 B-Spec drivers. We only have, I think, 8, if I remember correctly. Yep, 8. So let me give you the top 8 in B-Spec. Starting on the pole, Adam Benaway, yesterday's race winner out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, in the Racing for Heroes Honda Fit. Then we got Blair Deffenbaugh in his Racing for ALS Honda Fit. He'll start second. Starting third, Josh Schmidt in the Babyface Fabrications Chevy Sonic. He's out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. Then Alex Ratcliffe in the Rat Sport by RP Performance Mini Cooper. He will start fourth, with Ryan Moran, his teammate, in the Mini Coupe out of Lyndhurst, Virginia, in the Cop Motorsports machine, starting at fifth. Starting sixth is going to be Jesse Elliott in his Chevy Sonic, alongside Jacob New. Oh, I didn't get this right. Jesse Elliott's going to start sixth. Jacob New is going to start seventh in the number 07 Mini Hatchback. He's out of South Boston, Virginia. And then finally, starting in eighth, Rob Wilmoth in the number 151 Racing for ALS Faster Skunk Honda Fit. Moving over to SSM, your pole sitter, Colin Murchison, with qualifying time at 2:21.050. He's going to start alongside Arif Kazem in the number 98 machine. Then Jamison Huffman will start third in the 89. Next to yesterday's race winner, Jordan Furman, in the number 8 SSM Miata. He starts fourth. Then we got Andy O'Brien in the number 14 car, starting fifth. Chris Tilton in the 36 will start in sixth position. Then we got Brent Simonson in the 26 car. He will start seventh alongside, just ahead of Rich Ura in the number 61 machine. And then we've got Jim Hess and Ray Seabird Heath rounding out your top 10. If we move over to Super Touring, Robert McManus in the number 84 Mazda RX-8. He is your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:11.683. Chuck Hines in the number 57 STL Mazda Miata from Cameron, North Carolina, will start on the outside of the front row. Mark Bradley in his STU BMW 325 IS, the 106 machine, for Mark Media, will start third, with Ted Cahall starting in fourth. Ted's in the number 182 Cahall Meathead Racing Mazda Miata. Brian Hooper in the number 42 STL Honda Civic, the Angry Sheep Motorsports machine, will start in fifth position, with Neil Goldner in the number 65 STL Mazda RX-7 starting in sixth. Starting seventh, Robert Rowland, the number 51 STL Mazda Miata from Asheville, North Carolina. Starting in eighth position is going to be Bob Mueller Jr. in the number 60 Street Side Classics Mazda Miata. That's an STL machine. And then starting ninth in the number 94 STL Mazda Miata, we've got the Excitations machine of Forrest Landy. And finally, starting in the top 10, or starting 10th in the number 178 STL Mazda Miata, we've got, from Gurnee, Illinois, Robert Cahall. All right, Brian, we do have a couple of other drivers starting in STL and STU, as well as SSM. We'll get to them as this race goes on. As the pace car for our Super Touring group has gone to the pit lane, the starter looks over the field and likes what he sees, and green flag is in the air as we've got Hines and McManus making the run down to turn number 1. Yesterday, Robert McManus took the win in his Mazda RX-8 ahead of Chuck Hines, who led the majority of yesterday's race. Mark Bradley in STU in his BMW. He tries to come up the inside as he started at third, right alongside Ted Cahall in the gray Mazda Miata, as our second group now just coming out of Hog Pen onto the front straight. Our SSM and B-Spec racers getting the look over from our starter And does he like what he sees? Yes, he does. Green flag in the air. B-Spec and SSM is underway, and hopefully we've got, well, actually, that was just the B-Spec field, or probably the SSM field, our B-Spec field now, Brian, just coming onto the front straight as we watch in SSM. Murchison in the black, number 58. We've got a bunch of white cars around them, though, as they get through turn one successfully. Now the green flag is in the air for B-Spec, and we've got Adam Benaway looking to repeat once again as we go on board with Rob Wilmoth in the Faster Skunk Racing for ALS Honda Fit as he gets sandwiched going into turn one. A little bit of contact with Jesse Elliott, who's on the outside in the Chevy Sonic. Yesterday, we saw Elliott go off on the outside of turn one on the opening lap. He holds it this time, but there is issue. There are problems. That's Jacob New in the blue new Mini Cooper. How many times can I rhyme with blue and new? Anyway, looks like Wilmoth now is going to make up 2 positions there in that bright yellow Honda Fit. So we'll jump on board. We're going to stay with them for a few moments, then we'll move on to our other classes here in just a moment. Is Adam Benaway, again, looking to repeat. He's got directly behind him. That is now locked under the rear bumper. That is Josh Schmidt in his Chevy Sonic. Yesterday, we saw at the start where Blair Deffenbaugh was locked in with the Benaway Fit, and Josh Schmidt had slotted back into third, but slightly different here today. We'll see if, admittedly, I think the 2 fastest cars in the field here, the big bore Chevy Sonic at a big 1.8 liters and the 1.5 liter Fit trying to push by, is Rob Wilmoth making another move. They're going into 11 and trying to make a move, and I think that was actually on Jesse Elliott again, as Elliott had pulled right back alongside him.
Yeah, all 3 of those cars, they raced together yesterday, pretty much nose to tail between Josh Elliott, Jacob New, and Rob Wilmoth. You also talked about at the beginning with Benaway. Benaway, Schmidt, and Deffenbaugh were kind of 1, 2, 3 the entire race. Then Deffenbaugh kind of fell back a little bit. Josh Schmidt getting around him, finishing second. I think you're seeing that exact same thing here this afternoon as we look down into turn one. We'll pick up our SSM battle here right now, and you've got Jamison Huffman leading Colin Murchison, Rafe Chasm, and then Jordy Fuhrman. You know, we talked about them 4 this morning, and I had a conversation yesterday afternoon with Jordan. I mentioned this on this morning, talking to him about going out in the morning when we knew it was going to be damp. He said, I don't think anybody's going to go out, so that kind of puts me on the pole. Well, by the time this group got out, the track was completely dry, and Colin Murchison and Arif Chasm hooked up together for the entire qualifying session. They went to the front and went 1-2, so I know that Jordan had to be a little bit disappointed because he didn't think there was going to be enough speed out there on the race.
Yeah, indeed. And so Jamison Huffman, who was yesterday's pole sitter, started his race off in third position. He is your new leader with the Murchison car, the number 58 machine, 14-year-old Colin Murchison directly behind. It makes Jamison sound like he's like an old man. Because I think he's like
the most experienced between him and Chasm.
At 19 years old or something along those lines. Actually, Arif Chasm, I believe, is in his 30s.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, so big difference there. Old Asian treachery now, currently running in third position.
Well, man, what does that make Brett Simonson? Because he's in fifth.
Brett's ancient, but he's from Minnesota. I mean, I raced so many years with Brent Simonson, and he is the most laid back guy that you're ever going to meet here. As what do they call it? Minnesota nice? Is that how it goes? Yeah. So, but when it comes to racing, he's definitely not Minnesota nice. As we've got Murchison trying to push Huffman ahead. Now we talked about how Jamison Huffman and Jordan Fuhrman were working together a little bit during qualifying today, and that was the interesting piece, Brian. And you talked about how they broke off their working together in the draft maybe a lap or 2 laps too early.
Correct.
And how Fuhrman dropped off of the back of Jamison Huffman, and maybe if they'd stayed together for an extra lap, they might have been able to get the front row lockout and keep Murchison and Chasm off that front row.
Yeah.
A little bit further back in the field there, we're seeing, I think we just saw pretty close racing there with Rich Ura and Chris Tilton. Ura in the 61 car, Tilton in the 36. Nice to see Ray Seabird Heath back out, the number 9 machine, the red and white number 9. He had some mechanical issues yesterday, had to retire the car after just a couple of laps.
Yeah, as we look here, going down into the horseshoe, down into turn 1, and you're coming up on the back end of this SSM battle. There goes the B-Spec battle there with Adam Benaway and Josh Schmidt, and they've opened it up by about 2 seconds over Blair Deffenbaugh. But Alex Radcliffe, who had some challenges earlier on yesterday morning, only got one real good lap in qualifying, moved him up. Now he's getting ready to come back up to Blair Deffenbaugh. That could actually help, right? That could, having that. This is another product of this class here. You have to have a partner because they're so aero dependent. You have to have a push for the draft. So if Alex can get to the black of Blair Deffenbaugh, they may be able to run Josh Schmidt and Adam Benaway down, right? So that Adam Benaway car, that David Daughtery, built machine is really got it going here. You talked about him winning.
All right, I wanted to check in real quick, Brian, because this was the barn burner race yesterday and not quite as close today. In this orange, black, and silver Mazda RX-8, that is Robert McManus. He is your STL leader. He took the win yesterday in STL over Chuck Hines in the Heinz 57 car. It's spelled H-I-N-E-S, not H-E-I-N-Z, by the way, and green and not red. But Chuck Hines just put in the fastest lap of the session, but has now closed everything down to about a second and a half. But yesterday, I think it was one of the best races of the day. It actually reminded me quite a bit of our Spec Corvette race that we saw just a little while ago, where they were locked nose to tail. It was kind of punch, counter punch. Right now, McManus not having an issue. Let's jump over to the top of the roller coaster because I see smoke, Brian, and it is another car that is on fire.
That's actually Raymond.
Ray Seabird Heath in the number 9 machine. More issues today as he's trying to lip that car home. And I fear that he's putting down a good amount of oil on the track. He's trying to stay offline,
we
which
got
is
a little
good,
bit of fire down on the bottom of it too. So.
Yep. So hopefully he'll see that and get the car to the pit lane. While that's happening, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. Open wheel, prototype, and sports racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel, prototype, and sports racers, please head to the grid.
Got it down to pit road, and Fireman Ben, first one on the scene.
Hey, I would like to welcome to the chat David Doherty, multi-time SCCA national champion, multi-time B-Spec national champion. He wants to know if B-Spec is racing, and yes, David, they are. And we've got 3 different classes out on track right now. So they are one of the ones that we are obviously tracking right now. And just to get you up to speed, Adam Benaway, he is your leader in B-Spec. You can pick out all the B-Spec cars on the timing pylon on the left-hand side of your screen. They are listed in blue. And then we've got in red, those are our STL cars. Yellow, Mark Bradley. Only one STU car, I think, Mark Bradley. And then in white is SSL.
Tell you what, next month I get to go racing with David.
Yeah, I heard
up
this.
in Mid-Ohio. And David, I know you're listening, and yes, we will show some of the B-Spec cars, but I think I may have an offer for you, so I'm going to give you a text message here this week, maybe putting you in another cart.
That's right. David, if you showed up for the beginning of the race, you would have seen B-Spec. Anyway. Now that's my sarcasm. All right, let's tell you what. Let's check in with our B-Spec leaders as we watch right now. That is right now. We just watched their. That was, I believe, Alex Rett. Well, that wasn't. Oh, it was Ryan Moran and Jesse Elliott. The battle for 5th in B-Spec. There, and they've just gone by. There is Blair Deffenbaugh running 3rd. So let's move up to 14 if we can. As there is the battle for the lead right now. That is. Josh Schmidt in the silver number 19 Chevy Sonic. Adam Benaway, yesterday's race winner, in the blue number 69, as they now head nose to tail. And again, they've really separated themselves out from Blair Deffenbaugh. Now, what we saw yesterday, Brian, is we had talked about how Benaway had gotten, after like the first 2 laps or so, it started to separate out. We saw where Deffenbaugh was able to work with Josh Schmidt to close up to our leader Benaway. And obviously not there to do that, but now Deffenbaugh getting a nice little love tap from Alex Ratcliffe in the light blue number 103 Mini Cooper. They're going to try to close down as they come now down into turn 1. We'll watch this as they come through the horseshoe, but I'd like to stay on this camera if we can, Spencer, because we're going to see the battle for the lead in STL now going into turn 1 as Chuck Hines has closed down, knocked out that 2.5 advantage that Robert McManus had. And Hines took a look to the inside on McManus for a moment there, Brian, but the RX-8 able to outbreak the Mazda MX-5 going into 1.
Well, when they went by the start-finish line, Chuck Hines was the leader.
Yeah.
Right? He was in front of McManus, but McManus was able to hold him off going down into turn 1, down in the horseshoe. Again, they're coming up on the overall leaders of our B-Spec class, so they're going to have to fight through that as they get up through the S's and up the hill, up to Oak Tree. But, yeah, McManus was able to hold him off, took a really good line up into the horseshoe into turn 1 and turn 2, got that drive off, was able to get back in front of Chuck Hines.
All right, as we look a little bit further back, that is it looks like Jesse Elliott has gotten around Ryan Moran, so move Elliott up to 6th, in the 5th in B-Spec, drop the 08 of Ryan Moran in the Mini Coupe, now down in the 6th. And we're getting word of maybe some contact between the 57 and the 84 of McManus.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe going down into turn 1 may have been, like I said, at the start line, at the start finish, Hines was ahead of McManus based off time and scoring. But I think that there may have been a little bit of pushing here and there, a little bit.
All right. Well, as our STL leaders come to the top of the roller coaster now, let's take a look, if we can, as they come down through the roller coaster, as they're right in the middle of B-Spec, right behind our B-Spec leaders. As they start to come down the hill, we've got McManus and Hines trying to push through. They're Benaway and Schmidt side by side. And more importantly, Brian,
I know where you're going.
Blair Deffenbaugh and Alex Ratcliffe now are right alongside him. And Deffenbaugh now, for the moment, it looks like Deffenbaugh may have moved up into 2nd place. And indeed he does. It is now Adam Benaway, Blair Deffenbaugh, Josh Schmidt, and Alex Ratcliffe, your top 4 all together. Thank you, Robert McManus. Thank you, Chuck Hines, for coming through when you did, right at the top of the roller coaster. Should also see now McManus as they had to work through 4 different B-Spec cars. McManus has now opened up about 10 car lengths on Chuck Hines. But look at this fight and more. And just as importantly, Brian, is that Josh Schmidt, who has now dropped back to the back of the 4-car group and quite a bit back.
Yeah, he got kind of odd man out, odd driver out right there when they went through that battle with McManus and Hines. Oh, and we got 1 car there, and Blair Deffenbaugh running the back of one of the VAR Miatas. They're trying to get out of the way of that group, and he holds off Benaway. I think that's the 83 machine there of Oliver Jenkins. They came up on him, and he kind of sat in the middle. Blair really had nowhere to go, ran right up into the back.
Except for the lead, apparently.
Well, I was going to say he moved Oliver Jenkins out of the way and kind of went to the lead. So now give Blair Deffenbaugh the lead in B-Spec. And who would have thought a Miata would have played a big factor in the B-Spec race? But it sure did, as now Deffenbaugh's going to have to hold off Benaway as they come up into Oak Tree.
Yeah, and we'll have to see here because a couple, both yesterday and a couple weeks ago at the VIR Super Tour, we saw where the 69 of Benaway was definitely the faster machine. And it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Deffenbaugh to hold him off. Patricia Deffenbaugh, Blair's mom, back in the chat, cheering her boy on. Tiffany Elliott here, cheering on Jesse Elliott as well. But at the moment, as they come up the hill and head towards 14, it is still Blair Deffenbaugh, your leader. And he's going to try and protect there going into the roller coaster. We'll see how things work out as we've got just about 10 minutes remaining here in this race. And now, Brian, I
4 laps. Yeah,
I
forgot
should
to-
not do it, but I'm going to switch us back over to laps to go.
Yeah, 3 laps to go right now.
There you go, as these are 10-lap or 25-minute races. And Josh Schmidt gets back around Alex Radcliffe's Rat Sport machine, the Rat Sport 103 Mini there. But Defenbaugh with a great run down the hill, Brian. And as he came out of Oak Tree, had opened up almost 3 car lengths on Adam Benaway. But the Benaway car, again, with a lot of straight line speed, able to draft right up to the back of Blair Defenbaugh. And Benaway comes down the inside, and he's going to make the pass going into turn number 1. Can Defenbaugh return the favor, do the over-under? No, he cannot. Adam Benaway now goes to the lead in B-Spec. But look at Blair Underwood.
He almost tried to go Blair. He might tried to go under.
Well, I was thinking Blair Underwood. He was an actor in ER years ago. Blair Defenbaugh tried to come underneath Benaway going in the NASCAR, and Benaway just shut the door. What that did is it allowed Josh Schmidt to get back in the game. And for the third time in like 3 races, we're seeing now where Josh Schmidt is probably going to end up trying to push Blair Defenbaugh back up to Benaway.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look here. We haven't checked in for a while in SSM, and I was wondering if this makes sense to do.
Well, I was going to say, we've got that battle in B-Spec, but last time by Colin Murchison has now gone to the lead by about a 10th over Jordan Fuhrman. So Fuhrman has gotten around Jamison Huffman. Jamison Huffman now in 3rd, and then Arif Kazem is in 4th. They may be coming up through the top of the hill, maybe coming down the bottom here momentarily. They're ahead of that B-Spec class. We'll have to see where they're at. I'll try to pick them up as they come through the window.
Here they come, right across our
down,
window here, and going down into turn 1 now.
Yeah. And I tell you what, Jamison Huffman gave Jordan Fuhrman one heck of a push out into the lead. They're going to put Colin Murchison down on the inside there. We'll see if Fuhrman's going to be able to hold that stick on the outside to make that pass, but Huffman was all over the back bumper of Fuhrman to try to push him as far as he could to the lead.
Yeah, and of course, you have to watch there, and now Fuhrman comes up the inside. I was going to say, you have to watch out, make sure that Huffman doesn't push Fuhrman too far down into turn 1. But look at this move by Murchison around the outside, going through left hook.
No, that's actually Fuhrman making that turn, making that all the way outside. I know that you just popped your eyes out of your head there. That was Fuhrman that went all the way to the driver's right on the outside and then hooked it back to the right. That's Fuhrman in the lead.
Gosh, yes.
Murchison is in 2nd, and Huffman is in 3rd. But what a gorgeous move. I got to say that. What a move by Jordan Fuhrman to stick it in. That's a Chip Herr move right there.
I was going to say it's a Morgan Burkhardt move. But anyway, as they head up through the S's now, again, when they 2 laps remaining, when Robert McManus and Chuck Hines, our top 2 racers, come across the start-finish line, they'll see the white flag, we think. And with 1 lap to go, you can never tell around here. But Fuhrman now, and Fuhrman did a great job of defense against Huffman yesterday with a lap and a half to go to hold off the 89 car.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can do the same thing against the 58 machine of Colin Murchison as they come up the hill. I mean, they must know the time is running out for them here.
Yeah, we're waiting for our overall leaders. Right now, it's probably going to still be Robert McManus the next time they come by. They should be getting the white flag 1 to go, so we'll see here. But what a battle. Now Murchison's going to try to go into driver's right. We're going to go 2 wide down the hill. That's a pretty big drop. It looks like he's going to be able to make it stick.
Now I think Murchison, he moves back to the lead. And I think right behind our leaders now, right up at the top of the hill, now entering the roller coaster, though that is McManus, I think the 2nd car in line there. So our SSM leaders, they're going to get another lap now here. And so we're watching essentially 2 big races as our leaders in SSM come across our window here onto the front straight. And as they come across the line to start their 2nd to last lap, it is going to be Colin Murchison with Jordan Fuhrman 1-2. But look at this as Jamison Huffman comes down the inside, Brian, and he's going to take the lead now from both Murchison and Fuhrman. Jamison Huffman, yesterday's pole sitter, ended up finishing in 3rd position yesterday, I believe.
Actually, Jamison
finished 2nd yesterday.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he finished second.
He is your new leader. As we now have white flag in the air, 1 lap to go. We'll definitely check back in with B-Spec here when we get the chance. But as our SSM leaders now coming through Snake, and it is Huffman, it is then Fuhrman and Jack Murchison. As the B-Spec battle now coming across the start-finish line. Let's take a quick look here as they now will come into view back from behind our ticker. Adam Benaway had about a car length and a half over Blair Deffenbaugh and Josh Schmidt. Schmidt was able to push Deffenbaugh right up to the back of the Benaway car, but now they go side by side through turn 2 on what is the final lap for them, and that may have given Benaway all of the advantage and all the clearance he needs as Deffenbaugh and Schmidt go side by side.
Drop a right wheel off there.
That's right. So Deffenbaugh drops a wheel. Now Josh Schmidt retakes second position and drop Deffenbaugh back to third, but all the while, Brian, Adam Benaway now starts to run away from those two racers. As we wait now, we should have our SS. Let's see if we can pick up that SSM battle as
coming up
we're
at the
tracking
top of the hill right now. Getting ready to come up the roller coaster right there. It is Jamison Huffman now over Jordan Fuhrman, Colin Murchison sitting back there in third. And again, they're going to have one more lap to go because I think they're just
they
not getting
should, because right behind them, there is Robert McManus. He is your overall leader. If he goes past any of these SSM cars, their race is over. So hopefully he has a couple second advantage right now on Chuck Hines, actually almost 10 seconds on Chuck Hines. Hopefully he knows that. Hopefully he'll back off. He does. And so McManus will take the overall win. Our SSM racers, they've got one more lap to go. And now we see Jamison Huffman, he has dropped, both he and Jordan Fuhrman have dropped Colin Murchison. Murchison only a half a second back, but I think he might be close to being out of the draft. No, he gets right back up there going into turn 1 and 2, and he's right alongside Jordan Fuhrman as they come into NASCAR Bend. Jack Murchison takes over second place from Jordan Fuhrman as he now has designs on Jamison Huffman's lead as they go into left hook.
Tell you what, we'll pick them up, but the next time our B-Spec class comes by, that's good. They're going to get the checkered flag because they were passed by Rob McManus. Here they are coming down the hill here, and it does look like Benaway is going to pull away a little bit, and now Blair Deffenbaugh, he's going to move
back around Schmidt.
He's gotten back around Schmidt. It looks like that may have happened up around Oak Tree.
All right, so coming to the line and taking the win for the second day in a row in B-Spec, not the bird that just flew in front of our camera, but that's going to be Adam Benaway
right there
in the number 69 Honda Fit. And at the line, Blair Deffenbaugh takes second. Josh Schmidt will finish in third. Let's go back to our SSM racers as they're getting ready to come through South Bend. And there they are. And at the line,
one car. That may be Colin Murchison.
No, that's Colin Murchison. He runs wide. He did that yesterday early on and was able to recover, Brian. But now it is Jamison Huffman, your leader, Jordan Fuhrman, in second position as they come out of the Oak Tree Bend on to the back straight, the long back straight here, Madison Avenue. And Jamison Huffman now with about more than six car lengths, I believe, on Jordy Fuhrman now as they come to the top of the roller coaster. And I think Fuhrman's going to have enough of an advantage as long as he doesn't put a wheel off or put a wheel wrong. He should be able to bring home second place, but the roller coaster in turn 14 after this long race, it's never a sealed deal here. And as they make their way down, though, good entry both by Huffman and by Fuhrman. And as they come down the hill, going through Hogpen, always difficult as it goes off camber downhill. Huffman holds on. Murchison again runs wide, and he goes sideways through the dirt. And I think he might have gotten to the wall all the way on the outside there past our camera. But taking the win in SSM is going to be Jamison Huffman. Finishing second is going to be Jordy Fuhrman. Now the question is, does Arif Kazem make it to the line before Colin Murchison? Murchison now limping across the line. He's going to beat Aaron Kazem to third place in the last step on the podium, but finishes 18 seconds behind our leaders. And actually, I think Arif Kazem had already taken the checkered flag. So Arif Kazem will finish fourth, Brent Simonson fifth. Let's go down and run through this in SSM. Huffman, Fuhrman, Murchison, Chasm, Simonson, your top 5. In STL, your overall winner, Robert McManus, with Chuck Hines finishing 2nd. Ted Cahall will finish in 3rd. Brian Hooper 4th. Neil Goldner will finish in 5th. In B-Spec, Adam Benaway, your winner, Blair Deffabaugh 2nd, Josh Schmidt, then Alex Ratcliffe, and Ryan Moran, who ran his fastest lap of the race, rounds out the top 5. And Mark Bradley will come home as your sole STL racer. All right, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group number 6, open wheel, prototypes, and sports racers. This is your final call to the grid. Open wheel, prototypes, sport racers, please head to the grid. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with that final race here from VIR, where you're watching the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back. It is the last race of the day, Brian. This is Virginia International Raceway. It's a 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg. He's Brian. He's Spencer. I after that last race, you know what? We're not showing you anything interesting right now, but please, if you saw that last race, if you saw SSM, if you saw B-Spec, if you saw T4, go ahead, smash that like button. Go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel. You'll be glad you did. That way you'll find out every time we go live. And that, because, Spencer, let's show them the next time we go live. And that is going to be in just a couple of weeks from the New Jersey Motorsports Park, the Lightning Circuit for the Lightning Challenge over Memorial Day weekend. That is a Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series race. That is the next time we go live, and you won't want to miss that great action always put on, hosted by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. All right, let's take a look here as we've got our open wheel drivers, our prototype drivers, and at least one sports racer driver, a Radical SR1 out on course. Let's run down the starting order. On the pole today, driving the number 14, Formula Atlantic Swift DB4 from Midlothian, Virginia, in the Cruise Associates machine, it's Carl Lennox Barbrew. Starting on the outside of the front row, he is your pole sitter in FE2, driving the number 62 machine from Covington, Georgia, representing the Atlantic region, it's Will Franklin. Eric Cruz is going to start third today. He's in the number 8 FE2 car. He is out of the North Carolina region, Williamsburg, Virginia, and of course, sponsored by, oddly enough, Cruise Associates. All right, Michael Frailer is going to start fourth today. He's in the number 05 FE2 car. He is from Brentwood, Tennessee. And then we've got Justin Smith starting fifth. Justin is in the 44 Formula Continental, the Elan RF10. He's from Fort Mill, South Carolina, representing Momentum Motorsports. David Blaine starts sixth. David's in the number 09 FE2 car. He's from Trent Woods, North Carolina. And then we've got Frank Clark. Frank is in the 85 Prototype 2 Van Diemen ESR. He's in the Dog Licked Racing ESR from Culpeper, Virginia. Way to go, Frank. All right, starting eighth today in the number 21 Radical SR1, Gray Rohelia, and he is representing the North Carolina region of the SCCA. He is from Greensboro, North Carolina. All right, how do I pronounce this again? It's an Henrico, Virginia, in the RAC Engines Crossley 35F. Our sole Club Ford entry today, Mark Walthu. Starting 10th, driving the number 73, Formula 6. It's Harrison Southworth from Gloucester, Virginia, or something like that. He's in a QRE Invader, and he's got a great story.
He's right outside Richmond.
That's okay. There you go. And he flies F-22 Raptors. That's all you have to remember. And Harrison Southworth hangs out on the pylons of helicopters.
It's a
great group, and of course they're side by side. All right, Jeff Baskin starting 11th today. He's in the number 12 Formula Continental. That's a Van Diemen. He's out of Moyock, North Carolina. Donnie Isley's our Formula Vee pole sitter. The agitator driver out of Fletcher, North Carolina, will start 12th. Then we got Anthony Henderson, the number 17 Formula Vee. That's a Fortec chassis. He's out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. And then finally we got Bill Argyle. Bill is driving his number 39 Formula Atlantic Swift 008. He's out of East Lyme, Connecticut. He starts 14th.
Yeah, Bill hasn't been on track since yesterday morning.
So
when
not likely.
So he is not. So
and he's not there today either.
Yeah.
As the pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field over to our pole sitter, Carl Lennox Barbrew, in the orange and black Formula Atlantic. The number 14 car revs up as the starter looks over the field. And green flag is in the air. You know, Brian, I've never seen a start waved off at VIR. As they head down into turn number 1, Will Franklin to his left, Eric Cruz, Michael Frailer right behind. And here we go for the very last time today. Race is 10 laps, 25 minutes, whichever comes first, as Barbrew holds off the rest of the field. This is interesting, Brian, because we've seen yesterday, and we saw this at the Super Tour also, where Barbrew on the very first lap seems to take it somewhat easy, trying to get heat in the rear tires, maybe backs off. This time he did not do that.
Yeah.
And so he leads the FE2s through Snake and now heading towards the bridge. Right behind Will Franklin, looks like Eric Cruz in that early 2000s, late 99s Ferrari-inspired livery, the number 8 FE2. Michael Frailer running in third, and then Justin Smith in his Alon currently running in 5th position as they start to make their way up the hill. And already we're starting to see this field start to separate out.
Except for the Formula V's, a little bit further back.
Yes,
Donnie Isley,
let's not forget.
Donnie Isley and Henderson there. They're going to be kind of nose to tail. I think you're going to see Henderson kind of sit back behind Donnie Isley pretty much the entire race. We saw it yesterday for 12 laps, and then try to make a move, and then Donnie Isley getting back around Anthony Henderson, only to have Anthony Henderson come back around
yeah.
and pick up the win there yesterday.
Yeah,
so,
and in the damp today, Henderson was the only Formula V driver to take his car out, get a little practice in the wet, which obviously not necessary here today, as we've been very lucky to have the precipitation hold off all day, which means we're going to get thunderstorms as soon as this event ends, and I have to go out and collect all of our equipment.
No, there is no rain in the forecast right now, really, until later on tonight. We'll all be gone out of here, and if you're still sitting here tonight, well, then you're going to get
It's all
something.
my
But
fault,
other than
exactly.
that, or tomorrow, if you're still hanging out here and you're not going to go home until tomorrow, then you could end up some wet weather coming in. But I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think we'll be okay for the rest of the day. But again, Carl Lennox Barbrou starting to open it up just a little bit over Will Franklin, Eric Cruz. Eric Cruz and Will Franklin, that is actually the battle for FE2. So again, those two drivers there, Franklin picking up the win yesterday over Eric Cruz in that number 8 machine.
All right, and we've got a car off down at turn 1, Brian. And I think that was the 73 of Harrison Southworth in the Formula 6 car.
Yep.
Brian,
exactly
he had some issues down at turn 1 yesterday as well. Had far fewer problems getting the car back on course today than he did yesterday. The grass the grass is always greener on day number 1, I guess.
Well, Harrison's got to be careful because he doesn't sit that high up the ground.
No.
So if there's any puddles down there,
No.
he's going to go. He better have some floaties.
Well, I think the bottom of his Formula 600 is the floaty.
Yeah, well, he's going to need them if he has to go down there. And again, nothing to laugh about. But if those puddles are still down there, that Formula 600.
Yeah, there's nobody from the Virginia Air National Guard that's going to fly a helicopter in here and pick him out of the grass. Yeah. At least we don't think. That would probably be the surprise of the weekend if we see a rescue team come and drop a rope from a helicopter right over a Formula 600.
I'm sure he's got connections with
I
that
bet he does.
F-22 flying, so I'm sure he can just radio that in, and they'll be here in a minute, especially with my Mr. Nobody. So.
All right, so big gap now opening up in FE2 with Michael Frailer in the 05 machine dropping about 2 seconds back from Will Franklin and Eric Cruz. Now, I'm fairly certain that the 05 machine that Frailer is racing is the car that had for a number of years been raced by Jim Booth. That it's got the, we talk about, it's like FE2 is looking like a whole bunch of Formula 1 cars now from a number of years ago. Eric Cruz's car looks like an early 2000s Ferrari. Frailer's car looks like a 2012, 2013 Mercedes F1 car with the silver with the light like aquamarine blue color there. But he's now falling back a little bit. Justin Smith, who is he's not our sole Formula Continental racer today, but he is leading FC, currently running 5th. He's about 3.5 seconds back from our top 3 FE2 cars. Gray Rohelia now up into 7th position. I'd like to see what kind of lap times Gray is running here, Brian. Right now we know he's running around a 2:10 flat. That's his fastest lap so far. Let's take a look at where he was coming in the qualifying or from yesterday's race.
So yesterday's race ran 2:09.154 was his fastest lap. So again, 2 laps into this race here, still trying to get the feel of it. This is probably the, obviously the hottest part of the day that we have here that we're going to get to. right now. So again, give it a couple of laps here, 75 degrees outside. Again, give it 1 or 2 more laps. We'll see. I think he ran that fastest lap of that race later in the
Later
in the race as the race went on. So, and again, remember, right now with Carl Lennox Barbrou, overall leading in Formula Atlantic. Again, the only Formula Atlantic car out there. He had some troubles yesterday. So again, the dependability of that car has got to be able to last the whole 10 laps as well.
And as we look here, our FE2 leaders, Brian, they're not that far behind Lennox Barbrou right now. Only about 7-8 car lengths. If Barbrou does have a misstep somewhere, that could move Will Franklin, Eric Cruz up to the lead. As we're watching now, and I'm so happy to see this. Back to Formula Vee with the agitator. With Donnie Isley, Anthony Henderson in his Vortec as they make their way down the hill. Right now, Brian, that is almost the biggest lead that we have seen in Formula V all weekend long at about 3 car lengths.
Yeah.
But it should be. We'll probably, as they come down to turn 1, see the 17 Machina Henderson start to close that gap down.
Yeah, definitely coming off that last turn. There you go. You can see it right there on your screen there, where Isley's opened up by about 0.2. So maybe really two Formula V car lengths, if that. Probably 1.5 now. But Henderson really gets through. I got to tell you, Henderson really does get through the horseshoe turns 1 and turn 2 really, really well. That's where he's able to close up on Isley.
And so interesting to see that, you always learn in slow in, fast out, right?
Yep.
All right, so as we watch Donnie Isley go into turn 1, right at turn in, he expanded his lead by about, I'd say, a car length, carrying a lot more speed to the apex. But, as you just mentioned there, Anthony Henderson, maybe a little bit slower in, is able to feed the throttle in much sooner than we see Donnie Isley able to do. Donnie Isley, because he carried so much speed in, he's got to wait a little bit longer before he can actually get on the throttle.
Right.
And you see that advantage that he had disappears to the point where Henderson's right on the gearbox coming out of that section. The problems that Henderson has are coming through South Bend here, also obviously on the straightaways. The advantage, obviously, though, in Formula V, the draft is king. You can, as long as he can stay, within a 2 car lengths or so of Donnie Isley coming out of the Oak Tree turn, he's in a good place to be able to draft up. And, eventually as we get towards the later laps of this race, maybe looking to make a pass up at the top of the roller coaster.
Yeah. And you're going to end up having, our leaders getting ready to come and, play a part there in that battle as they get down towards the bottom of the hill. Barbrou, Will Franklin's actually catching Carl Lennox Barbrou.
Yeah.
Just saw them coming up through Oak Tree, passing Harrison Southworth in that Formula 600. So again, we're going to see whether or not they can hold on to it. I'm getting word now that Jeff Baskin has gone off in turn number 12 up there. So looks like he did
12.
continue.
That's the Oak Tree turn, and he's managed to continue and call that in as he drops a couple wheels, turned in a little early there. As Carl Lennox, as you said, Carl Lennox Barbrou now under attack from Will Franklin. Not a battle in class, but Franklin really doesn't have to concern himself any longer with Eric Cruz, as Cruz has now dropped almost 4 seconds off the pace. That last time by, Cruz was a full second slower, as we've got a car off the pace right now.
Jeff Baskin's machine.
Yeah, Jeff Baskin's in the Van Diemen Continental.
Yeah, as we get to the halfway point here, we talked about Carl Lennox Barbrou and then Will Franklin, Eric Cruz. They have reached a halfway point, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff Baskin here doesn't pull that machine down or is able to get it back fired up. Maybe he took the last couple of turns to make sure the tires were cleaned off before he got back into it again.
So Brian, we hadn't talked about it much or shown him much on camera today, but Gray Rohalia in that Radical SR1, who's just now coming to the start-finish line. He'll be coming up towards turn 1 here very soon. We were saying, hey, I wonder how he's doing compared to yesterday. He just turned a 2:08.36, but on the prior lap, turned in a 2:08 flat.
Yes.
Which is, I think, from what we were talking about, a full second and a half faster than he ran yesterday. So definitely finding a lot of time there. He is all by himself. It's unfortunate. I'd love to see more Radicals come out here for this event. The SR1 and SR3 classes approved by the Sports Car Club of America, I think last spring, as a landing spot for the Radical Cup cars, both the SR1 and the SR3, and they're almost an exact crossover. Nothing special that needs to be done. So hopefully we'll start to see some of those cars even before they get aged out. I want to say hi to Sissy Connolly, taking some great photos for herself, for RP Performance, some of our great friends, and also for the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA.
Taking some pictures of that Radical. Saw her sitting down there taking some pictures there as he came through NASCAR and then the left hook. So should be some really good photos there. We look back here in our Formula Vee, Donnie Isley and Anthony Henderson again, still nose to tail.
And they should be, I was going to say, they should be coming up towards NASCAR now. There they are.
Again, looks like David Blaine, or that may be Justin Smith. Getting ready to pull up there. They should be able to get through them relatively easy through the S's. Henderson may pull over, just let him go, and then use a little bit of the draft to sneak back up into Isley right here, as it looks like Justin Smith, is gonna go around. Not really sure where to go there. Kind of went driver's right. Anthony Henderson was like, nope, this is my spot. You have all the spots on the left to go by. Smith had to get on the brakes there so he didn't run up into the back tailpipe there of Anthony Henderson. I'm sure as that car came up, you could hear the engine kind of roaring, and Anthony Henderson going, hey, that motor sounds awfully loud right about now.
I'll bet it does, absolutely. As Carl Lennox Barbrew just resets a fast lap of the session at a 154.692. And so he has started now to expand his advantage over Formula Enterprise 2 leader, the white number 62 of Will Franklin out of Covington, Georgia.
Yeah, 3 laps left to go here. Again, Will Franklin must have happened as we got Jeff Baskins on pit road here. So it looks like his weekend is done. But Will Franklin, Greg, where we were looking at it before, and it was within tenths, is now almost 4 seconds back. And again, I know that Barbrew went 2 seconds faster that last lap, but that seems like a bigger gap. So I'm wondering if Will Franklin's having some challenges there with that vehicle. So.
All right, and Brian, let's jump over to the horseshoe, because I think we had a car go off over by the exit of 1.
Go back to NASCAR Bend camera up on top of the roof. I'm not seeing anything. I got a yell and crossed over the radio about going to a waving yellow, but
yeah. So the turn. Up there we go.
Oh, that is our Club 4. That is Mark Watho.
Yeah. So they were turn 1 was asking corner station 2, which is just before the entrance to the NASCAR Bend, to go yellow, and we'll get a little bit more information here in a moment. But the car, sounds like he went off. Going into NASCAR, went off driver's right into the grass, just didn't get the car to turn in, and looks like he's had some problems. I'm wondering if maybe he had a tire go down, or starting to go down, because I think he would have picked up the pace by now, but he's still kind of limping around.
Yeah.
He's pulling offline to let the other racers by, and all of a sudden, Donnie Isley and Anthony Henderson are going, can we actually pass them? What are we doing?
They actually became the cars making the pass.
Yeah. They looked very hesitant for a moment there, though.
Carl Lennox Barbrew finishes lap 8 now on lap 9. Here, that gap to Will Franklin now has opened up, and again, you've got 9 seconds between Will Franklin and Eric Cruz, so it looks like our FE2 battle, again, I think both of those drivers just trying to nurse those things home, get as much out of them as they can. There, I tell you what, the race there is could end up be at for second and FE2, Greg, and that's between that Michael Frailer machine and Eric Cruz, because Michael's only 1.1 seconds, and he went almost a second, 1.2 seconds faster than Eric Cruz on that last lap. So definitely got to keep an eye on that. I think that's the Franklin machine right there, getting ready to go up the S's. The next two cars in line should be.
No, they're going to be quite a while back. They're almost 10
Eric
seconds
Cruz.
back. There's Eric Cruz.
And there's that
Frailer in the 005.
Yeah, so it's a lot closer than that 1.1 second. So I'm wondering if Eric Cruz has a little bit of a problem there with that machine getting down towards the end of this race, because Frailer is really on the back bumper.
All right, it's of course not only time, but laps and mileage wearing down. Brian, we have coming onto the pit lane right now. That is the 22 machine.
Yeah.
So Mark Walthu, it looks like he's going to retire his Crossley Club Ford as Carl Lennox Barbrew makes his way down the roller coaster. When he comes to the start-finish line, he will see the white flag, 1 lap remaining here at Virginia International Raceway and the SARRC MARRS Challenge. If you like what you've seen today, again, go ahead, smash that like button. If you haven't already subscribed to the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel, please do so. And we'll be bringing you some great racing action, some great SCCA road racing action all season long. And now as they come to the line here, Cruz seems to have found at least a little bit of pace. Frailer still made up 0.3 of a second on him, though, as the gap is down to less than a second, as they are now working their last lap.
Yeah, they're going to come up on Harrison Southworth, too, coming on the exit. Southworth is going to go really far driver's left coming out of the horseshoe. But I tell you what, Frailer's right there within 2 car lengths. Coming up out of NASCAR, heading up into the left hook right there. That's about 2 car lengths gap. We're going to see when they come up through the snake whether or not he's going to be able to run him down, because he was definitely, again, 0.3, as you just mentioned, Greg, faster than Eric Cruz.
And Cruz looking very loose, coming through turn 5, straightens things out through the snake, and looks like he gets a little bit better drive out of the snake, Brian. Turns in very, very late for each of the corners in the S's, trying to get that car set up over driver's right as far as possible to carry as much speed down through South Bend. And I think this is going to be the telltale. And Cruz opens up the gap on Frailer as they come towards turn 11. We'll see what the draft will do as they come onto the back straight, as our overall leader, Carl Lennox Barbrew, starts to make his way down the roller coaster for the very last time. That is the Radical of Rohalia just behind. There's a local caution for Henderson. Henderson having some problems with his Formula Vee, and definitely off the pace. And so that's going to give the win in Formula Vee to Donnie Isley. But now coming to the line, taking the overall win, Carl Lennox Barbrew. Henderson finishes the race, and then we see the Radical of Rohalia come across the line. And by the way, Rohalia gets down to a 2:07.749.
There you go.
And that is going to set, I believe, Brian, that's going to set the SR1 track record here at VIR, as well, there wasn't one before. So there you go. Congratulations, Gray Rohalia. That's why I was asking about it. So with the checkered flag out on all following cars, it's Barbrew taking the win, and he wins Formula Atlantic. Will Franklin will finish second overall, takes the win in FE2. Eric Cruz, third overall, second in FE2, with Michael Frailer finishing third in FE2, fourth overall. Justin Smith takes the win in Formula Continental. He finishes fifth, with David Blaine finishing sixth in his FE2 machine. Gray Rohalia, again, your sole car in in SR1, finishing seventh overall. Donnie Isley will take the win in Formula Vee, finishes eighth overall. Then Anthony Henderson, who did get his car across the line. Harrison Southworth finishing in 10th.
And Donnie Isley still has to go a complete 3.27 because he did not get the checkered flag yet, so he should be the last car.
So even if he just pulls the car over,
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine.
Because
he wins.
whatchamacallit's already taken the checkered flag. Here comes David Blaine now in the 09, so he's taking the checkered flag, and I believe. So we'll have to see, but I do believe that Donnie Isley is going to be the last car out on the racetrack. I believe we'll find out where he is coming through here. But the last time I saw him, he was kind of heading up to the Essens there.
Maybe he's going for a swim in the Dan River. Who knows? Want to thank a couple people that joined in late with us here. Jordy Furman's mom joining in with us on the chat, watching her son race in SSM. My race data says, great job, Brian, and thanks, Greg and Brian. Thanks to all the workers. Indeed, thank you all very much. Jordy Fike, my good Canadian snowboarding friend, used to call his iRacing races. He was surprised there was another Jordy. He now has to join the Jordy Foo fan club. I've pointed him as to where to go, so he can do that. Quick note that just came in from our good friend Sissy Connolly, who we just talked about. Wonderful photographer with RP Performance. She has taken a ton of pictures all weekend long. If you are still here in the paddock, if you want to head over to the RP Performance pit, you can find them because there are a whole slew of Miatas. She will be happy to show you what photos she has and send a few of them to you. And I think she's doing them as a thank you. They are free. She's not going to charge you a penny. So go get free photos. If not, well, we'll probably see them on Facebook in the RP Performance channel and page in just a couple of days. Want to thank some great folks that helped put on this event. Chris Current, our chief steward, our race chairperson from the North Carolina region, Mark Sr., who, of course, was double duty, also racing his Miata here this weekend. Chairman of the Stewards of the Meet, Russ Gardner. Of course, I want to thank all of the great and wonderful, they are volunteers, first off, but I want to thank all of the other volunteers across all of the different specialties that help put on these events. As I've said before so many times, it does take a village. We are a club, and we could not race without the volunteers that make these events happen for the Sports Car Club of America. So, wrapping up, one more big thanks to our host region this weekend,
absolutely,
the North Carolina region of the SCCA.
Yeah, it's always fun to come down here with these guys and put on a good show. I think, again, we got through what we needed to get through yesterday. Even though the weather got bad last night and all the rain we had last night, I think today really worked out. You could see where some drivers had some unfortunate instances, but overall a fantastic race, and we had some really good racing within the groups that we had within the mixed racing classes.
All right, Spencer, real quick, let's bring up that upcoming schedule so we can show everybody when we go live next. And again, going to be towards the end of May, just 2 weeks from now, over at the Lightning Circuit, New Jersey Motorsports Park for the Lightning Challenge. That is part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. All of these events that you see here are part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series with 2 exceptions. Of course, we've got the U.S. Majors Tour at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit in July. And we're going to have to see that last event listed there, October at New Jersey Motorsports Park. We'll see if that's going to happen or not. That is not part of the MARRS series this year. But want to thank Spencer Gaynor, our Director Supreme. Of course, our partner, my partner, Brian Donati. I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thank you so much for joining us here this weekend for the SARRC MARRS Classic and Challenge, the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And we'll see you in just a few weeks from New Jersey Motorsports Park. Have a great rest of your weekend and a great week, everybody.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.